Inspector Bacon guided Emma Crackenthorpe from the barn, his hand a steady support beneath her arm. Her face was pale, her expression strained, yet she held herself with a firm dignity. "I am terribly sorry to have put you through this," he said. "But you have been very brave. You are certain you have never seen that woman before." "Absolutely certain," Emma replied, her voice quiet but clear. "I have no idea who she could be. We are grateful for your help, Miss Crackenthorpe." "That was all I needed to know. Perhaps you should rest now?" "I must see my father first." I called for Dr. Quimper as soon as I heard the news, and he is with him. As they crossed the hall, the library door opened and Dr. Quimper emerged. He was a tall, affable man whose casual, sometimes cynical demeanor was oddly reassuring to his patients. He exchanged a nod with the inspector. "Miss Crackenthorpe has handled a very difficult situation with remarkable courage," Bacon remarked. "Well done, Emma," the doctor said, giving her shoulder a comforting pat. "You have a strong constitution. I've always known that. Your father is fine. Go in and speak with him, then go straight to the dining room and pour yourself a brandy. Consider that a medical order?" Emma offered him a grateful, if weary, smile and slipped into the library. Dr. Quimper watched her go. "That woman is the salt of the earth," he said to the inspector. "It's a genuine shame she never married. The curse of being the only woman in a house full of men. Her sister escaped early, married at 17, I think. Emma is quite attractive, really. She would have made an excellent wife and mother." "Too dedicated to her father, I suppose," Inspector Bacon suggested. "It's not simple devotion," Quimper corrected with a knowing look. "She has that instinct some women possess to cater to the egos of the men around her. She sees her father enjoys playing the invalid, so she allows it. She does the same with her brothers. Cedric gets to believe he's a true artist. Harold basks in her apparent reliance on his sound judgment, and Alfred gets a thrill from shocking her with tales of his dubious business schemes. Oh, she's a clever one, no fool at all. Now, do you need me for anything? Shall I examine your corpse now that Johnstone is finished to see if she happens to be one of my medical failures?" "I would appreciate your opinion, Doctor. We need an identification. I assume asking old Mr. Crackenthorpe is out of the question? Too much of a strain?" "Strain? Nonsense. He'd never forgive either of us if we denied him a look. He's absolutely thrilled. This is the most exciting thing to happen to him in 15 years. And best of all, it's free." The doctor's tone shifted from professional to lightly sarcastic. "Honestly, the man finds more vitality in a mystery than in any of his tonics. Is there actually anything seriously wrong with him?" "He's 72, Quimper stated flatly. "That's the primary diagnosis. He gets the occasional rheumatic twinge. Who doesn't? And calls it arthritis. He has palpitations after overeating, which he dramatically attributes to a weak heart. But he's perfectly capable of doing anything he desires. I have a whole roster of patients just like him. The truly ill ones usually insist they're perfectly fine. Now, shall we view this body of yours? I assume it's unpleasant?" "Johnstone estimates she's been dead between 2 and 3 weeks. "Quite unpleasant, then," the doctor confirmed. He stood by the stone sarcophagus and looked down with clinical curiosity, professionally detached from the grim scene. "Never seen her before. Not a patient of mine. I don't recall noticing her around Brackhampton either. She must have been rather good-looking in her time. Someone certainly held a powerful grudge." They stepped back outside into the fresh air. "Doctor." Quimper glanced up at the structure. "Found in the, what do they call it? The long barn, inside a sarcophagus. It's utterly fantastic. Who discovered her? Miss Lucy Islesborough?" "Ah, the new domestic help? What on earth was she doing rummaging around in ancient coffins?" "That," said Inspector Bacon, his expression turning grim, "is precisely what I intend to ask her. Now, concerning Mr. Crackenthorpe. Will you? I'll bring him with me." Mr. Crackenthorpe, bundled in scarves, strode briskly toward the barn, the doctor at his side. "Outrageous," he muttered. "Completely outrageous. I acquired that sarcophagus in Florence. No, wait, it must have been 1908, or perhaps 1909. Easy now, Dr. Quimper cautioned. "This won't be pleasant, you understand? I'll or not, I have a duty to perform, don't I?" His visit inside the long barn was remarkably brief. Mr. Crackenthorpe hurried back out into the fresh air almost immediately.
"I've never seen that woman before," he declared. "What is the meaning of this? Absolutely disgraceful. It wasn't Florence, I remember now. It was Naples. A fine piece of craftsmanship, and some foolish woman has to go and get herself killed inside it." He clutched at the left side of his overcoat. "Too much for me, my heart. Where's Emma?" "Doctor." Dr. Quimper took his arm. "You'll be fine," he said. "What you need is a stimulant. A brandy." Together they walked back toward the house. "Sir." "Excuse me, sir." Inspector Bacon turned. Two boys had pedaled up on bicycles, breathless and eager. "Please, sir, can we see the body?" "No, you cannot," said Inspector Bacon. "Oh, come on, sir, we might recognize her." "Please, be a sport. It's not fair. A murder right here in our own barn. A chance like this might never come again." "Be a decent fellow, sir. And who are you two?" "I'm Alexander Eastley, and this is my friend James Stoddart West." "Have either of you seen a blonde woman wearing a light-colored dyed squirrel coat around here?" "Well, I can't say for sure," Alexander replied cleverly. "But if I could just take a quick look." "Take them in, Sanders," Inspector Bacon said to the constable by the barn door. "Youth only comes once." "Oh, thank you, sir," both boys exclaimed gratefully. "That's very kind of you, sir." Bacon turned toward the house, his expression hardening.
"And now,"
he said to himself grimly, "for Miss Lucy Eelsbarrow." After guiding the police to the long barn and providing a short statement, Lucy had stepped back, knowing the police weren't finished with her. She had just finished cutting potatoes for chips that evening when a constable informed her Inspector Bacon required her presence. Setting aside the large bowl of salted water where the chips soaked, Lucy followed the officer to where the inspector waited. She sat down calmly, ready for his questions. She gave her name and her London address, then added voluntarily, "I can provide references if you need to verify my background." The names she offered were impressive: an admiral of the fleet, the head of an Oxford college, and a dame of the British Empire. Inspector Bacon couldn't help but be struck by the list. "Now, Miss Eelsbarrow, you entered the long barn to fetch paint, is that correct? And after locating the paint, you took a crowbar, pried open that sarcophagus, and discovered the body. What exactly were you expecting to find inside?" "I was looking for a body," Lucy replied plainly. "You were looking for a body, and you found one. Doesn't that strike you as an extremely unusual story?" "Yes, it is unusual. Perhaps you'll allow me to explain." "I certainly think you should." Lucy gave a precise account of the events leading to her grim discovery. The inspector summarized with clear disbelief. "So you were hired by an elderly woman to secure a position here and search the house and grounds for a dead body? Is that accurate?" "Yes. And who is this elderly woman?" "Miss Jane Marple. She is currently staying at 4 Madison Road." The inspector wrote it down. "You honestly expect me to believe all this?" The skepticism in his voice was thick. Lucy kept her tone soft. "Perhaps not until you've spoken with Miss Marple yourself and heard her confirm it." "Oh, I'll speak to her. Don't worry." She must be completely unhinged. Lucy resisted the urge to point out that being proven correct wasn't exactly a symptom of insanity. Instead, she shifted the subject. "What do you plan to tell Miss Crackenthorpe about me?" "Why does that matter to you?" "My work for Miss Marple is finished. I found the body she wanted found, but I'm still employed by Miss Crackenthorpe. There are 2 growing boys in that house who need feeding, and with all this commotion, more family is bound to descend on the place. She needs the help. If you tell her I only took the job to hunt for corpses, she'll likely show me the door immediately. Otherwise, I can stay and actually be useful." The inspector studied her intently for a long moment. "I'm not telling anyone anything right now," he finally stated. "I haven't verified a word of your story. For all I know, you could be inventing the whole thing from thin air." Lucy stood up. "Thank you. In that case, I'll return to the kitchen and get on with the dinner. We should probably bring in Scotland Yard. Is that your assessment, Bacon?" The chief constable looked across his desk at Inspector Bacon, a solid man whose expression radiated a profound disgust with the human race. "The victim wasn't local, sir," Bacon replied. "There's some indication from her undergarments that she might have been foreign. Naturally," he added quickly, "we're keeping that detail close to the vest for now, until after the inquest." The chief constable gave a nod. "And the inquest will be a mere formality, I assume?" "Yes, sir. I've spoken with the coroner. It's scheduled for tomorrow. I expect the rest of the Krakenthorpe family will be in attendance. There's a slim chance one of them might recognize her." He glanced at a list in his hand. "Harold Krakenthorpe. Something in finance, quite a big wheel from what I gather. Alfred, I'm less clear on his occupation. Then there's Cedric, the one who lives abroad. An artist." The inspector loaded the word with deep suspicion. The chief constable hid a smile in his mustache. "Do we have any reason to believe the family is connected to the crime?" he asked, "apart from the rather significant fact that the body was discovered on their property?" "None at all, sir," Bacon conceded, "though it's just possible this painter brother might identify her. What truly baffles me is this whole bizarre tale about the train. Ah, yes. You went to see this elderly lady, this Miss Marple?" He glanced at a note on his desk. "I did, sir, and she is utterly fixed and definite about the entire episode. Whether she's batty or brilliantly perceptive, I can't say, but she sticks to her story, what her friend witnessed, and all the rest of it. Frankly, that part could easily be pure fantasy, the sort of elaborate fiction lonely old ladies concoct, like spotting Martians in the rose bushes or KGB agents browsing the mystery section at the public library. What's undeniable is that she did hire this young woman, the domestic helper, and instructed her to search for a body which, against all odds, the girl proceeded to do. And found one," the chief constable observed dryly. "It's a remarkable series of events. Marple, Miss Jane Marple. That name rings a faint bell somehow. Regardless, I'll contact the Yard. I agree it's likely not a local matter, though we won't publicize that fact just yet. For the press, we'll say as little as humanly possible." The inquest was a brief and procedural affair. No one stepped forward to claim knowledge of the deceased woman. Lucy gave her testimony about discovering the body, and the medical examiner presented evidence confirming death by strangulation. With no further progress possible, the proceedings were swiftly adjourned. A biting wind whipped through the street as the Krakenthorpes emerged from the courthouse. The inquest was over, and the family huddled on the pavement, Emma, Cedric, Harold, Alfred, and Brian Eastley, the widower of their late sister Edith. Accompanying them was Mr. Wimborne, the senior solicitor from London who managed their legal affairs, having made the inconvenient trip specifically for the proceedings. They stood shivering as a small crowd gathered, drawn by the sensational body in the sarcophagus reports splashed across both the London and local papers. A low whisper rippled through the onlookers. "That's them." "Let's not stand here," Emma said tersely. Their hired Daimler pulled to the curb. Emma climbed in, gesturing for Lucy to follow. Mr. Wimborne, Cedric, and Harold joined them. Brian Eastley announced he would take Alfred in his own car. Just as the chauffeur shut the door and the large vehicle began to move, Emma cried out, "Wait, the boys are here!" Despite being left behind at Rutherford Hall with firm instructions, the two boys had arrived, beaming broadly. "We cycled over," explained Stoddart West. "A constable was kind enough to let us in through a side door. I do hope you don't mind, Miss Krakenthorpe." He added the last part with careful politeness. "She doesn't mind a bit," Cedric answered for his sister, a wry smile on his face. "Youth must have its adventure." "First inquest, I take it?" "Honestly, it was a bit of a letdown," Alexander admitted. "Over so quickly, we cannot linger here for a chat," Harold snapped, his irritation plain. "Look at this crowd. And those photographers," at his signal, the chauffeur eased the car away from the curb, the boys waving cheerfully from the sidewalk. "Over so soon," Cedric echoed with a dark chuckle once they were moving. "That's what they believe, the poor young fools. It's not over. It's only just beginning. The entire situation is deeply regrettable." "Most unfortunate," Harold stated, then glanced toward Mr. Wimborne. The solicitor pursed his thin lips and gave a disapproving shake of his head. "One must hope," he intoned solemnly, "that the authorities will resolve this matter with all due speed. The police are quite competent. Nevertheless, as Harold notes, it is a most unfortunate business." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lucy, and his expression held a clear note of censure. His eyes seemed to say, if this young woman had not been meddling where she did not belong, none of this unpleasantness would have occurred. Harold Crackenthorpe gave voice to a sentiment very close to that thought. Incidentally, miss, Eelsborough, what exactly prompted you to go poking about in that old sarcophagus? Lucy had been waiting for this question. The police had asked it immediately, of course, but she was surprised it had taken the family this long to arrive at the same point. Now the attention of Emma, Cedric, Harold, and Mr. Wimborne was fixed on her. She had prepared her answer. Truthfully, she began, hesitating slightly. I'm not entirely sure myself. I felt the whole area needed a proper clearing out and a good clean. And there was, she paused for effect, a most peculiar and unpleasant odor. Her calculation was correct. The mere suggestion of the smell caused an immediate, collective recoil. Mr. Wimborne murmured, Yes, quite. The police surgeon mentioned it had been about 3 weeks. I think we must all endeavor not to dwell on the more grisly aspects. He offered an encouraging smile to Emma, who had gone pale. We must remember this unfortunate girl was a stranger to us all. Ah, but can you really be so certain of that? Cedric mused aloud. Lucy studied him with interest. The stark contrast between the three brothers already intrigued her. Cedric was a large man with a rugged, weathered face, untidy dark hair, and a manner that seemed perpetually on the verge of a joke, though his eyes held a sharper, more cynical light. He arrived from the airport unshaved, and even after cleaning up for the inquest, he was still in the same worn travel clothes, old gray flannel trousers, and a patched, baggy jacket that looked like his entire wardrobe. He played the part of a stage bohemian perfectly and seemed rather pleased with the image. In stark contrast, his brother Harold was the model of a city gentleman and company director. Tall and neatly postured, with dark hair thinning at the temples and a small, trimmed black mustache, he was impeccably dressed in a dark, well-tailored suit and a pearl gray tie. He looked exactly what he was, a shrewd and prosperous businessman. Now he spoke with stiff disapproval. That remark was completely unnecessary, Cedric. Why? She was in our barn. What was she doing there? Mr. Wimborne cleared his throat. Possibly an assignation. I gather it was locally known the key was kept outside on a nail. His tone conveyed clear outrage at such carelessness. Emma responded apologetically as if pulled from a distant thought. It started during the war for the ARP wardens. They had a little spirit stove to make hot cocoa afterwards. Since there was really nothing inside worth stealing, we just left the key hanging there. It was convenient for the Women's Institute. If we kept it in the house, it could be awkward. No one home to hand it over when they needed to set up. With only daily help and no live-in servants, her voice faded. The explanation given mechanically, her mind clearly elsewhere. Cedric shot her a quick, puzzled look. You're worried, sis. What's wrong? Harold answered with exasperation. Really, Cedric, need you ask? Yes, I'm asking. Granted. A strange young woman got herself killed in the barn at Rutherford Hall. Sounds like some Victorian drama, and granted it gave Emma a shock at the time. But Emma's always been sensible. I don't see why she's still troubled. Honestly, one gets used to anything. Murder takes a little more getting used to for some people than it might for you, Harold said acidly. I dare say murders are 2 a penny in Majorca and Ibiza, not Majorca. It's practically the same. Not at all. It's a completely different island, Harold pressed on. My point is that while murder may be an everyday event for you living among hot-blooded Latin types, here in England we take such things seriously, he added with growing irritation. And really, Cedric, appearing at a public inquest dressed like that? What's wrong with my clothes? They're comfortable. They're inappropriate. Well, they're the only ones I brought. I didn't pack a wardrobe trunk when I rushed back to stand by the family. I'm a painter. Painters prefer comfort. So you're still attempting to paint. Now look here, Harold. When you say attempting, Mr. Wimborne cleared his throat authoritatively. This discussion is unproductive, he said with mild reproof. My dear Emma, I hope you will inform me if there is any further service I can render before I return to London. The gentle scolding had its effect. Emma Crackenthorpe replied quickly. It was very kind of you to come down. Not at all. It was prudent for someone to attend the inquest on the family's behalf. I've arranged to meet the inspector at the house. No doubt, distressing as this all is, matters will soon be clarified. In my own view, what occurred seems fairly clear. As Emma explained, it was locally known that the key to the long barn hung outside the door. The location most likely served as a winter rendezvous for couples from the area. A heated argument probably ensued, leading a young man to act in a moment of uncontrollable fury. Stunned by his own actions, his gaze would have fallen on the stone coffin, presenting what seemed a perfect hiding spot. Lucy considered this privately. The theory did sound reasonable, exactly the sort of explanation that would come to mind. Cedric, however, voiced a doubt. You mention a local couple, yet no one around here has recognized the girl. It's still very early, came the reply. An identification is almost certain in time. It's also entirely possible the young man was from here, while the girl came from somewhere else, maybe another neighborhood in Brackhampton. The town has expanded so much these past 2 decades, it's practically a different city. Honestly, if I were meeting a beau, Cedric argued, I'd never agree to be dragged out to a drafty, isolated barn in the dead of winter. I'd insist on a cozy evening at the pictures, wouldn't you, Miss Islesborough? Far more civilized? Must we really speculate about all this? Harold interjected, his tone weary. As he posed the question, the car came to a halt before the entrance of Rutherford Hall, and the party disembarked. Upon stepping into the library, Mr. Wimborne adjusted his spectacles, his sharp eyes moving past Inspector Bacon to settle on the fair-haired, agreeable-looking man beside him. Inspector Bacon handled the introductions. This is Detective Inspector Craddock from New Scotland Yard. New Scotland Yard, I see, Mr. Wimborne remarked, his eyebrows lifting slightly. Dermot Craddock, with his easy and congenial manner, began to explain. We've been asked to consult on the matter, Mr. Wimborne. Since you are acting for the Crackenthorpe family, we believe it's right to share some confidential details with you. Inspector Craddock had a particular talent for presenting a selective piece of information as if it were the complete picture. I'm sure Inspector Bacon concurs, he added with a glance at his colleague. Inspector Bacon nodded with appropriate gravity, giving no indication their approach was coordinated. The situation is this, Craddock continued. Information we've received suggests the deceased was not from this district. She appears to have traveled here from London and had recently arrived from overseas, quite possibly from France, though that last point isn't yet confirmed. Mr. Wimborne's eyebrows climbed again. Is that so? Given those circumstances, Inspector Bacon elaborated, the chief constable felt the yard was better equipped to handle the inquiry. I can only express the hope that it will be resolved promptly, said Mr. Wimborne. You will appreciate the entire affair has been deeply distressing for the family. While they are in no way personally involved, they are naturally. He left the sentence hanging, but Inspector Craddock smoothly filled the pause. Finding a murdered woman on your land is a horrible shock. I quite agree. Now, I would like to have a brief word with each member of the household. I fail to see what possible light they could shed. Probably very little, but one can't be certain. Though I expect you can provide most of the background I need, sir. Details about the house and the family history. And what connection could that possibly have with some unknown foreign girl getting herself killed here? That's precisely what we need to discover, Craddock replied. Why did she come? Did she have some prior link to this house? Was she, for example, formerly employed here as a maid or a companion? Or did she come to meet someone who once lived at Rutherford Hall? He paused, adding almost as an afterthought. The place has an air about it, doesn't it? As if it's seen generations of secrets. Mr. Wimborne stated coolly that Rutherford Hall had been occupied solely by the Crackenthorpe family since its construction by Josiah Crackenthorpe in 1884. Which makes its history all the more pertinent to our questions, Craddock concluded. If you could just provide a brief overview of the family background, Inspector Craddock began. Mr. Wimborne gave a slight shrug. There isn't much to tell. Josiah Crackenthorpe built a fortune from a business specializing in biscuits, relishes, and various condiments. He constructed this estate. His eldest son, Luther, resides here now. Were there other sons? One other, Henry, who died in a motor accident back in 1911. And the current Mr. Crackenthorpe has never considered selling the property. He is not at liberty to do so, the lawyer replied tersely. It's stipulated in his father's will. Perhaps you could explain the terms of that will? Why should I? Inspector Craddock offered a knowing smile. Because I can always look it up myself at Somerset House if necessary. Despite himself, Mr. Wimborne allowed a thin, reluctant smile. A fair point, Inspector. I was merely observing that this line of inquiry seems quite unrelated. Josiah Crackenthorpe's will is straightforward. His substantial fortune was placed in a trust, with the income going to his son Luther for life. Upon Luther's death, the capital is to be divided equally among Luther's children, Edmund, Cedric, Harold, Alfred, Emma, and Edith. Edmund was killed in the war, and Edith passed away 4 years ago. Therefore, when Luther dies, the estate will be split between Cedric, Harold, Alfred, Emma, and Edith's son, Alexander Eastley, and the house itself. That will pass to Luther Crackenthorpe's eldest surviving son, or his direct heir. Was Edmund married? No. So the property would actually go to the next son, Cedric. Mr. Luther Crackenthorpe himself cannot sell or bequeath it. No. And he has no authority over the capital. None. Isn't that somewhat unusual? I gather, said Inspector Craddock astutely, that his father wasn't particularly fond of him. You gather correctly, Mr. Wimborne confirmed. Old Josiah was deeply disappointed that his eldest son showed no interest in the family enterprise, or in any commercial venture for that matter. Luther preferred to travel abroad collecting art and curios. Josiah had no patience for such pursuits. Consequently, he secured the money for the grandchildren. So, meanwhile, that next generation has no independent income except what they earn, or what their father chooses to give them, while Luther enjoys a significant income, but no control over the principal. Precisely. And what any of this has to do with the murder of an unidentified young woman from abroad is utterly beyond me. It doesn't appear connected, Inspector Craddock agreed readily. I'm simply ensuring I have all the facts, Mr. Wimborne studied him sharply for a moment, then, seemingly appeased, stood up. I intend to return to London now, he announced, unless there is anything further you require? He glanced between the two men. No, thank you, sir. A tremendous, jarring clamor from a gong erupted in the hall outside. Good heavens, remarked Mr. Wimborne. I believe one of the boys must be experimenting. Raising his voice over the din, Inspector Craddock said, We'll let the family have their lunch in peace. However, Inspector Bacon and I would like to return afterward, say, at 2:15, to speak briefly with each member of the household. Do you consider that necessary? Well, Craddock shrugged. It's a long shot. Someone might recall a minor detail that could help identify the woman. I sincerely doubt it, Inspector. I doubt it very much. But I wish you luck. As I said, the sooner this unpleasant matter is resolved, the better for everyone. Shaking his head, he left the room slowly. Lucy had gone directly to the kitchen upon returning from the inquest and was occupied with lunch preparations when Brian Eastley appeared at the doorway. Can I lend a hand? He offered. I'm quite useful around the house. Lucy threw him a quick, somewhat distracted look. Brian had driven straight to the inquest in his little MG, so Lucy hadn't had much chance to form an opinion of him yet. Her first impression was favorable. He was a pleasant-looking man in his early 30s, with light brown hair, somewhat mournful blue eyes, and an impressively large, fair mustache. The boys aren't back yet, he announced, walking in and perching on the edge of the kitchen table. It'll take them another 20 minutes on their bikes. Lucy gave a small smile. They were absolutely set on seeing everything. Can't fault them for that. I mean, it's their first inquest, and it's practically a family affair.
Would you mind moving, Mr. Eastley? I need to set this baking dish down. Brian hopped off obligingly. I say, that fat is frightfully hot. What are you making Yorkshire pudding? Ah, the classic. Roast beef and all the trimmings? Is that the plan for today? Yes. The funeral baked meats, then? Smells wonderful. He inhaled deeply. Do you mind me chattering on? If you're here to help, I'd prefer you actually helped. She pulled another pan from the oven.
Here. Turn all these potatoes so they brown evenly on the other side. Brian complied with enthusiasm. Have all these things been cooking away in here the whole time we were gone? Imagine if they'd all burnt to a crisp. Highly unlikely. The oven has a thermostat? A sort of electric brain, is that it? Am I doing this right? Lucy shot him a quick glance. Perfectly. Now put that pan back in the oven. Use the cloth. On the second shelf, I need the top one for the pudding. He did as instructed, letting out a sharp yelp in the process. Did you burn yourself? Just a little. It's nothing. Cooking is a hazardous business, isn't it? I take it you don't do much of it yourself. Actually, I do quite frequently. Just not this sort of elaborate meal. I can boil an egg, provided I remember to watch the clock. I can manage eggs and bacon, and I can grill a steak or open a can of soup. I've got one of those little electric contraptions in my flat.
You live in London? If you can call it living, yes. His tone was gloomy. He watched as Lucy slid the dish containing the pudding mixture into the oven. This is all terribly cozy, he remarked with a sigh. With her immediate tasks completed, Lucy studied him more closely. What is? This kitchen? Yes. It reminds me of the kitchen we had at home when I was a boy. It occurred to Lucy that there was something oddly lost about Brian Eastley.
Looking at him more carefully, she realized he was older than she'd first thought, probably nearing 40. It was strange to think of him as Alexander's father. He reminded her of countless young pilots she'd known during the war, when she was an impressionable 14-year-old. She had moved on and grown up into the post-war world, but Brian seemed to have stayed behind, somehow bypassed by the passing years. His next words confirmed this feeling. He had settled back onto the kitchen table again. It's a tricky world, isn't it? He said. To find your place, the problem is, no one trained us for it. Lucy remembered what Emma had told her. You were a fighter pilot, weren't you? You received a DFC. That's exactly the sort of thing that throws you off. You get a medal and people try to make things easy for you, hand you a job and all that. It's very decent of them. But they're all desk jobs, and I'm simply hopeless at that sort of work. Sitting at a desk, getting tangled in columns of numbers. I've had my own ideas, tried a scheme or two, but you can't secure the backing, can't get people to invest. If I just had a bit of capital... He lapsed into a brooding silence. You never met Edie, did you? My wife. No, of course you didn't. She was completely different from all this crowd. Younger, for one thing, she was in the WAAF. She always said her old man was out of his mind, and he is, miserly about money to an absurd degree. And it's not as if he can take it with him. It's all got to be divided up when he dies. Of course, Alexander will inherit Edie's share. He won't have access to the principal until he turns 21, however. Would you mind stepping away from the table once more? I need to plate the meal and prepare the gravy. Just then, Alexander and Stoddart West burst in, cheeks flushed and breathless from the cold. Hello, Brian, Alexander said to his father with an air of benign patience. So this is where you've been hiding, I say. That roast looks absolutely tremendous. Is there Yorkshire pudding to go with it? There certainly is. The stuff they serve at school is a tragedy, soggy and utterly defeated. You're in my way, Lucy stated, moving toward the stove. The gravy won't make itself. Make plenty of it, please. Could we have 2 full gravy boats? Of course, excellent, declared Stoddart West, enunciating the word with care. I can't abide pale gravy, Alexander added, a note of concern in his voice. It won't be pale. She's a fantastic cook, Alexander remarked to his father, and for a fleeting moment, Lucy felt the roles were curiously inverted, with the boy speaking like a reassuring parent. May we assist you, Miss Islesborough? Stoddart West inquired politely. Yes, you may. Alexander, go and sound the gong. James, will you carry this tray to the dining room? And Mr. Eastley, would you be so kind as to bring in the joint? I'll follow with the potatoes and the pudding. There's a detective from Scotland Yard here, Alexander mentioned offhandedly. Do you suppose he'll join us for lunch? That will be for your aunt to decide. Aunt Emma wouldn't mind. She's terribly hospitable. But Uncle Harold would probably object. He's being awfully stuffy about this whole murder business. Alexander headed for the door with the tray, tossing a final piece of intelligence over his shoulder. Mr. Wimborne is with the Scotland Yard man in the library now, but he isn't staying. Said he had to get back to London. Come along, Stoddars. Oh, he's already gone to attack the gong. At that instant, the gong asserted its dominance. Stoddart West was an artiste putting his full strength into the performance, and all further conversation was drowned out. Brian carried the roast in, Lucy followed with the vegetables, then returned to the kitchen for the two sauceboats, now brimming with rich, dark gravy. Mr. Wimborne was in the hall, pulling on his gloves as Emma descended the stairs quickly. "Are you quite certain you won't stay for lunch, Mr. Wimborne? Everything is ready." "No, I have a critical appointment in London." "I'll take something in the restaurant car. It was very good of you to come down," Emma said gratefully. The two police officers emerged from the library. Mr. Wimborne took Emma's hand. "You've nothing to worry about, my dear," he assured her. "This is Detective Inspector Craddock from New Scotland Yard, who is taking charge of the investigation. He will return at 2:15 to gather any information you might have, but truly there is no cause for alarm." He glanced at Craddock. "May I repeat to Miss Crackenthorpe what you've told me?" "By all means, sir. The inspector has just informed me that this was almost certainly not a local crime. The deceased woman is believed to have come from London and was likely a foreigner." Emma Crackenthorpe reacted sharply. "A foreigner? Was she French?" Mr. Wimborne had clearly intended his statement to be comforting. He looked momentarily disconcerted. Dermot Craddock's gaze shifted swiftly from the lawyer to Emma's face. He wondered why she had immediately jumped to the conclusion that the woman was French, and why the idea seemed to disturb her so profoundly. The only ones who truly did justice to Lucy's superb lunch were the two boys and Cedric Crackenthorpe, who appeared wholly unperturbed by the grim circumstances that had summoned him back to England. In fact, he seemed to view the entire affair as a rather macabre and darkly amusing joke. Lucy observed that this cavalier attitude was intensely irritating to his brother Harold. Harold treated the murder as a personal affront to the Crackenthorpe family, his sense of outrage so profound that he barely touched his food. Emma looked anxious and distressed, and she too ate very little. Alfred appeared to be absorbed in his own reflections and contributed little to the conversation. He was a reasonably handsome man, with a lean, dark complexion and eyes that were positioned a bit too narrowly. Once lunch concluded, the detectives came back and courteously requested a brief discussion with Mr. Cedric Crackenthorpe. Inspector Craddock maintained a congenial and approachable demeanor. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Crackenthorpe. I gather you've recently returned from the Balearic Islands. You reside there permanently?" "For the past 6 years, yes, Ibiza. It suits my temperament far better than this dreary English weather." "I imagine you enjoy considerably more sunshine than we do here," Inspector Craddock remarked amiably. "I understand you were back home not too long ago, specifically for the Christmas holidays. What prompted your return so soon afterward?" Cedric offered a wry smile. "Received a telegram from my sister Emma. We've never had a murder on the property before. I didn't want to miss out on the excitement, so here I am."
Are you fascinated by criminal investigations? Let's not dress it up in such intellectual terms. I simply have a taste for murder mysteries, the whodunits, all of that. With a genuine puzzle literally landing on the family doorstep, it felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, I thought poor old Em might appreciate some support, handling our father, the police, everything else. I understand. It appealed to both your sense of adventure and your familial loyalty.
"No doubt your sister is grateful for your presence, though her other two brothers have also arrived." "But not to offer cheer and comfort," Cedric clarified. "Harold is thoroughly annoyed. It's terribly inconvenient for a prominent businessman to be associated with the murder of a woman of dubious reputation." Craddock's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Was she of dubious reputation?" "Well, you're the authority on that. Judging from the circumstances, it seemed a reasonable assumption. I thought perhaps you might have been able to speculate about her identity. Now, Inspector, you already know? Or your colleagues will confirm that I haven't been able to identify her?" "I said speculate, Mr. Crackenthorpe. You might never have seen the woman before, but you could have formed a theory about who she was or who she might have been." Cedric shook his head. "You're pursuing the wrong line entirely. I haven't the faintest idea. You're implying, I suppose, that she might have come to the Long Barn to meet one of us? But none of us live here regularly. The only occupants were my sister and our elderly father. You can't seriously believe she arranged a rendezvous with my revered papa. Our theory, and Inspector Bacon concurs, is that the woman may have had some prior connection to this house. It could have been many years ago. Search your memory, Mr. Crackenthorpe." Cedric pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. We've employed domestic help from abroad occasionally, as most families do, but I can't recall anyone who fits. You'd be better off asking the others. They'd know more than I would. We certainly intend to. Craddock settled back in his chair and continued. As you heard at the inquest, the medical evidence cannot pinpoint the time of death with great precision. More than 2 weeks ago, but less than 4, which places it roughly around the Christmas period. You mentioned you returned for Christmas. When exactly did you arrive in England, and when did you depart? Cedric considered. Let me see, I flew. Arrived on the Saturday before Christmas, that would be the 21st. Directly from Majorca? Yes. Departed at 5 in the morning and landed by midday. And your return flight? I flew back the following Friday, the 27th. Thank you. Cedric grinned again. That unfortunately places me well within the time frame. But honestly, Inspector, strangling young women isn't my preferred form of holiday entertainment. I should hope not, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Inspector Bacon merely looked stern. There would be a notable lack of peace and goodwill in such an act, wouldn't you agree? Cedric directed this remark toward Inspector Bacon, who responded with only a non-committal grunt. Inspector Craddock offered a polite dismissal. That will be all for now, thank you, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Once the door closed behind Cedric, Craddock turned to his colleague. Your impressions? Bacon gave a dismissive grunt. Arrogant, through and through. I've never trusted that artistic breed, too bohemian, too likely to get tangled up with the wrong sort of woman. A faint smile touched Craddock's lips. Bacon pressed on, his disapproval evident. And his appearance, showing up to an inquest dressed like that? Those trousers were a disgrace, and that tie looked like something woven from old twine. Frankly, he strikes me as the type who could throttle someone without a second thought. He'd have needed to be in 2 places at once, Craddock noted calmly. If his story about leaving Majorca on the 21st holds, he's in the clear. We'll verify that easily. Bacon shot him a knowing look. I see you're still keeping the actual time of death to yourself. For the moment, yes, Craddock admitted. I prefer to hold a card or two close at the start. Bacon nodded in firm agreement. Best plan. Reveal it when it'll have the most impact. Now, said Craddock, shifting gears, let's hear from the pillar of respectability. Harold Crackenthorpe entered, his thin lips pressed into a line of profound distaste. He offered little, speaking in clipped, unfinished phrases about the regrettable incident, the nuisance of the press, the overall unpleasantness. He wore the expression of a man enduring a foul odor. Craddock's questions yielded nothing. No, he had no notion of the woman's identity. Yes, he was at Rutherford Hall for Christmas, arriving on Christmas Eve and staying through the weekend. Satisfied he would get no help here, Craddock moved on. Alfred Crackenthorpe entered with an air of casual ease that felt slightly rehearsed. Craddock studied him, struck by a vague sense of recognition. Had he seen his picture in the papers connected to some unsavory business? Alfred was evasive about his profession, dabbling in insurance currently. Before that, I was involved in marketing a revolutionary new phonograph. Did rather well out of it, actually. Craddock maintained an appreciative nod, all the while noting the cheap, flashy cut of Alfred's suit, a stark contrast to Cedric's shabby but quality garments. Alfred seemed almost amused by the routine questions. A former employee here?
Doubtful. My sister never kept a lady's maid. We've had the occasional Polish helper or a temperamental German cook, but if Emma didn't recognize her, that idea is surely dead. She never forgets a face. He leaned forward slightly, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. What makes you so sure she came from London, Inspector? Craddock merely smiled and remained silent. Alfred's gaze narrowed. Playing it close? Are we? The return ticket tucked in her coat pocket. That's your theory, isn't it?
It's a possibility, Mr. Crackenthorpe. So, if she traveled from London, maybe the man she planned to meet saw the Long Barn as a convenient spot for a quiet murder? He clearly knows the property. If I were you, Inspector, I'd be tracking him down. We are, Inspector Craddock replied, his tone calm and assured. After thanking Alfred and showing him out, he turned to Bacon. You know, I've met that fellow somewhere before. Inspector Bacon offered his assessment. A sharp operator, he said, so sharp he ends up cutting himself. I expect you don't need to speak with me, Brian Eastley said apologetically, hovering near the doorway. I'm not really family. You're Brian Eastley, if I'm correct, the widower of Edith Crackenthorpe, who passed away 5 years ago. That's right. Well, we appreciate you coming in, Mr. Eastley. Do you have any information that might help the investigation? Wish I did. The whole thing's downright odd, isn't it? Meeting someone in that freezing barn in the dead of winter, not my idea of a good time. It's certainly puzzling, Inspector Craddock agreed. There's talk she might have been foreign. Does that mean anything to you? He watched Brian closely, but the man only looked amiably blank. Can't say it does. Could be French, Inspector Bacon suggested with an air of suspicion. Brian's blue eyes lit up slightly, and he tugged at his fair mustache. Really? Parisian, you think? He shook his head. Makes it even stranger, doesn't it? Why meet in a barn? You haven't had any other sarcophagus killings, have you? Some lunatic with a complex thinks he's Caligula or something. Craddock ignored the wild speculation and asked casually, Is anyone in the family connected to France in some way? Any ties or relationships there? Brian considered. The Crackenthorpes aren't exactly a lively bunch. Harold's respectably married to some aristocrat's daughter, rather stern-faced. Alfred doesn't seem interested in women, just tangled in one shady deal after another. Cedric probably has a few admirers over in Ibiza. Women oddly like that unshaven, rumpled look of his. Can't see the appeal myself. He grinned. I'm not being very helpful, am I? You ought to put young Alexander on the case. He and his friend James are out hunting for clues like a pair of junior detectives. Bet they turn up something, Inspector Craddock said he hoped so, then thanked Brian and asked if Miss Emma Crackenthorpe might join them. This time, Inspector Craddock observed Emma Crackenthorpe with greater attention. He was still turning over the unguarded expression he'd glimpsed on her face earlier, a flicker of something more layered beneath her quiet exterior. She was the sort of woman people often overlooked. Not showy, not brilliant, but possessing a steady kind of intelligence. She made a house feel like a home, wrapping it in an atmosphere of calm and order. Craddock had learned not to underestimate such women. Behind that gentle manner often lay real strength and perception. Perhaps, he thought, the key to the mystery of the woman in the sarcophagus lay hidden somewhere in Emma's mind. While these reflections passed quietly through his thoughts, he began asking her a series of routine, gentle questions. I imagine you've already shared most of what you know with Inspector Bacon, he remarked. So I won't trouble you with too many questions. Ask anything you wish. As Mr. Wimborne likely mentioned, we've determined the deceased woman wasn't local. That might come as a relief. Mr. Wimborne seemed to think it would, but it actually complicates our task. She's harder to identify. Wasn't she carrying anything? A purse? Identification? Craddock shook his head. No purse. Nothing in her pockets. So you have no name. No idea where she was from. Nothing at all, Craddock observed her closely. She's eager to learn who this woman was, he thought. Has she been this concerned from the start? Bacon hadn't given that impression, and he's usually sharp.
We know nothing about her, he admitted. That's why we hoped someone here might assist. Are you certain you can't help? Even if you didn't recognize her, can you think of anyone she might have been?
He sensed, though he might have imagined it, a slight hesitation before she replied. I have absolutely no idea, she stated. Almost imperceptibly, Inspector Craddock's tone shifted, gaining a subtle edge. When Mr. Wimborne told you the woman was foreign, why did you immediately assume she was French? Emma remained composed, her eyebrows lifting slightly. Did I? Yes, I suppose I did. I'm not entirely sure why, except perhaps we all default to thinking foreign means French until proven otherwise. Aren't most foreigners in this country French? I wouldn't necessarily say that, Miss Crackenthorpe, not these days. We have people from all over here. Italians, Germans, Austrians, Scandinavians. Yes, I suppose you're right. You didn't have some specific reason to believe this woman was likely French? She didn't rush to deny it, pausing thoughtfully before shaking her head with a hint of regret. No, she said, I really don't think so. Her gaze met his steadily, without a flicker. Craddock glanced toward Inspector Bacon, who leaned forward and produced a small enamel compact. Do you recognize this, Miss Crackenthorpe? She took it, examining it briefly. No, it's certainly not mine. You've no idea who it might have belonged to? None. Then I don't think we need to trouble you further for now. Thank you. She offered a brief smile, rose, and left the room. Again, he might have imagined it, but Craddock thought her departure seemed a touch hurried, as if propelled by a sense of relief. Thinks she knows something? Bacon asked. Inspector Craddock replied with a rueful smile. At a certain point, you start to suspect everyone knows a little more than they're willing to share. They usually do, Bacon agreed, drawing on his experience. Though quite often, it's unrelated to the matter at hand, some family secret or foolish misstep people fear will come to light. True enough. Well, at least, whatever Craddock intended to say next was cut short as the door burst open and old Mr. Crackenthorpe shuffled in, bristling with indignation. A fine state of affairs, he declared. Things have come to a pretty pass when Scotland Yard arrives and doesn't bother to speak to the head of the household first. Who's in charge here, I'd like to know? Answer me that? Who's the master? You are, of course, Mr. Crackenthorpe, Craddock said soothingly, rising to his feet. But we understood you had already provided Inspector Bacon with all you knew, and given your health, we didn't wish to impose. Dr. Quimper advised. I dare say, I'm not a well man. As for Dr. Quimper, he's a fussy old nanny, perfectly competent, understands my condition, but insists on wrapping me in cotton wool. Absolutely obsessed with my diet. He started in on me again around Christmas, right after I'd had a bit of a spell. What had I eaten? When did I eat it? Who cooked the thing? Who brought it to me? Nothing but fuss and bother. But let me tell you, even if my health isn't what it used to be, I'm still fit enough to lend a hand where I can. Murder under my own roof, or at least in my own barn. That's an interesting old structure, by the way. Pure Elizabethan. There's a local fellow who claims it isn't, but he hasn't the faintest idea what he's talking about. I'd date it no later than 1580, but never mind all that. What is it you want from me? What's your latest idea? It's a bit early for theories, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Right now we're still trying to identify the woman. You said she was foreign. We believe so, yes. An enemy agent, then? That seems unlikely. Seems unlikely to you, does it? They're everywhere these days, slipping in unnoticed. I can't for the life of me understand why the Home Office lets them in. My guess? She was spying on industrial secrets. That's what she was up to. Here in Brackhampton? Factories all over the place. There's one right outside my back gate. Craddock glanced toward Bacon, who filled in quietly, metal boxes. And how do we know that's what they're really making? Crackenthorpe scoffed. You can't swallow everything these people tell you. Fine. If she wasn't a spy, then who was she? Mixed up with one of my sons, I suppose. If it was anyone, it would be Alfred. Not Harold, he's too cautious, and Cedric can't be bothered to live in this country. So there you have it. She was Alfred's little fling. Some jealous brute followed her down here thinking she was coming to meet him and finished her off. How does that sound? Inspector Craddock replied tactfully that it was one possibility. But, he added, Mr. Alfred Crackenthorpe hadn't recognized her. Rubbish. He was scared. That's all. Alfred was always a coward. And a liar. Don't forget he could lie with a straight face. None of my boys are worth much. Just a bunch of vultures waiting around for me to die. That's their real occupation. He gave a dry chuckle. Well, they can keep waiting. I'm not dying to oblige them. Now, if that's all, I'm tired. I need to rest. He shuffled out of the room. Once he was gone, Bacon said thoughtfully, Alfred's fling? If you ask me, the old man just invented that on the spot? He paused, then went on. Personally, I think Alfred is clean enough shady in some ways maybe, but not our man here. Still, I did wonder about that Air Force chap. Brian Eastley. Yes, I've run across a few like him. They're a bit unmoored. Saw too much danger and excitement too young. Now ordinary life feels dull, tame and unsatisfying. In a way, we've handed them a poor deal, though I'm not sure what else could have been done. They're all past and no future, you might say, and that type doesn't mind taking risks. Your average person plays safe out of instinct. It's not so much morals as plain prudence. But these fellows? Fear isn't really in their vocabulary. If Eastley were tangled up with some woman and decided to kill her. He trailed off, lifting a hand helplessly. But why would he want to kill her? And even if he did, why on earth leave her in his father-in-law's sarcophagus? No, if you ask me, none of this family had a thing to do with it. If they had, would they really go to the trouble of dumping the body practically on their own doorstep? Craddock agreed it didn't add up. Anything else you need here? Craddock said no. Bacon suggested heading back to Brackhampton for a cup of tea, but the inspector mentioned he planned to stop and see an old acquaintance instead. Miss Marple, sitting very straight amid a collection of china dogs and souvenirs from Margate, offered Inspector Dermot Craddock an approving smile. "I'm so pleased," she said, "that they put you on the case. I was hoping they would." "When your letter arrived," Craddock told her, "I took it straight to the Assistant Commissioner. As it happened, he just heard from the Brackhampton police asking for our assistance. They had a feeling this wasn't just a local matter. The AC was quite intrigued by what I shared about you. I believe he'd already heard of you from my godfather, Sir Henry." Miss Marple smiled fondly at the mention. "Dear Sir Henry, he had me recount the entire Little Paddocks affair. Shall I tell you what he said next? Only if it's not a breach of confidence." He remarked, "Well, since this appears to be a thoroughly peculiar affair, concocted by a pair of elderly ladies who have, against all odds, proven correct, and since you're already acquainted with one of them, I'm assigning you to the case. So here I am. And now, my dear Miss Marple, where do we begin? This is, as you likely realize, an unofficial visit. I've come without my team. I thought you and I might have a frank, preliminary discussion." Miss Marple's smile was warm. "I am certain," she said, "that no one who knows you only in an official capacity would ever suspect you could be so approachable and looking quite well, I might add. Now, what precisely have you been told?" "I believe I have the full account. Your friend Mrs. McGillicuddy's original statement to the St. Mary Mead police, the ticket collector's corroboration, and the note to the Brackhampton station master. I should note that all proper inquiries were made by the relevant authorities, the railway and the police, yet you undoubtedly outmaneuvered them all through what seems a rather astonishing feat of deduction." "It was not mere deduction," Miss Marple corrected. "I had a significant advantage. I knew Elspeth McGillicuddy, no one else did. With no obvious confirmation of her story, and with no woman reported missing, it was natural for them to dismiss it as the fancy of an older lady, as older ladies are sometimes thought to do, but not Elspeth McGillicuddy." "Not Elspeth McGillicuddy?" the inspector agreed. "I must say I look forward to meeting her. It's a pity she's gone to Ceylon." "We are, by the way, arranging for her to be interviewed there. My own line of reasoning wasn't truly original," Miss Marple continued. "It's all there in Mark Twain, the boy who found the missing horse. He simply imagined where he would go if he were a horse, went there, and found it. So you imagined what you would do if you were a ruthless, cold-blooded killer?" said Craddock, studying Miss Marple's pink-cheeked, fragile appearance with thoughtful amusement. "Really, your mind?" "My nephew Raymond used to call it a sink," Miss Marple agreed with a brisk nod. "But as I often told him, sinks are essential household fixtures and, in fact, quite sanitary. Can you take it a step further? Put yourself in the murderer's position and tell me where he might be now." Miss Marple sighed. "I wish I could. I have no notion, none at all. But he must be someone familiar with Rutherford Hall, either from living there or knowing it intimately." "I concur. But that opens a very wide field. A succession of daily women have worked there. There's the Women's Institute, and before them the ARP wardens. They all know about the long barn, the sarcophagus, and where the key was kept. The entire layout is common local knowledge. Anyone from the area might have considered it a suitable spot for his purpose." "Yes, indeed, I quite understand the difficulties," Craddock said. "We'll make no real progress until we identify the body, and that, too, may prove challenging." "Oh, we'll manage it eventually. We're checking all reported disappearances of a woman matching that age and description. No one stands out as a clear fit. The medical examiner estimates she was about 35, healthy, likely married, and had borne at least one child. Her fur coat was an inexpensive model bought from a London department store. Hundreds of similar coats were sold in the last 3 months, roughly 60% to women with fair hair. No sales clerk recognizes the photograph of the deceased, and it's unlikely any would, especially if the purchase was made just before the holidays. Her wardrobe appeared to consist largely of items from abroad, with Paris being the primary source. There are no British laundry tags. We've been in touch with the authorities in Paris, and they are conducting inquiries on their end. Sooner or later, someone will surely report a missing family member or tenant. It's only a question of time. Was the compact of no assistance? Sadly, no. It's a common variety sold by the dozens along the Rue de Rivoli, quite inexpensive. Incidentally, that should have been handed over to the police immediately, or rather, Miss Islesborough ought to have done so. Miss Marple gave a gentle shake of her head. At that stage, there was no indication a crime had occurred, she reminded him. If a young woman, while practicing her golf swing, happens upon a discarded compact of little value in the rough, is she really expected to dash straight to the authorities? After a brief pause, she added with conviction, I believed it far more sensible to locate the body first. Inspector Craddock couldn't help but be amused. You never had any doubt it would be discovered. I was quite certain. Lucy Ellisborough is an exceptionally capable and clever young woman. I'll say she is. She rather unnerves me with how thoroughly efficient she is. I doubt any man would ever work up the courage to marry her. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. It would require a particular sort of man, naturally. Miss Marple considered this for a moment. How is she managing at Rutherford Hall? From what I can tell, they rely on her completely. Eating right out of her hand, you might say. By the way, they know nothing of her connection to you. We've kept that confidential. She has no current connection to me. She has accomplished what I asked, so she could resign and leave if she wished. Yes. Yet she remains. Any idea why? She hasn't shared her reasons with me. She is a very astute girl. I suspect she has grown interested. In the mystery or in the family? It is possible, Miss Marple replied, that the two are rather difficult to separate. Craddock studied her closely. Do you have something specific in mind? Oh, no, goodness, no. I believe you do. Miss Marple simply shook her head. Dermot Craddock sighed. So all I can do is proceed with my inquiries, as the official jargon goes. A policeman's lot is not a thrilling one. You will achieve results, I am confident. Any further insights for me? More of your inspired intuition? I was considering something like traveling theatrical troupes, Miss Marple said vaguely, moving from town to town, often without strong roots. A young woman in such a circle might easily go unnoticed if she vanished. Yes. There may be something in that. We'll look into that angle carefully. He then asked, What are you smiling about? I was merely thinking, Miss Marple admitted, of Elspeth McGillicuddy's expression when she learns we've found the body. Well, exclaimed Mrs. McGillicuddy, well, I never, for a moment, she was quite speechless. She looked from the polite, pleasant young official who had visited her with his credentials down to the photographs he had presented. That's her, without a doubt, she stated. Yes, that's the poor woman, I must say. I'm relieved you've recovered her remains. No one would believe a word I said. Not the police, nor the railway officials, nor anyone. It is exceedingly frustrating not to be taken seriously. At least no one can claim I didn't do everything in my power. The young man made understanding and appreciative remarks. Where did you say the body was discovered? In a barn on the grounds of a house named Rutherford Hall, just outside Brackhampton. I've never heard of it. However did it end up there, I wonder? The young officer did not answer directly. Jane Marple located it, I presume. One can always trust Jane. The body, the young man referred to his notes, was actually found by a Miss Lucy Islesborough. Never heard of her either, Mrs. McGillicuddy declared. I still believe Jane Marple was involved somehow. In any case, Mrs. McGillicuddy, you positively identify this photograph as the woman you witnessed in the train? Being strangled by a man, she finished firmly. Yes, I do. Can you describe this man for me? He was a tall man, Mrs. McGillicuddy replied, and he was dark-haired. Is that everything? That's all I can say, she admitted. His back was to me the entire time. I never saw his face. Do you believe you would recognize him if you saw him again? How could I possibly? I told you, his back was turned. I never saw his face. Can you estimate his age? Mrs. McGillicuddy thought for a moment. Not precisely. He wasn't. I feel quite certain. A very young man. There was something about his shoulders. They seemed settled, mature, if you understand my meaning. The officer nodded. So, 30 or older. That's as close as you can get. I wasn't really looking at him, you see. All my attention was on her, on that man's hands around her throat and her face, turning that dreadful shade of blue. Honestly, I still have nightmares about it. It must have been a terribly distressing thing to witness, the young man said kindly. He closed his notebook. When do you plan to return to England? Not for another 3 weeks. It isn't necessary for me to stay, is it? He quickly reassured her. Oh, no. There's nothing more you could do here at the moment. Naturally, if we make an arrest, we would be in touch. The matter was left there. Shortly after, a letter arrived for Mrs. McGillicuddy, the handwriting spidery and covered in emphatic underlines. She had no trouble deciphering her old friend's words. Miss Marple had written a wonderfully detailed account of recent events, which Mrs. McGillicuddy read with immense satisfaction. It seemed she and Jane had managed to prove a point to everyone after all. I simply cannot figure you out, Cedric Crackenthorpe declared. He lowered himself onto the crumbling wall of a long-abandoned pigsty and fixed his gaze on Lucy Islesborough. What is it you can't understand, what you're doing in a place like this? I am earning a living. As a maid, he said, his tone dismissive. You are terribly out of date, Lucy replied. A maid indeed. I am a household manager, a domestic specialist, or, as most of my employers put it, an absolute godsend. You cannot possibly enjoy all the tasks involved, cooking, making beds, whirling that vacuum cleaner about, plunging your arms into sinks full of greasy water. Lucy laughed. Perhaps not every single detail, but cooking satisfies a creative urge, and I confess there is a part of me that takes genuine pleasure in restoring order from chaos. I exist in a state of permanent, glorious chaos, said Cedric, and I prefer it that way, he added, almost defiantly. You certainly look the part. My cottage in Ibiza operates on beautifully simple principles. 3 plates, 2 cups, a bed, a table, 2 chairs. Dust coats every surface. There are smears of paint and chips of stone everywhere. I sculpt as well as paint, and I forbid anyone to touch a thing. I will not allow a woman anywhere near the place. In any capacity whatsoever? Lucy asked, a playful glint in her eye. What exactly are you implying? Only that a man of such artistic temperament likely has some form of romantic life. My romantic life, as you so quaintly put it, is my own private affair, Cedric stated with dignity. What I refuse to tolerate is a woman in her tidying up, interfering, bossing capacity. Oh, how I would love to take a run at that cottage of yours, Lucy sighed. It would be the ultimate professional challenge. You will not get the opportunity. No, I suppose not. A few loose bricks tumbled from the pigsty wall. Cedric glanced into its nettle-choked interior. Dear old Bertha, he said, a note of nostalgia in his voice. I remember her well. A sow of the most charming disposition and a remarkably prolific mother, 17 in her final litter, I believe. We used to come here on sunny afternoons and scratch her back with a stick. She adored it. A sudden sharp memory of his own childhood clutter, the organized chaos of his mother's art studio, flashed in Lucy's mind, making her understand his aversion to tidiness in a new, almost sympathetic light. Why has the entire estate been allowed to fall into such a state? She asked. It can't just be because of the war. You'd like to tidy all this up too, I imagine? What an impossibly meddlesome person you are. It's becoming perfectly clear to me why you were the one to stumble upon a body. You probably couldn't leave a sealed sarcophagus undisturbed. He paused, then continued. No, it isn't only the war, it's my father. What's your opinion of him, by the way? I haven't had much time to form one. Don't dodge the question. He's miserly to the core and, in my opinion, more than a little unhinged. Of course, he detests all of us, with the possible exception of Emma. That's all, thanks to my grandfather's will, he explained. Lucy gave him a questioning look. My grandfather was the one who built the fortune with the Crunchies, the Cracker Jacks, and the Cozy Crisps, all those afternoon tea treats. Then, being forward-thinking, he pivoted early to cheesies and canapés, so now we profit enormously from the cocktail party scene. Eventually, my father made it clear he considered himself above Crunchies. He traveled through Italy, the Balkans, and Greece, dabbling in art. My grandfather was annoyed. He concluded my father was neither a businessman nor a particularly good judge of art, correct on both counts, so he left his entire estate in a trust for his grandchildren. Father received the income for life but couldn't touch the principal. Guess what he did? He stopped spending. He came here and started saving. I'd estimate he's now saved up a fortune nearly as large as the one grandfather left. Meanwhile, all of us, Harold, myself, Alfred, and Emma, haven't seen a penny of that inheritance. I'm a penniless painter. Harold went into finance and is now a prominent figure in the city. He's the one with the golden touch, though I've heard whispers lately that he's on shaky financial ground. Alfred, well, within the family, Alfred is often referred to as Flash Alf. Why, you are full of questions. The short answer is that Alf is our black sheep. He hasn't actually been to prison yet, but he's skirted the edge. He was with the Ministry of Supply during the war, but left rather abruptly under a cloud. After that, there were some shady dealings involving canned fruit and some trouble over eggs. Nothing on a grand scale, just a series of questionable side ventures. Is it wise to tell a stranger all this? Why? Are you with the police? I could be. I doubt it. You were here working hard long before the police took any interest in us, I'd say. He stopped as his sister Emma came through the kitchen garden gate. Hello, Em. You look terribly bothered about something. I am. I need to talk to you, Cedric. I should get back to the house, said Lucy tactfully. Don't go, said Cedric. After a murder, you're practically family. I've really got a lot to do, Lucy insisted. I only came out for some parsley. She made a quick retreat back toward the kitchen. Cedric's eyes followed her. Attractive woman, he remarked. Who is she, really? Oh, she's quite well known, said Emma. She's made a specialty of this sort of work. But never mind Lucy Eelsborough, Cedric. I'm desperately worried. Apparently the police believe the dead woman was a foreigner, possibly French. Cedric, you don't think it could possibly be? Martine? For a moment, Cedric just stared at her as if he didn't understand. Martine? But who on earth? Oh, you mean Martine? Yes, do you think? Why in the world would it be Martine? Well, that telegram she sent was odd when you think about it. It must have been around the same time. Do you think she might have come down here after all and… Don't be ridiculous. Why would Martine come down here and wind up in the long barn? What for? It sounds completely absurd. You don't think I should tell Inspector Bacon, or the other one? Tell him what? Well, about Martine? About her letter. Now, don't go complicating things, sis, by dragging in a bunch of irrelevant details that have nothing to do with this. I was never very convinced about that letter from Martine, anyway. I was. You've always had a talent for believing 6 impossible things before breakfast, old girl. My advice is to sit tight and keep your mouth shut. Let the police identify their precious corpse, and I bet Harold would say the same. Oh, I know Harold would. And Alfred, too, but I'm worried, Cedric. I truly am. I don't know what I ought to do. Nothing, said Cedric firmly. You keep quiet, Emma. Never go halfway to meet trouble. That's always been my motto, Emma. Crackenthorpe murmured to herself with a heavy sigh. She walked slowly back toward the house, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. As she turned into the driveway, she saw Dr. Quimper emerging from the front door and heading for his well-worn Austin. Spotting her, he paused, shut the car door, and came to meet her. Emma, he said warmly, your father's in fine spirits. Honestly, this murder business seems to agree with him. It's given him a new lease on life. I ought to prescribe a good mystery for half my patients. Emma offered a thin, automatic smile. Dr. Quimper, ever observant, caught the strain behind it. Something on your mind? He asked gently. Emma met his gaze, grateful as always for his steady kindness. Over time, he had become far more than her father's physician. He was a true friend she could lean on. His brusque manner didn't fool her. She knew the genuine concern beneath it. Yes, I am worried, she admitted. Feel like talking about it? No pressure if you'd rather not. I'd like to tell you. You know some of it already. The trouble is, I don't know what to do next. I've always found your judgment sound. What's the problem? You may recall I once mentioned my brother, the one who was killed during the war? About his marrying, or planning to marry, a French girl, wasn't it?
That's right. Right after I received his letter, We got the news he was gone. We never heard from the girl, only knew her first name. We always thought she might write or visit someday, but she never did. Not a word, until about a month ago, just before Christmas. I remember. You received a letter.
Yes. She wrote that she was in England and wished to see us. We made arrangements, but at the very last minute she wired to say she'd been called back to France unexpectedly. And now? The police believe the woman who was killed was French, do they? She struck me as more the English type, but it's hard to tell. So you're worried the dead woman might be your brother's sweetheart? Exactly. I think it's highly unlikely, Doctor, Quimper said, then added, but I understand why it preys on your mind. I keep wondering if I ought to tell the police the whole story. Cedric and the others insist it's completely unnecessary. What do you think? Dr. Quimper pressed his lips together, thoughtful for a long moment. Of course, it's simpler to say nothing. I can see why your brothers feel that way still. Yes. He looked at her, a fond twinkle in his eye. I'd go ahead and tell them. You'll fret yourself sick if you don't. I know how you are. Emma flushed slightly. Maybe I'm being foolish. You do what you feel is right, my dear, and let the rest of the family fend for themselves. I'd trust your judgment over all of theirs any day of the week. Girl, you there, girl? Come in here. Lucy turned, startled. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe was beckoning urgently from a doorway just down the hall. Did you want me, Mr. Crackenthorpe? Less talking. Just come in. Lucy followed his commanding gesture. The old man grasped her arm, drew her inside, and shut the door firmly. Want to show you something? He announced. Lucy glanced around the small, neglected study. Dust lay thick on piles of papers covering the desk, and cobwebs draped the ceiling corners like tattered lace. The air carried the stale, damp scent of a room long closed. Would you like me to clean in here? She asked. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe shook his head vehemently. Certainly not. I keep this room locked. Emma would love to poke around, but I don't allow it. This is my room now, look, see these stones? They're geological specimens. Lucy examined a collection of a dozen or so rock pieces, some polished smooth, others rough and unhewn. How lovely, she said kindly. Fascinating, really. You're absolutely right, he replied, a note of pride creeping into his voice as he picked up a particularly striated piece of quartz, turning it over in his wrinkled hands. Found this one up on the moors years ago, after a long hike in the rain. Almost slipped and broke my ankle for it. They're quite fascinating, and you seem like a bright young woman. I don't share these with just anyone. I'd like to show you a few more pieces. That's very generous, but I really should return to my tasks, with 6 people staying in the house. Consuming every scrap in the pantry. That's all they do when they visit, eat. Not one of them offers to contribute a dime for the groceries. Parasites, the lot of them, all hovering, waiting for me to pass. Well, I have no intention of dying to suit their schedules. I'm far tougher than even Emma realizes. I don't doubt that for a moment. And I'm not nearly as ancient as she pretends. She acts as if I'm some feeble elder, treating me like an invalid. You don't see me as old, do you? Certainly not, Lucy replied. He gave an approving nod. Clever girl. Now, examine this. He gestured toward a large, discolored chart hanging on the wall. Lucy recognized it as a family tree. Portions were inscribed so minutely that a magnifying glass would be needed to read the names. The earliest ancestors, however, were displayed in bold, ornate lettering, adorned with small crowns above the script. Descended from royalty, Mr. Crackenthorpe declared. That's my mother's lineage, not my father's. He was a common sort. A coarse old fellow, never cared for me. I was always a step above him, took after my mother's side. Had a natural appreciation for art and classical sculpture. He couldn't comprehend any of it. The silly old fool. I don't recall my mother. She passed when I was 2, last of her line. The family lost their fortune, and she married my father. But look there, Edward the Confessor, Ethelred the Unready, a whole procession of them. And that was before the Normans ever arrived. Before the Normans, now that means something, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Now, let me show you something else. He led her across the room to a massive piece of dark oak furniture. Lucy felt a twinge of unease at the firm grip of his fingers on her arm. There was clearly nothing frail about old Mr. Crackenthorpe today. See this? It came from Lushington, my mother's family estate. This is Elizabethan. It takes 4 strong men to shift it. Care to guess what I keep inside? Would you like me to show you? I would be very interested, Lucy said politely. Curious, aren't you? All women are. He produced a key from his pocket and unlocked the lower cupboard door. From within, he withdrew a surprisingly modern-looking cash box, which he also unlocked. Take a look here, my dear. Recognize these? He removed a small, paper-wrapped cylinder and peeled back the paper from one end. Gold coins spilled into his palm. Look at these, young lady. Look closely, even touch them. Know what they are. I'll wager you don't, you're too young, sovereigns. That's what they are. Real golden sovereigns, what we used before all these grubby bits of paper currency came along. Worth a great deal more than flimsy paper notes. I started collecting them years ago. I've got other items in this box as well. Plenty of things tucked away in here. All set for what's to come. Emma doesn't know. Nobody knows. This is our secret, understand? Do you know why I'm telling you and showing you this? Why? Because I don't want you to think I'm some worn-out, ailing old man. There's plenty of life left in me yet. My wife has been gone a long time. She was always objecting to something, she was. Didn't care for the names I gave the children. Good, solid Saxon names. Had no interest in that family tree. I never paid her any mind, though. She was a timid creature. Always gave in. Now you've got spirit. A very fine-spirited filly indeed. Let me offer you some advice. Don't waste yourself on some young man. Young men are fools. You need to consider your future. Just you wait. His fingers tightened on Lucy's arm. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. I won't say more than that. Wait, those silly fools think I'll be gone soon. I won't. Wouldn't surprise me if I outlive every last one of them. And then we'll see. Oh yes, then we'll see. Harold has no children. Cedric and Alfred aren't married. Emma will never marry now. She's a bit fond of Quimper, but Quimper would never consider marrying Emma. There's Alexander, of course. Yes, there's Alexander, but, I have a real soft spot for Alexander. Yes, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I am genuinely fond of him. He paused, his brow furrowed in thought before asking, Well, my dear, what do you think? What's your take on all this? Miss E.L. Lisborough. Emma's muffled voice reached them from behind the closed study door. Lucy grasped at the interruption with relief. Miss Crackenthorpe is calling for me. I really should go. Thank you for showing me everything. Remember, our little secret. I won't forget, Lucy promised, and hurried into the hallway, her mind spinning. She wasn't entirely sure if she had just been presented with a tentative marriage proposal or not. Dermot Craddock was slouched comfortably at his desk in his new Scotland Yard office, the telephone receiver cradled between his shoulder and ear as he conversed in passable French. It was merely a notion, you understand, he explained. But it is a notion with definite merit, replied the voice from the Paris prefecture. I have already initiated inquiries in the relevant circles. My contact indicates several promising leads. Unless there is family or a romantic partner, these women can vanish from the radar quite easily. They go on a trip, find a new companion. No one thinks to question it. It is unfortunate the photograph you provided is so challenging for identification. Strangulation. It does nothing for one's looks. Still, we work with what we have. I will review the latest reports now. We may yet discover something. Au revoir, mon cher. As Craddock returned the polite farewell, a note was placed on his desk. It read, Miss Emma Crackenthorpe. To see Detective Inspector Craddock, Rutherford Hall case. He replaced the receiver and instructed the constable, Please show Miss Crackenthorpe in. While he waited, he leaned back, his thoughts turning. His instinct had been correct. Emma Crackenthorpe did know something. It might not be much, but it was something and she had chosen to share it. He rose as she entered, shook her hand, offered her a seat and a cigarette, which she declined. A brief, heavy silence followed. He could see she was searching for the right words. He leaned forward, his tone encouraging. You've come to tell me something, Miss Crackenthorpe? How can I help? You've been troubled by something, haven't you? Perhaps a small detail that seems insignificant, but nags at you as possibly connected. You think it might relate to identifying the deceased woman? You believe you know who she was? No, not exactly that. I think it's actually very unlikely. But the possibility worries you. You should tell me. It might help put your mind at ease. Emma was silent for a long moment, gathering her resolve. Then she began. You've met 3 of my brothers. I had another brother, Edmund, who was killed in the war. Just before he died, he wrote to me from France. She opened her handbag and withdrew a fragile, faded letter. She read aloud, I hope this won't come as too much of a shock, Emmy, but I'm getting married to a French girl. It's all happened very fast, but I know you'll come to love Martine. Look after her. If anything happens to me, I'll write with all the details next time. By then, I'll be a married man. Break the news gently to the old man, will you? He'll probably hit the roof. Inspector Craddock extended his hand. After a slight hesitation, Emma passed him the letter. She continued, speaking quickly now. We received a telegram just 2 days after this letter arrived, stating Edmund was missing, presumed dead. He was later confirmed killed. It was during the chaos right before Dunkirk, a very confused time. I found no official army record of his marriage, but, as I mentioned, those were chaotic times. I never received any word from the young woman. After the war, I attempted to make inquiries, but I only knew her first name. That region of France had been under German occupation, and without her family name or more details, it was nearly impossible to learn anything. Eventually, I concluded the marriage likely never happened, and the girl had probably married someone else before the war ended, or perhaps she herself did not survive. Inspector Craddock gave a slow nod. Emma continued. So you can imagine my astonishment when, about a month ago, I received a letter signed Martine Krakenthorpe. You have this letter with you? Emma retrieved it from her handbag and passed it to him. Craddock studied it with keen interest. The handwriting was a slanted, educated French script, Dear Miss Krakenthorpe. I hope this letter does not come as too great a shock. I do not know if your brother Edmund ever told you of our marriage. He said he intended to. He was killed only days after our wedding, and then the Germans occupied our village. When the war ended, I chose not to write to you or seek you out, though Edmund had wished me to. By then I had built a new life, and it did not seem necessary. Now, however, circumstances have changed. I write for my son's sake. He is your brother's child, and I can no longer provide him with the opportunities he deserves. I will be coming to England early next week. Might I visit you? You may write to me at 126 Elvers Crescent, Flat 10. I hope again this is not a terrible shock to you. With my sincere regards. Martine Krakenthorpe. Craddock was quiet for a moment, carefully rereading the letter before handing it back.
What action did you take upon receiving this, Miss Krakenthorpe?
My brother-in-law, Brian Eastley, was staying with me at the time, and I discussed it with him. Then I telephoned my brother Harold in London for his advice. Harold was quite skeptical about the entire matter and urged extreme caution. He insisted we must thoroughly verify this woman's story before proceeding. Emma paused briefly before continuing. Naturally, that was sensible, and I agreed. But if this woman truly was the Martine Edmund had written about, I felt we had a duty to welcome her. I wrote to the address she provided, inviting her to come to Rutherford Hall to meet the family. Several days later, I received a telegram from London stating, very sorry, forced to return to France unexpectedly. Martine, after that, there was no further communication. When did all this occur? Craddock asked. Emma thought for a moment. It was just before the Christmas holidays. I had hoped she might spend Christmas with us, but my father was adamantly opposed, so I suggested she visit the weekend after Christmas when the family would still be gathered. The telegram saying she was returning to France arrived a few days before Christmas itself. And you believe the woman found in the sarcophagus could be this Martine? No, of course I don't think that, Emma said quickly, though her voice grew uncertain. But when you said she was likely a foreigner, I couldn't help but wonder if there might be a connection, however remote. Her words trailed off. Craddock responded with deliberate reassurance. You were absolutely right to tell me. We will look into it. In all likelihood, the woman who wrote to you did return to France and is perfectly safe there now. However, you've been very perceptive to note the coincidence in timing. As you heard at the inquest, the police surgeon placed the time of death at approximately 3 to 4 weeks ago. Please don't trouble yourself over it, Miss Crackenthorpe. Leave the matter with us. He then added, as if it were an afterthought, You consulted Mr. Harold Crackenthorpe, you said? I had to inform my father, naturally. He became quite agitated, she said with a slight smile. He was certain it was a scheme to extract money from us. My father has a tendency to become very animated about financial matters. He insists, or perhaps just acts as if he believes that he is practically destitute and must hoard every single cent. I think sometimes older people develop these kinds of fixed ideas. It's nonsense, of course. He has a substantial income and hardly spends a quarter of it, or at least he didn't, before these modern times with such high taxes. He undoubtedly has a significant amount saved. She paused briefly before continuing. I also told my other 2 brothers. Alfred treated it almost as a joke, though he also felt it was most likely a fraud. Cedric simply wasn't interested. He can be rather self-absorbed. Our plan was for the family to meet Martine, and we intended to have our lawyer, Mr. Wimborne, present as well. What was Mr. Wimborne's opinion on all this? We hadn't reached the point of discussing it with him. We were just about to when Martine's telegram arrived. Have you done anything else since then? Yes. I wrote to the London address with "please forward" on the envelope, but I haven't received any kind of response. Rather odd. He gave her a penetrating look. What do you personally believe? I'm not sure what to believe. What was your initial feeling? Did the letter seem authentic to you? Or did you side with your father and brothers? And your brother-in-law, by the way. What did he think? Oh, Brian was convinced the letter was real. And you? I wasn't certain. And how would you have felt if this young woman truly was your brother Edmund's widow? Emma's expression softened. I was very fond of Edmund. He was my favorite brother. The letter read exactly like something a girl like Martine would write in that situation. The sequence of events she described felt completely believable. I imagined that by the war's end she might have remarried or found someone else to look after her and the child. Then perhaps that man passed away or left her, and it finally seemed right to reach out to Edmund's family, just as he had wanted her to do. The letter struck me as sincere and natural, but Harold rightly pointed out that if it were written by an impostor, it would be by someone who had known Martine and possessed all the facts, making it entirely plausible. I had to acknowledge the logic in that, yet still, she trailed off. You wanted it to be true, didn't you? Craddock said gently. She looked at him with gratitude. Yes, I wanted it to be true. I would have been so happy if Edmund had left a son. Craddock nodded. As you say, the letter appears genuine on the surface. What's puzzling is what happened next. Martine Crackenthorpe's sudden departure for Paris and the complete silence since. You replied kindly and were ready to welcome her. Even if she had to return to France, why wouldn't she write again? That is, assuming she was the real person. If she was a fraud, of course, it's much easier to explain. I wondered if perhaps you had consulted Mr. Wimborne, and his inquiries might have frightened her off. You tell me that didn't happen? But it's still possible one of your brothers took similar action. It's possible this Martine had a past that wouldn't withstand scrutiny. She may have expected to deal only with Edmund's sympathetic sister, not with shrewd, skeptical businessmen. She might have hoped to obtain money from you for the child, hardly a child now, a boy of 15 or 16, without too many questions being asked. Instead, she found herself facing something entirely different. I should think there would be some serious legal implications. If Edmund Crackenthorpe had a legitimate son, he would be considered an heir to your grandfather's estate, wouldn't he? Emma agreed. From what I understand, he would eventually inherit Rutherford Hall and the surrounding property, which is likely quite valuable as potential building land these days. She looked momentarily surprised. I hadn't considered that aspect. Inspector Craddock offered reassurance. You did the correct thing by informing me. I'll look into it, but it's most likely that the woman who sent that letter, probably attempting some sort of fraud, has no connection to the deceased found on the property. Emma stood, visibly relieved. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time. Craddock saw her out and then summoned Detective Sergeant Wetherall. Bob, head to 126 Elvers Crescent, apartment 10. Take the photographs of the woman from Rutherford Hall. Inquire about a resident or someone collecting mail under the name Mrs. Martine Crackenthorpe, focusing on the period from around mid-December onward. With the assignment given, Craddock turned to the paperwork on his desk. Later, he visited a contact in the theater business, but the trip yielded little. Returning to the office, he found a telegram from Paris waiting. The description provided could match Anna Stravinska of the Mariinsky Ballet. Suggest you come over. Dessen, Prefecture. A weight seemed to lift from Craddock's shoulders. Finally, a solid lead. Perhaps this would put the whole Martine Crackenthorpe speculation to rest. He made arrangements to take the night ferry from London. "It is so very gracious of you to invite me, Miss Marple," said to Emma Crackenthorpe. She appeared the picture of a gentle, elderly woman, all soft wool and gentle smiles. Her gaze swept the drawing room, taking in Harold Crackenthorpe in his immaculate suit, Alfred presenting a plate of sandwiches with practiced charm, and Cedric leaning against the fireplace in a worn jacket, his expression a silent critique of the gathering. "We're delighted you could join us," Emma replied courteously. Her polite tone gave no hint of the heated discussion that had occurred earlier when she remembered, "Oh dear, I completely forgot. I told Miss Islesborough her aunt could visit for tea today." "Cancel it," Harold had said bluntly. "We have important family matters to discuss. We don't need an outsider here," Alfred suggested. "Have her take tea in the kitchen with the housekeeper, then?" Emma was firm. "I couldn't possibly do that. It would be terribly impolite." Cedric, however, was amused by the idea. "Oh, let her come. We might learn a thing or two about the fascinating Lucy. I must say I'm curious about that young woman." "She seems a bit too clever for my liking," Harold interjected. "She comes from a good family. I made certain of it. One has to be careful, especially after she was the one to discover the body." Alfred sighed in frustration. "If we only knew who that wretched woman was." Harold turned a stern look on Emma. "I must say, Emma, it was unwise to suggest to the police that the deceased could be Edmund's old flame. It only encourages them to think she came here and that one of us might be involved." "Now, Harold, that's an overstatement," Emma protested. "Alfred sided with his brother." "He's right. What were you thinking? I feel as though I have a police detective following me everywhere I go." Cedric shrugged. "I told her not to mention it. Dr. Quimper was the one who encouraged her." Harold's irritation flared. Quimper should mind his own business and stick to prescribing tonics. Emma, weary of the bickering, had finally said, "Please, let's not argue. Honestly, I'm rather glad this elderly Miss Marple is coming. It will be a distraction. Having a visitor will be a welcome distraction for all of us, and it will stop us from endlessly rehashing the same old topics. I should go and make myself a bit more presentable." She exited, leaving the brothers in a thoughtful silence. "This Lucy Islesborough," Harold began, then paused. "Cedric has a point. It is peculiar that she would poke around in the barn and take it upon herself to open a sarcophagus, a truly Herculean effort. Her demeanor at lunch struck me as rather confrontational. Perhaps we should be cautious." "Let me handle her," Alfred said firmly. "I'll discover quickly enough if she's playing some sort of game." "But what was her motive for opening that thing in the first place?" Harold pressed. Cedric offered a more dramatic theory. "Maybe she isn't actually Lucy Islesborough at all. Though what the purpose of such a deception would be, I can't imagine." Harold ran a hand through his hair, thoroughly agitated. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" They exchanged uneasy glances. "And now we have this tiresome old woman arriving for tea," Alfred muttered. "Just when we need to concentrate." "We'll discuss everything properly this evening," Alfred decided. "For now, we can try to glean some information about Lucy from the aunt." Miss Marple was subsequently escorted in by Lucy and settled comfortably by the fireplace. She beamed up at Alfred as he offered her a plate of sandwiches, displaying the warm approval she invariably reserved for a handsome face. "Thank you so much, my dear. Oh, egg and sardine? How lovely. I must confess to a certain greediness at tea time. As one advances in years, you understand, and I only have a very light supper in the evenings. One must be careful." She turned her attention back to her hostess. "What a truly charming home you have, and so many exquisite objects. Those bronzes, for instance, they remind me of some my own father acquired at the Paris exhibition. Did your grandfather collect them? They're in the classical style, so dignified. It must be a great joy having your brothers here. Families are so often scattered to the winds these days. India, though, that's rather passé now, and Africa, the West Coast particularly, has such a trying climate. 2 of my brothers actually live in London, Emma clarified. How convenient for you. My brother Cedric, however, is a painter. He lives in Ibiza, one of the Balearic Islands. Artists do seem drawn to islands, don't they? Miss Marple observed. Chopin, of course, was in Majorca, though he was a musician.
I was thinking more of Gauguin. Such a sad, rather misspent life one feels.
I've never truly appreciated his paintings of native women, and while I know he is greatly admired, all that lurid mustard yellow has quite a bilious effect on me. She cast a mildly disapproving glance in Cedric's direction. Cedric, unfazed, steered the conversation. Do tell us about Lucy as a little girl, Miss Marple. The old lady's face lit up with delight. Lucy was always exceedingly clever, she declared. Yes, you were, dear. No need to be modest. Remarkable with arithmetic. Why, I recall once when the butcher overcharged me for a joint of topside beef. And with that, Miss Marple embarked on a spirited tide of anecdotes, flowing seamlessly from Lucy's childhood exploits to her own vast repository of village tales. This stream of reminiscence was interrupted by the arrival of Brian and the boys, somewhat damp and mud-streaked from their enthusiastic, if messy, search for clues. As the tea things were brought in, they were followed by Dr. Quimper. After being introduced to the elderly guest, the doctor's eyebrows lifted slightly as he surveyed the room. I hope your father isn't feeling poorly, Emma. Oh, no. Well, he was just a bit fatigued this afternoon. Most likely avoiding company, Miss Marple interjected with a knowing, playful smile. It reminds me so of my own dear father. He would say to my mother, have a flock of old tabbies descending? Just send my tea into the study. He was terribly naughty about it. Please don't think. Emma started, but Cedric cut in. It's always tea in the study when his beloved sons visit. Psychologically predictable, wouldn't you say, Doctor? Dr. Quimper, who was applying himself to the sandwiches and coffee cake with the hearty appreciation of a man whose meals are usually rushed, replied between bites, Psychology is perfectly fine when left to the psychologists. The trouble is, nowadays, everyone fancies themselves an amateur analyst. My patients are remarkably self-aware these days, informing me of their own complexes and neuroses before I can even offer a diagnosis. Thank you, Emma. I will take another cup. There simply wasn't a moment for lunch today. I've always considered a doctor's life to be one of noble self-sacrifice, Miss Marple remarked. Then you can't know many doctors, replied Dr. Quimper with a short laugh. Leeches was the old term, and leeches they can still be. At least we are paid reliably now. The state ensures that. No more sending bills to patients who will never settle them. The modern trouble is that everyone is determined to extract every possible service from the government. Consequently, if little Jenny coughs twice after midnight or little Tommy samples a few unripe apples, the poor doctor is summoned from his bed. Ah, well, this is truly glorious cake, Emma. What a talent you have. The credit belongs to Miss Eelsbarrow, not me. You make them just as wonderfully, Quimper said loyally. Shall we go up to see your father now? She stood, and the doctor followed her from the room. Miss Marple watched them go. Miss Crackenthorpe appears to be a most devoted daughter, she observed. I can't fathom how she tolerates the old man, personally, said the blunt Cedric. Harold responded quickly. She has a very comfortable home here, and father is deeply attached to her. Im's perfectly fine, Cedric conceded. Just born to be an old maid. A faint, knowing sparkle appeared in Miss Marple's eye. Oh, do you really think so? My brother did not use the term in any derogatory sense, Miss Marple, Harold interjected hastily. I take no offense, Miss Marple assured him. I merely wondered if his assessment was correct. For myself, I shouldn't say Miss Crackenthorpe is destined for spinsterhood. She strikes me as the sort who might marry rather later in life and make a thorough success of it. Not terribly likely while she's buried here, Cedric argued. She never meets anyone suitable to marry. Miss Marple's twinkle became more pronounced. Well, there are always clergymen and doctors. Her gentle, mischievous gaze traveled between the brothers, clearly introducing a thought they had never entertained and did not find particularly pleasing. Miss Marple rose to her feet, managing to drop several woolen scarves and her handbag in the process. The three brothers were immediately attentive, gathering her belongings. "So very kind of you," she chimed. "Oh, yes, and my little blue muffler, thank you. As I was saying, it was so kind to invite me. I've been picturing your home, you see, so I can properly visualize dear Lucy working here." "Perfect domestic conditions with a side of murder," Cedric quipped. "Cedric?" Harold's voice was sharp with anger. Miss Marple merely smiled up at Cedric. "You remind me so much of young Thomas Ede, our bank manager's son, always so eager to shock people." That tendency didn't suit banking circles, of course, so he went off to the West Indies. He returned when his father passed away and inherited a considerable sum. Very fortunate for him. He was always rather better at spending money than at earning it. Lucy drove Miss Marple home. On her return journey, as she was about to turn into the back lane, a figure emerged from the darkness and stood directly in her headlights. He raised a hand, and Lucy recognized Alfred Crackenthorpe. "That's better," he declared, sliding into the passenger seat. "It's bitterly cold out. I had the notion a brisk walk would be invigorating. I was mistaken. Did you get the old lady home safely?" "Yes, she had a lovely time." "One could see that. It's amusing what a taste elderly ladies develop for any society, however tedious, and frankly, nothing could be more tedious than Rutherford Hall. I can endure about 2 days of it. How do you manage, Lucy?" "You don't mind if I call you Lucy?" "Not at all. I don't find it dull, of course. For me, it isn't a permanent arrangement. I've been observing you. You're a clever girl, Lucy. Too clever to waste yourself on cooking and scrubbing floors." "That's kind, but I prefer cooking and cleaning to being chained to an office desk." "So would I. But there are other avenues. You could work as a freelance." "I already do, not in this capacity." Lucy maneuvered the car into the stable yard. "Not ready to commit yourself?" "I'd need to hear more details," she replied. "Frankly, I could really use someone like you," he said. "You have that invaluable manner. It inspires confidence." "Are you asking me to help you sell gold bricks?" she asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Nothing that risky. Just a little creative navigation around the law, nothing more." His hand slid up her arm. "You're a very attractive woman, Lucy. I'd like you as a partner." "I'm flattered. Does that mean no? Just think about it. Think of the fun, the sheer pleasure of outsmarting all those stuffy, rule-bound people. The only real trouble is, a venture like this needs startup capital." "I'm afraid I don't have any," Lucy said.
"Oh, I wasn't asking for a loan. I'll have access to funds before long. My dear old father can't live forever, the miserly old man. When he passes, I'll come into some real money. So what do you say, Lucy? What exactly are the terms?" "Marriage, if you like the idea. Women often seem to, no matter how independent they claim to be. Besides, it's a practical benefit. Married women can't be compelled to testify against their husbands. Now that's less flattering. Come on, Lucy."
"Don't you realize I've fallen for you?" To her own surprise, Lucy felt a strange pull, a fascination. Alfred possessed a certain charm, perhaps a raw animal magnetism. She laughed and slipped out of his encircling arm. "This isn't the time for romance. We have dinner to think about." "So we do, and you're a wonderful cook. What's on the menu tonight?" "You'll have to wait and see. You're as bad as the boys." They entered the house, and Lucy hurried to the kitchen. She was rather surprised to be interrupted in her preparations by Harold Crackenthorpe. "Miss Islesborough, might I have a word with you about something?" "Would later be all right, Mr. Crackenthorpe. I'm running a bit behind." "Certainly, certainly. After dinner, perhaps?" "Yes, that will be fine." Dinner was served and thoroughly enjoyed. After finishing the washing up, Lucy came into the hall to find Harold Crackenthorpe waiting for her. "Yes, Mr. Crackenthorpe?" "Shall we step in here?" He opened the drawing-room door and ushered her inside, closing the door behind them. "I'll be leaving quite early tomorrow," he explained. "But I wanted to tell you how impressed I've been with your capabilities." "Thank you," said Lucy, feeling somewhat surprised. "I believe your talents are being wasted here, definitely wasted." Do you? I don't. Well, at least he can't propose, Lucy thought. He already has a wife. I suggest, he continued, that after you've kindly seen us through this unfortunate family crisis, you call on me in London. If you telephone to make an appointment, I'll leave instructions with my secretary. The truth is, our firm could use someone with your outstanding abilities. We could have a full discussion about where your skills would be best utilized. I can offer you Miss Islesborough, a very attractive salary with excellent prospects for advancement. I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised. His smile was grand and generous. Lucy responded demurely. Thank you, Mr. Crackenthorpe. I'll give it some thought. Don't wait too long. Opportunities like this shouldn't be missed by a young woman determined to make her mark on the world. His teeth flashed in another smile. Good night, Miss Islesborough. Sleep well. Well, Lucy said to herself, well, this is certainly getting interesting. On her way up to bed, Lucy met Cedric on the stairs. Listen, Lucy, there's something I wanted to ask you. Let me guess, you want me to marry you, move to Ibiza, and look after you? Cedric looked utterly taken aback and slightly alarmed. I never even considered such a thing. Sorry, my mistake. I just wanted to know if you have a trained timetable in the house. Is that all? There's one on the hall table. You know, Cedric said with a reproving tone, you really shouldn't walk around assuming every man wants to marry you. You're a decent-looking girl, but not that spectacular. There's a term for that kind of thinking. It festers and only gets worse. Honestly, you'd be the absolute last person on earth I'd ever consider marrying. The very last. Really? Lucy replied. No need to hammer the point home. Maybe you'd like me better as a stepmother? What did you say? Cedric stared at her, completely stunned. You heard me, Lucy said, then stepped into her room and closed the door firmly. 4:50, from Paddington. Chapter 14. Dermot Craddock was sharing a friendly conversation with Armand Desson from the Paris prefecture. The two men had crossed paths a few times before and got along well. Since Craddock spoke French effortlessly, they mostly conversed in that language. It's just a hunch, Desson cautioned him. I have a photo here of the ballet corps. That's her fourth from the left. Does it ring any bells? Inspector Craddock admitted it really didn't. A young woman who'd been strangled isn't easy to identify, especially in a picture where all the dancers wore heavy stage makeup and elaborate feathered headpieces. It's possible, he said. I can't say more than that. Who was she? What do you know? Almost nothing at all, the other man replied cheerfully. She wasn't significant, you see. And the Mariinsky Ballet, it's not important either. It performs in suburban theaters and goes on tour. It has no big names, no stars, no famous ballerinas. But I'll take you to meet Madame Joliette, who runs the company. Madame Joliette was a brisk, businesslike Frenchwoman with a sharp gaze, a faint mustache, and a considerable amount of soft weight. Me, I do not like the police. She scowled at them, making no effort to hide her displeasure at their visit. Whenever they can, they make embarrassments for me. Now, madame, you mustn't say that, said Desson, a tall, thin man with a naturally mournful expression. When have I ever caused you embarrassment? Over that silly girl who drank the carbolic acid, Madame Joliette shot back instantly. All because she fell for the orchestra conductor, who, mind you, doesn't care for women and has other preferences. You made a huge fuss over that. It wasn't good for my beautiful ballet. On the contrary, it was excellent for box office sales, Desson countered. And that was 3 years ago. You shouldn't hold a grudge. Now about this girl, Anna Stravinska. Well, what about her? Madame asked cautiously. Is she Russian? Inspector Craddock inquired. No, not at all. You think so because of the name? But these girls all pick fancy names like that? She wasn't important. She didn't dance particularly well, and she wasn't especially pretty. She was passable, that's all. Adequate for the corps de ballet, but never solo material. Was she French? Perhaps. She had a French passport. But she mentioned to me once that she had an English husband. She told you she had an English husband? Alive or dead? Madame Joliette shrugged. Dead, or he left her. How should I know? With these girls, there's always some drama with a man. When did you last see her? I took my company to England for 6 weeks. We performed in Torquay, Bournemouth, Eastbourne, somewhere else I can't recall, and Hammersmith. Then we returned to France, but Anna, she didn't come back. She just sent word that she was leaving the company, that she was going to live with her husband's family, or some such nonsense. I didn't believe it myself. I thought it more likely she'd met some man, you understand? Inspector Craddock nodded. He gathered that would always be Madame Joliet's first assumption. And it was no loss to me. I didn't mind. I can find plenty of girls just as good or better to come dance. So I shrugged it off and didn't think about it again. Why would I? They're all the same, these girls, crazy over men. What date was this? When we came back to France? It was, yes, the Sunday before Christmas. Anna left 2 or perhaps 3 days before that. I can't recall precisely. But by the end of the week at Hammersmith, we had to perform without her, which meant reorganizing everything. It was terribly inconsiderate of her, but these girls, the instant they meet a man, they're all alike. I told everyone, enough, I won't take her back, that one. Very inconvenient for you. Me, I don't mind. No doubt she spent the Christmas holiday with some man she picked up. It's not my concern. I can find other girls. Girls who would jump at the chance to dance with the Ballet Marinsky and who can dance just as well, if not better, than Anna. Madame Joliet paused, then asked with a sudden spark of curiosity, "Why are you looking for her? Did she inherit money?" "Quite the opposite," Inspector Craddock replied courteously. "We believe she may have been murdered." Madame Joliet settled back into indifference. "It's possible. Such things happen. Well, she was a good Catholic. She attended Mass on Sundays, and confession, no doubt. Did she ever mention a son to you, madame?" "A son? You mean she had a child?" "That I would find most unlikely. These girls, all of them, know a useful address to visit. Monsieur de Sun is as aware of that as I am." "She might have had a child before she began stage life," Craddock suggested. "During the war, for instance." "Ah, during the war! That is always possible. But if so, I know nothing about it. Who among the other girls were her closest friends? I can give you 2 or 3 names, but she wasn't particularly close with anyone. They gained nothing more useful from Madame Joliet. Shown the compact, she said. Anna owned one like it. But so did most of the other girls. Anna might have bought a fur coat in London. She didn't know. Me, I am occupied with rehearsals, with stage lighting, with all the challenges of my profession. I have no time to notice what my artists wear. After Madame Joliet, they spoke with the girls whose names she had provided. 1 or 2 had known Anna fairly well, but they all agreed she wasn't one to talk much about herself, and when she did, it was, as one girl put it, mostly lies. She liked to pretend stories about being the mistress of a Grand Duke or a wealthy English financier, or how she worked for the resistance during the war. There was even a tale about being a film star in Hollywood. Another girl added, "I think she actually led a very ordinary middle-class life. She liked ballet because she thought it was romantic, but she wasn't a strong dancer. You understand? If she said, 'My father was a shopkeeper in Amiens,' that wouldn't be romantic. So instead, she invented things. Even in London," the first girl continued, "she hinted about a very rich man who was going to take her on a world cruise because she reminded him of his daughter who died in a car accident. What nonsense! She told me she was going to stay with a wealthy lord in Scotland," said the second girl. "She said she would hunt deer there. None of this proved helpful. All that emerged was that Anna Stravinska was a skilled liar. She certainly wasn't hunting deer with a pier in Scotland, and it seemed equally improbable she was on the sun deck of a liner sailing the globe. Yet there was also no solid reason to believe her body had been discovered in a sarcophagus at Rutherford Hall. The identification by the girls and Madame Joliet was vague and hesitant. It looked somewhat like Anna, they conceded. But honestly, all swollen up, it could be anyone. The only established facts were that on December 19th, Anna Stravinska had decided not to return to France, and on December 20th, a woman resembling her had traveled to Brackhampton on the 4:33 train and had been strangled. If the woman in the sarcophagus wasn't Anna Stravinska, where was Anna now? Madame Joliet's response was straightforward and, in all likelihood, accurate. "With a man," she had declared. Craddock, reflecting on it, found the conclusion both frustrating and probable. There was, however, another thread to pull, sparked by the offhand comment that Anna had once mentioned an English husband. Could that husband have been Edmund Crackenthorpe? It seemed a stretch, given the portrait others had painted of Anna. A more plausible scenario was that Anna had been close enough to the girl called Martine to learn the intimate details of her life. Perhaps it was Anna who had penned that unsettling letter to Emma Crackenthorpe. If so, the sudden police interest would have been more than enough to send her into a panic, prompting her to vanish from the Ballet Mariinsky overnight. So, where was she now? The answer, once again, circled back to Madame Joliet's worldly wise verdict. With a man. Before departing Paris, Craddock and Inspector Desson turned their attention to the elusive Martine. Desson concurred that this wartime romance was likely a separate thread from the body in the sarcophagus, yet it demanded follow-up. He promised the charrette would scour what records survived from the chaotic period just before Dunkirk, searching for a marriage between Lieutenant Edmund Crackenthorpe and a French girl named Martine. He offered a grim, Gallic shrug of warning, however. The region had been overrun by German forces and later ravaged during the invasion, with countless documents turned to ash. "But we shall endeavor, my friend," Desson assured him as they parted ways. Back in London, Sergeant Weatherall awaited with the dismal news Craddock had half expected. The address from the letter, 126 Elvers Crescent, was merely a respectable accommodation service, frequented by students and transients. No one recalled a woman matching the photograph collecting mail. A citywide hotel check for anyone registered as Martine Crackenthorpe had drawn a blank. Following the Paris lead, they had traced Anna Stravinska to a shabby theatrical lodging off Brook Green, from which she had vanished after her performance on the 19th. She had simply walked out into the night, leaving no trail. Feeling the investigation stagnate, Craddock decided to tug on a different, more established string. He secured an appointment with the family solicitor, Mr. Wimborne of Wimborne, Henderson, and Carstairs. He was shown into a stifling office that smelled of dust and old parchment. Deed boxes with faded aristocratic names lined the walls, guardians of secrets both ancient and current. Wimborne himself sat behind a massive desk, his expression one of polite but distinct apprehension. Craddock slid the letter across the polished wood. Wimborne glanced at it, his lips tightening almost imperceptibly. "Yes," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Miss Emma Crackenthorpe wrote to me. She informed me of her visit to Scotland Yard and the subsequent developments." The distaste in his tone was palpable, as if the very paper carried a contagion of scandal. "I must confess, I am utterly perplexed, completely at a loss as to why I was not brought into the discussion regarding this letter upon its arrival. It is most irregular. I should have been notified without delay." Inspector Craddock offered a series of calming, predictable assurances designed to settle Mr. Wimborne into a more cooperative state of mind. "I had absolutely no notion there was ever any question of Edmund having married," Mr. Wimborne continued, his tone distinctly aggrieved. Inspector Craddock suggested somewhat vaguely that wartime circumstances might explain things, allowing his sentence to drift off. "Wartime," Mr. Wimborne snapped with sharp irritation. "Precisely. We were situated in Lincoln's Inn Fields at the outbreak, and a bomb scored a direct hit on the adjacent building. A significant portion of our records was destroyed. Not the vital documents, naturally. Those had been relocated to the countryside for safekeeping, but it created an immense muddle. The Crackenthorpe affairs were under my father's purview then. He passed away 6 years ago. It's possible he was informed of this alleged marriage of Edmund's, but judging superficially, it appears that even if such a union was planned, it never actually occurred. Therefore, my father likely dismissed the entire account as inconsequential. I must say, the whole affair strikes me as decidedly dubious. Emerging after all these years to claim a marriage and a legitimate heir, it reeks of opportunism. What evidence did she possess, I'd like to know?" "Exactly," Craddock agreed. "What would her legal standing be, or her son's? The presumption, I imagine, was that she could pressure the Crackenthorpe family to provide for her and the boy." "Yes, but in strict legal terms," Craddock pressed, "what would she and the son be entitled to if she could substantiate the claim?" "Ah, I see." Mr. Wimborne retrieved his spectacles, which he had discarded in his annoyance, and settled them on his nose, peering at Inspector Craddock with acute focus. Well, presently, nothing. However, if she could demonstrate that the boy was Edmund Crackenthorpe's son, born within a lawful marriage, then the boy would be entitled to his portion of Josiah Crackenthorpe's trust upon Luther Crackenthorpe's death. More significantly, he would inherit Rutherford Hall, being the son of the eldest son. Would anyone actually desire to inherit that house? To reside in? I should think not, but that estate, Inspector, is worth a substantial fortune, a very substantial one. Land zoned for industrial and residential development parcels that now lie in the very heart of Brackhampton? Oh yes, it is a most considerable inheritance. If Luther Crackenthorpe dies, I believe you mentioned Cedric is next in line? He inherits the real property, yes, as the eldest surviving son. I've been led to understand that Cedric Crackenthorpe has little interest in financial matters. Mr. Wimborne fixed Craddock with a chilly stare. Indeed? Personally, I am inclined to treat such proclamations with a healthy dose of skepticism. There may exist certain ethereal souls indifferent to wealth, but I confess I have never encountered one. Mr. Wimborne clearly derived a quiet satisfaction from this observation. Seizing upon this slight brightening of mood, Inspector Craddock ventured further. Harold and Alfred Crackenthorpe, he noted, appeared quite agitated by the arrival of this letter. And well they might be, said Mr. Wimborne.
Well, they might.
It would diminish their eventual inheritance, undoubtedly. Edmund Crackenthorpe's son, assuming one exists, would be entitled to a 1/5 share of the trust funds. That doesn't seem an overwhelmingly severe reduction, does it? Mr. Wimborne shot him a knowing look. It constitutes a wholly inadequate motive for murder, if that is your implication? Though I gather both gentlemen are frequently in rather strained financial circumstances, Craddock murmured innocently. He met Mr. Wimborne's sharp gaze with blank composure. Oh, so the police have been conducting inquiries? Yes, Alfred is perpetually skating on thin ice financially. Occasionally he comes into a flush of money for a brief period, but it vanishes with remarkable speed. Harold, as you've likely gathered, is currently in a rather delicate financial position. Despite that outward show of wealth, pure illusion. It's all a front. So many of these city enterprises are barely keeping their heads above water. A balance sheet can be made to look perfectly healthy to someone who doesn't know what to look for, but when the listed assets are shaky, when they're teetering on the edge of collapse, what have you really got? What you have, I imagine, is Harold Crackenthorpe, desperately in need of cash. Well, he wouldn't have gotten it by strangling his late brother's widow, Mr. Wimborne replied dryly. And since nobody has murdered Luther Crackenthorpe, the only murder that would actually benefit the family financially, I must confess, Inspector, I'm struggling to follow your line of thinking. The frustrating truth Inspector Craddock had to admit to himself was that he wasn't entirely sure where it was leading either. 450 from Paddington, Chapter 1, Mrs. McGillicuddy hurried as best she could along the platform, trying to keep up with the long-legged porter who was striding ahead with her suitcase. Short and somewhat round, and further encumbered by an armload of parcels from a long day of Christmas shopping, she was no match for his pace. He disappeared around the bend at the platform's end, while she was still midway down. Platform 1 was relatively clear, a train having recently departed, but the vast concourse beyond was a chaos of rushing commuters. They streamed toward and from the underground, the left luggage counters, the tea rooms, the inquiry desks, and the giant departure boards, all funneling through the two main gateways to the city outside. Jostled by the crowd, Mrs. McGillicuddy finally reached the entrance to Platform 3. She set down her heaviest parcel to rummage in her handbag for the ticket required to pass the stern, uniformed attendant at the gate. Just then, a loud, somewhat cultured voice erupted from the speakers above. The train now standing at Platform 3, it declared, is the 450 service for Brackhampton, Milchester, Waverton, Carville Junction, Wroxeter, and all stations to Chadmouth. Passengers for Brackhampton and Milchester should board at the rear of the train. Passengers for Vanaquay change at Wroxeter. The voice ceased with a definitive click, immediately launching into an announcement for the 4:33 arrival from Birmingham on Platform 9. Mrs. McGillicuddy located her ticket and presented it. The attendant clipped it, muttering, right-hand side toward the rear. She made her way up the platform and found her porter, who looked profoundly bored, standing beside a third-class carriage. "This is you, ma'am. I have a first-class ticket," Mrs. McGillicuddy stated. The porter gave a grumble. "You didn't mention it." His glance swept over her practical masculine-style tweed coat with clear skepticism. Though certain she had told him, Mrs. McGillicuddy was too winded to argue. The porter retrieved the suitcase and marched it to the next coach, where she was installed in a blessedly empty compartment. The 450 was not a popular choice for first-class travelers who preferred either the faster morning express or the later dining car service. She handed the porter his tip, which he accepted with a look of profound disappointment, clearly deeming it more appropriate for third-class service. Mrs. McGillicuddy, while willing to pay for comfort after an overnight journey from the north and a hectic shopping day, was never an excessive tipper. With a sigh of relief, she settled back into the plush seat and opened a magazine. 5 minutes later, whistles blew and the train pulled smoothly from the station. The magazine slipped from her hands, her head tilted to the side, and within minutes she was sound asleep. She slept deeply for over half an hour, waking feeling remarkably restored. Adjusting her hat, which had tilted to one side, Mrs. McGillicuddy straightened up and peered out the window at the landscape rushing past. Night had fallen on this gloomy, fog-laden December afternoon, with Christmas merely 5 days away. The city had been shrouded in a damp, dismal haze, and the countryside offered little relief save for the occasional cheerful clusters of light as the train sped through towns and stations. An attendant slid the corridor door open and announced, "Last call for tea." Having already enjoyed tea at a large department store, Mrs. McGillicuddy felt quite content. As the attendant moved down the corridor with his repetitive call, she glanced up at the luggage rack with a sense of accomplishment. The face towels were a wonderful bargain and exactly what Margaret desired. The space gun for Robbie and the stuffed rabbit for Jean were perfect choices, and that evening jacket was precisely what she needed, warm yet stylish. Even the pullover for Hector was a sound purchase. Her thoughts lingered with satisfaction on the wisdom of her selections. Her gaze returned to the window just as a train going the opposite direction roared past with a piercing screech, rattling the windows and startling her. Her own train clattered over some rail points, passed through a station, and then began to slow abruptly, likely due to a signal. It crept along for several minutes, came to a complete stop, and then gradually started forward again. Another train heading up the line passed them, though with less fury than the first. As her train picked up speed once more, another downline train curved inward toward them with a momentarily alarming closeness. For a stretch, the two trains ran side by side, one occasionally nudging ahead of the other. Mrs. McGillicuddy looked from her window across the short gap into the parallel carriages. While most shades were drawn, she could sometimes see the passengers inside. The other train seemed sparsely occupied with many empty compartments. In the strange suspended moment when both trains appeared almost motionless, a window blind in one of the carriages snapped up suddenly. Mrs. McGillicuddy found herself staring directly into a lighted first-class carriage only a few feet away. What she saw made her gasp and half rise from her seat. A man stood with his back to the window, his hands clenched around the throat of a woman facing him. He was squeezing the life from her, slowly and relentlessly. The woman's eyes were bulging, her face a terrifying shade of purple and swollen. Mrs. McGillicuddy watched, frozen. As the final moment came, the woman's body went limp and collapsed in the man's grasp. At that exact instant, Mrs. McGillicuddy's train slowed again, and the other train began to pull ahead. It moved forward, and within seconds had disappeared from view. Almost without thinking, her hand went to the communication cord, but then she hesitated. What good would pulling the cord on her own train do? The sheer horror of witnessing such a scene at such close range, under such bizarre circumstances, left her feeling numb and paralyzed. Some immediate action was essential, but what? The compartment door slid open, and a ticket collector appeared. "Ticket, please," he said. Mrs. McGillicuddy turned to him urgently. "A woman has been strangled," she declared. "On a train that just passed." "I saw it." The ticket collector looked at her with skepticism. "I beg your pardon, madam." "A man was strangling a woman in a train, I saw it. Right through there?" She pointed emphatically at the window. The ticket collector's expression grew deeply doubtful. Strangled? He asked, his tone disbelieving. Yes, strangled. I'm telling you, I saw it. You must do something immediately. The ticket collector gave an apologetic cough.
You don't think, madam, that you might have dozed off and, well?
He trailed off tactfully. I did doze earlier, Mrs. McGillicuddy retorted firmly. But if you believe this was some dream, you are completely mistaken. I saw it, I tell you. The conductor's gaze fell to the open magazine on the seat beside her. The visible page depicted a dramatic scene. A woman in the throes of being strangled while a man with a pistol loomed in a doorway. He adopted a soothing tone. Madam, isn't it possible you were engrossed in a thrilling story, nodded off for a moment, and woke up feeling a bit disoriented? Mrs. McGillicuddy cut him off. I was as awake as you are right now. I looked directly from my window into the window of the other train, and a man was strangling a woman. My question is, what do you intend to do about it? Well, madam, I assume you're going to do something. With a reluctant sigh, the conductor checked his watch. We'll be pulling into Brackhampton in 7 minutes. I'll report what you've told me. Which way was the other train moving? The same direction as ours, obviously. Do you think I could have seen such detail if it had been speeding past the other way? For a fleeting moment, she wondered if the man in the other window had seen her too, a silent, horrified witness frozen in her seat. The conductor maintained his polite demeanor, though his expression suggested he believed Mrs. McGillicuddy was entirely capable of imagining spectacles wherever her fancy wandered. You have my word, madam. I will pass along your statement. May I have your name and address just for the record? She provided both her temporary local address and her permanent one in Scotland, which he dutifully noted. He then withdrew, exuding the air of a man who had successfully discharged his duty toward a difficult passenger. Mrs. McGillicuddy frowned, feeling profoundly unsatisfied. Would he actually report it? Or was he merely pacifying her? She supposed there were plenty of women of a certain age traveling about, utterly convinced they'd uncovered espionage rings, were in mortal peril, or had witnessed impossible crimes. What if he dismissed her as one of those? The train was now slowing, clattering over switches and into the bright lights of the town. Acting on a sudden impulse, Mrs. McGillicuddy opened her handbag. She found a receipted bill, turned it over, and scribbled a hurried note with her ballpoint pen. She sealed it in a spare envelope she fortunately had, addressed it firmly, and stuck it down. As the train eased into the crowded platform, the station's echoing voice announced arrivals and departures from Milchester, Waverton, and Wroxeter. She scanned the platform anxiously. So many people, so few porters. Then she spotted one. Porter, please deliver this to the stationmaster's office immediately. She handed him the envelope along with his shilling, then sank back into her seat. Well, she had done all she could. A twinge of regret touched her about the shilling. 6 pence would have been perfectly sufficient. Her mind returned, unbidden, to the awful tableau. A shiver ran through her. She was a woman of sturdy nerves, but the vision was chilling. What a bizarre, utterly fantastic thing to happen to her, Elspeth McGillicuddy. If the window blind in that other compartment hadn't snapped up at that precise instant, but that, she decided with sudden conviction, was no accident. It was Providence. Providence had decreed that she should see that crime. Her lips set into a grim line. Amid shouted goodbyes and slamming doors, the 5:38 departed Brackhampton. An hour and 5 minutes later, it halted at Milchester. Mrs. McGillicuddy gathered her suitcase and parcels and stepped onto the platform. She peered up and down its length. Her earlier assessment was confirmed, a dire shortage of porters. The few in sight were preoccupied with mail sacks and luggage vans, leaving passengers to fend for themselves. These days it seemed passengers were just supposed to manage their own luggage, but with her suitcase, umbrella, and an armful of parcels, Mrs. McGillicuddy simply couldn't manage. She had no choice but to wait. Eventually, she managed to flag down a porter. "Taxi, madam?" "I believe there will be a car waiting for me," she replied. Just outside Milchester Station, a taxi driver who had been keeping a close watch on the arrivals stepped forward. His voice carried the soft, familiar lilt of the local area. "Mrs. McGillicuddy? Bound for St. Mary Mead?" She confirmed she was indeed the person he was looking for. The porter was paid off, the tip being fair if not generous. Soon the car carrying Mrs. McGillicuddy and her belongings was winding its way through the darkness. The journey covered 9 miles, and she sat rigidly upright the entire time, her nerves too frayed to allow for relaxation. She was bursting to share what she had witnessed. Finally, the taxi navigated the well-known village lane and came to a stop at its destination. Mrs. McGillicuddy stepped out and made her way up the brick walkway. The driver set her cases inside the doorway just as it was opened by an older maid. Without a moment's pause, Mrs. McGillicuddy swept through the hall to where her hostess stood waiting in the sitting room doorway, a delicate, elderly woman. "Elspeth! Jane!" They exchanged a quick kiss, and then, dispensing with any pleasantries, Mrs. McGillicuddy immediately poured out her news. "Oh, Jane!" she cried, her voice trembling. "I've just seen a murder happen." Inspector Craddock had arranged to meet Harold Crackenthorpe at his city office, arriving punctually with Sergeant Weatherall. The firm occupied the 4th floor of a prominent office building. Everything within spoke of success and contemporary, if somewhat impersonal, business style. A very efficient young woman noted their names, had a hushed conversation on the telephone, and then escorted them into Harold's private sanctuary. Harold sat behind an imposing, leather-topped desk, appearing every bit as polished and self-assured as ever. If, as the inspector's private information suggested, he was skating perilously close to financial ruin, it certainly didn't show. He glanced up with an expression of open, almost cheerful interest. "Good morning, Inspector Craddock. I do hope this means you have some concrete progress to report at long last." "I'm afraid not quite yet, Mr. Crackenthorpe. This is merely about following up with a few additional questions." "More questions?" "Honestly, I should think we've covered every conceivable angle by now." "I can appreciate it must feel that way, sir," Craddock replied evenly. "It's just part of our standard procedure." "Well, what is it this time?" Harold's tone grew impatient. "Get on with it." "I'd be grateful if you could account for your whereabouts on the afternoon and evening of December 20th last year. Specifically, between the hours of 3 in the afternoon and midnight." Harold Crackenthorpe's face flushed a deep, angry crimson. "That is an absolutely outrageous question. What on earth is the meaning of it?" Craddock offered a mild, professional smile. "The meaning is simply that I need to know where you were during that time frame." "Why?" "It helps us to eliminate possibilities and focus our inquiry." "Focus it? So you have obtained new information then?" Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. "We are pursuing several lines of inquiry, sir, and hope we are making headway. I'm not at all certain I should answer something like that. Not without my solicitor being present, at any rate." "That is, of course, entirely your prerogative," said Craddock, his tone neutral. "You are under no obligation to answer, and you have every right to have legal counsel present. Let me be perfectly clear. You are not, formally cautioning me, are you?" "Oh, no, sir," Inspector Craddock responded, looking appropriately taken aback. "Nothing of the sort. I am putting these same questions to several other individuals. There's nothing uniquely personal about it. It's purely a process of necessary elimination." "Well, in that case, naturally, I wish to be as helpful as possible. Now, let me think. It's not so easy to recall off the top of one's head, but we run a very systematic operation here. Miss Ellis should be able to assist." He spoke briefly into the intercom on his desk, and almost instantly, a sleek, professionally dressed young woman entered the room. A notebook in hand, Inspector Craddock was introduced to Miss Ellis, Harold Crackenthorpe's secretary. Harold prompted her, "The inspector needs to know my whereabouts for the afternoon and evening of a certain date." "Friday, December 20th, Craddock supplied. "Ah, yes," said Harold. "Miss Ellis, I'm sure you have a record." "Indeed, sir." Miss Ellis left briefly, returning with a desk calendar. She consulted the pages. "You were in the office the morning of the 20th. You conferred with Mr. Goldie regarding the Cromarty merger and lunched with Lord Forthville at the Berkeley." "That's right, I remember now," Harold nodded. "You returned to the office around 3 o'clock and dictated several letters," Miss Ellis continued. "You then left for Sotheby's auction rooms where you had an interest in some rare manuscripts going up for sale. You did not return to the office afterward. I have a notation here reminding you of the catering club dinner that evening." She looked up for confirmation. "Thank you, Miss Ellis," Harold said. She departed quietly. It's all quite clear in my memory, Harold stated, turning back to the inspector. I did attend the sale at Sotheby's, but the items I wanted fetched prices far beyond my interest. Afterward, I had tea at a little spot in Jermyn Street, Russell's, I believe it's called. I then visited a newsreel theater for perhaps half an hour before going home. I reside at 43 Cardigan Gardens. The dinner at Caterer's Hall began at 7:30. Following the event, I returned home and went to bed. That should address your inquiries? Very clear, Mr. Crackenthorpe, Craddock replied. What time did you arrive home to change for the dinner? I can't recall precisely. Shortly after 6, I should think, and after the dinner concluded. I believe I reached home around 11:30. Did your manservant admit you? Or perhaps Lady Alice Crackenthorpe? My wife, Lady Alice, has been abroad on the French Riviera since early December, Harold said, a trace of irritation in his voice. I used my own key. So there is no one who can confirm your return at the time you state. Harold fixed him with a chilly stare. The servants likely heard me. I employ a married couple. But really, Inspector, I understand these questions are bothersome, Mr. Crackenthorpe, and I am nearly finished. Do you own an automobile? Yes, a Humber Hawk. You drive it yourself? I do, though I seldom use it in the city except on weekends. Driving in London has become a complete ordeal.
I assume you use it for visits to your father and sister in Brackhampton. Only if I'm staying for a considerable time. For a brief visit like attending the inquest the other day, I always take the train. The service is excellent and far quicker. My sister arranges for a hired car to meet me at the station. He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, the countryside from the train window that day was particularly bleak, a monochrome of gray fields under a heavy sky.
Where is the car kept? I rent a garage in the mews behind Cardigan Gardens. Are there any more questions? I think that will be all for the present, said Inspector Craddock, rising with a polite smile. Thank you for your time. Once outside, Sergeant Weatherall, a man whose default setting was profound mistrust, observed pointedly, he didn't care for those questions, not one bit. He was thoroughly put out. Craddock responded mildly. If you're innocent of murder, it's naturally aggravating to be treated as if you might be guilty. For an exceedingly proper man like Harold Crackenthorpe, it would be especially offensive. That in itself signifies little. Our task now is to verify if anyone actually saw him at that auction or later in the tea shop. Theoretically, he could have taken the 4:33 train, disposed of the woman, and returned to London in time for his dinner. Similarly, he could have driven down that night, relocated the body to the sarcophagus, and driven back. Begin inquiries in the mews regarding his car. Yes, sir. Is that what you believe he did? How should I know? Inspector Craddock replied with a shrug. He is a tall, dark man. He could have been aboard that train, and he has ties to Rutherford Hall. That makes him a person of interest in this investigation. Now let's turn to brother Alfred. Alfred Crackenthorpe lived in a flat in West Hampstead, part of a large, somewhat cheaply built modern block with a crowded courtyard, where residents parked with little regard for anyone else. The apartment itself was typical of furnished rentals, a wall-mounted plywood table, a divan bed, and several awkwardly proportioned chairs. Alfred greeted them with a charming, almost too friendly manner, though Inspector Craddock sensed an underlying nervousness. I must say I'm curious, Alfred remarked, gesturing toward an assortment of bottles. Can I offer you a drink, Inspector? No, thank you, Mr. Crackenthorpe. That serious, is it? Alfred laughed lightly at his own remark before asking what brought them there. Inspector Craddock explained his purpose. What was I doing on the afternoon and evening of December 20th? How on earth should I remember? That's over 3 weeks ago. Your brother Harold was able to account for his movements in considerable detail. Harold might have been. I am not Harold. A hint of something sharp, perhaps envy or spite, colored his tone. Harold is the family success story, always busy, always precise, every minute scheduled. If he ever committed a murder, I imagine he'd have it neatly timed and perfectly executed. Is there a reason you chose that particular example? None at all. It simply popped into my head as the height of absurdity. Let's return to you, then. Alfred spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As I said, I don't keep track of times and places. Ask me about Christmas Day. That's different. There's a fixed point to remember. We always spend it with my father at Brackhampton, though I've never understood why. He complains about the cost of having us, yet he'd complain just as much if we never showed up. We really go to keep my sister happy. And you went this past Christmas? Yes. But your father fell ill, correct? Craddock was following a side trail, guided by the professional instinct that often served him. He did. After living like a miser to save money, a sudden feast was bound to upset him. And that was all it was. Of course, what else could it be? I understood his doctor was concerned. Oh, that old fool Quimper, Alfred snapped dismissively. Don't pay any attention to him, Inspector. He's a first-class alarmist. My father isn't truly an invalid, there's nothing wrong with his heart, but he has Quimper completely convinced otherwise. When father felt poorly, he made an enormous fuss, and Quimper rushed about questioning everything he'd eaten or drunk. The whole episode was utterly ridiculous. Alfred's agitation was unusual. Craddock let the silence hang for a moment, watching him fidget before Alfred demanded, "What is this really about? Why the sudden interest in my whereabouts on some random Friday weeks ago?" "So you do recall it was a Friday? I believe you mentioned it." "Perhaps I did," Craddock replied evenly. "Nevertheless, Friday the 20th is the day in question." "Why? Routine inquiries? That's not good enough. Have you learned something new about this woman? Where she came from? Our information remains incomplete." Alfred shot him a keen look. "I hope you're not getting sidetracked by Emma's wild idea that she could have been Edmund's widow. That's pure fantasy." "This Martine never approached you then?" "Me? Good heavens, no. That would have been rich. You think she'd be more likely to go to your brother Harold?" "Infinitely more likely. His name's in the papers often enough. He's the one with real money. It wouldn't surprise me if she tried to touch there. Not that she'd have gotten anything out of it. Harold is as tight-fisted as the old man ever was. Emma, naturally, is the soft touch in the family, and she was always Edmund's favorite sister. Still, Emma isn't a fool. She was fully aware this woman might be a fraud. She had arranged for the whole family to be present and even brought in a no-nonsense lawyer for good measure. "Very prudent," Craddock remarked. "Was a specific date set for this gathering?" "It was to be shortly after the holidays, that weekend of the 27th. Alfred paused. "Ah," said Craddock, his tone light. "So a particular date does ring a bell for you. I've told you nothing was finalized. But you discussed it? When?" "I honestly can't recall, and you can't tell me what you were doing on Friday, December 20th. Sorry, my mind is a complete blank. You don't keep a diary? I can't stand the things. The Friday before Christmas, it really shouldn't be that hard to remember. I played golf one day with a potential client." Alfred shook his head. "No, that was the week before. I likely just lounged around. I do a lot of that. I find more business gets settled in bars than anywhere else. Perhaps the staff here or some of your acquaintances could jog your memory. Maybe? I'll ask around. Do what I can." Alfred seemed to be regaining his composure. "I can't tell you what I was doing that day," he stated, "but I can tell you what I wasn't doing. I wasn't committing murder in the Long Barn." "Why would you say that, Mr. Crackenthorpe?" "Come now, Inspector. You're investigating a murder, aren't you? And when you start asking, where were you on such and such a day at such and such a time, you're narrowing the field. I'd dearly love to know why you've settled on Friday the 20th between, lunchtime and midnight? It can't be medical evidence, not after all this time. Did someone see the poor woman slipping into the barn that afternoon? She went in and never came out, is that it?" His sharp eyes studied the inspector, but Craddock was far too experienced to give anything away. "I'm afraid you'll have to speculate on that," Craddock replied amiably. "The police do love their secrets. It's not just the police. I believe, Mr. Crackenthorpe, you could remember what you were doing that Friday if you really tried. Of course, you might have your own reasons for not wishing to recall. You won't trap me that way, Inspector. It looks very suspicious, I grant you. Extremely suspicious that I can't remember, but there it is. Wait a moment now. I went to Leeds that week. Stayed at a hotel near the town hall. Can't remember the name, but you could find it easily enough. That might have been on the Friday. We'll look into it, the inspector said, his voice flat. He stood up. I'm sorry you couldn't have been more helpful, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Most unfortunate for me, there's Cedric with a solid alibi in Ibiza, and Harold, no doubt, accounted for by business meetings and public dinners every hour, and here I am with nothing at all. Very tragic. And all so ridiculous. I've already told you I don't go around murdering people, and why would I murder a perfect stranger anyway? What would be the point? Even if the body is Edmund's widow, why would any of us want to get rid of her? Now, if she'd been married to Harold during the war and suddenly reappeared, that might have been awkward for the upstanding Harold, what with bigamy and all that. But Edmund, why, we'd all have rather enjoyed making the old man cough up a bit for an allowance and to send the boy to a proper school. Father would have been furious, but in good conscience he couldn't refuse to do something. Are you sure you won't have a drink before you go, Inspector? No? Pity I haven't been able to assist you? Sir, listen, do you know what? Inspector Craddock looked at his animated sergeant. Yes, Weatherall. What is it? I've placed him, sir. That fellow. All that time I was working to piece it together, and then it hit me. He was tangled up in that canned goods scheme with Dickie Rogers. Never managed to pin anything on him. He was too slippery. And he's been connected to one or more of those Soho groups, the watch racket and that Italian gold coin affair, of course. It dawned on Craddock then why Alfred's face had seemed faintly recognizable from the start. It was all small-time operations, never anything you could prove. Alfred always hovered on the edges with some believable, innocent excuse for being involved. But the police were certain a modest, steady income came his way. That sheds a different light on matters, Craddock remarked. Do you believe he's guilty? I wouldn't have pegged him as the murdering type, but it clarifies other points like why he couldn't provide an alibi. Yes, that does look suspicious for him. Not necessarily, Craddock countered. It's actually a clever tactic to insist you simply can't recall. Plenty of people genuinely don't remember what they did or where they were even a week back. It's especially handy if you'd rather not draw attention to how you spend your time, say, interesting meetings at truck stops with the Dickie Rogers crowd. So you think he's in the clear? I'm not ready to declare anyone in the clear just yet, Inspector Craddock replied. You'll need to keep digging, Weatherall. Back at his desk, Craddock sat frowning, jotting brief notes on the pad before him. Murderer, he wrote, a tall, dark man victim. Could have been Martine, Edmund Crackenthorpe's girlfriend or widow, or perhaps Anna Stravinska. She dropped out of sight at the right time, matched the age and description, the clothing, and so on. No known link to Rutherford Hall. Could be Harold's first wife? Bigamy? A mistress? Blackmail? If connected to Alfred, it might be blackmail. Did she know something that could have put him behind bars? If it's Cedric, maybe there was a link from his time abroad, Paris, the Balearic Islands, or the victim could be Anna S. pretending to be Martine. Or the victim is an unknown woman killed by an unknown murderer. And that last one is most likely, Craddock said aloud. He brooded over the situation. You couldn't get far in a case without a motive. Every motive suggested so far seemed either weak or far-fetched. Now, if only it had been old Mr. Crackenthorpe's murder, there'd be plenty of motive there. Something nudged his memory. He added more notes to his pad. Ask Dr. Quimper about the Christmas illness. Cedric, check his alibi. Consult Miss Marple for the latest rumors. The 450 from Paddington. Chapter 16. When Craddock arrived at 4 Madison Road, he found Lucy Eelsborough with Miss Marple. He paused briefly to consider his approach, then decided Lucy Eelsborough could be a useful ally. After exchanging greetings, he solemnly pulled out his wallet, took out 3-pound notes, added 3 shillings, and slid them across the table to Miss Marple. What's this, Inspector? A consultation fee. You're a consultant on murder. Pulse, temperature, local reactions, possible deep-seated causes of the crime. I'm just the overworked local doctor. Miss Marple looked at him, her eyes twinkling. He grinned back. Lucy Eelsborough gave a soft gasp, then laughed. Why, Inspector Craddock, you're actually human. Well, I'm not strictly on duty this afternoon. I mentioned we'd met before, Miss Marple said to Lucy. Sir Henry Clithering is his godfather, a very old friend of mine. Would you like to hear, Miss Eelsborough, what my godfather said about her when we first met? He described her as the finest detective God ever made, a natural genius nurtured in the right environment. He told me never to underestimate the Dermot Craddock paused, searching for a polite alternative to old pussies or experienced ladies. He said they can usually tell you what might have happened, what should have happened, and even what actually did happen. And, he added, they can tell you why it happened. Sir Henry had been quite complimentary, describing this certain, older woman as top of her class. Lucy couldn't help but smile. Well, that certainly sounds like a glowing recommendation. Miss Marple flushed, appearing unusually flustered. Dear Sir Henry is always so generous, I'm really not clever at all, just a passing familiarity with human nature, I suppose, from living in a small village for so long. She regained her composure, adding, Of course I am at a disadvantage not being on the scene myself. It's always so useful when individuals remind you of others you've known because human types are remarkably similar everywhere. That can be such a reliable guide. Lucy seemed a bit confused, but Inspector Craddock nodded in understanding. But you did visit for tea, didn't you? He asked. Oh yes, it was quite pleasant, Miss Marple replied. I was a little sorry to miss old Mr. Crackenthorpe, but one can't have everything, can one? Do you believe you'd recognize the murderer if you saw them? Lucy inquired. Oh, I wouldn't go that far, my dear. One is always tempted to speculate, and guessing would be quite wrong in something as grave as murder. All one can do is observe the individuals involved or who might be involved and consider who they bring to mind. Like Cedric and the bank manager? The bank manager's son, dear, Miss Marple corrected gently. Mr. Ede himself was much more like Harold, a very cautious man, perhaps a bit too fond of money, the sort who would go to great lengths to avoid any scandal. Craddock smiled. And Alfred? Jenkins at the garage, Miss Marple answered without hesitation. He wasn't exactly stealing tools, but he had a habit of swapping a damaged or inferior jack for a good one. I also believe he was rather dishonest about batteries, though I don't understand such things well. I recall Raymond stopped doing business with him and started using the garage on the Milchester Road instead. She continued thoughtfully, As for Emma, she reminds me very much of Geraldine Webb, always so quiet, almost plain, and rather dominated by her elderly mother. It was quite a surprise to everyone when the mother passed unexpectedly and Geraldine inherited a tidy sum. She went and had her hair styled, took a lovely cruise, and came back married to a perfectly charming lawyer. They had 2 children. The comparison was clear. Lucy said somewhat uneasily, Do you think you should have mentioned the possibility of Emma marrying? It seemed to upset her brothers. Miss Marple nodded. Yes, it did. Men can be so blind to what is happening right under their noses. I don't believe you had noticed it either. No, I hadn't, Lucy admitted. It never occurred to me, they both seemed to me. So old, Miss Marple suggested with a slight smile, but Dr. Quimper can't be much over 40, even with the gray at his temples. It's plain he longs for a proper home life, and Emma Crackenthorpe is under 40, not too old to marry and start a family. I've heard the doctor's wife died quite young, having a baby. I believe that's true. Emma mentioned it once. He must be very lonely, Miss Marple mused. A busy, hard-working doctor needs a wife, someone sympathetic, not too young. Listen, Lucy said with a laugh. Are we investigating a crime or playing matchmaker? Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. I'm afraid I am rather romantic. Perhaps because I'm an old maid. You know, dear Lucy, as far as I am concerned, you have completed your agreed task. If you truly wish for a holiday abroad before your next position, you would still have time for a short trip. And leave Rutherford Hall? Absolutely not. I'm a full-fledged detective now, almost as bad as the boys. They spent the entire day yesterday rummaging through the dustbins. It was most unpleasant, and they hadn't the slightest idea what they were even looking for. Honestly, the dedication is admirable, but the method leaves something to be desired. Inspector Craddock, if they come to you looking triumphant, waving a torn piece of paper that reads, Martine, if you value your life, stay away from the long barn, then you'll know I took pity on them and hid it in the old pigsty. Why the pigsty, my dear? Miss Marple inquired with genuine curiosity. Do they keep pigs there now? Oh, no, not these days. It's just a place I visit sometimes. For some reason, Lucy felt her cheeks grow warm. Miss Marple observed her with heightened interest. Who is at the house at the moment? Craddock asked. Cedric is there, and Brian came down for the weekend. Harold and Alfred are arriving tomorrow morning. They telephoned earlier, and I rather got the feeling you had stirred things up a bit, Inspector. Craddock allowed himself a slight smile. I gave them a little shake-up. I asked each of them to account for their whereabouts on Friday, December 20th, and were they able to? Harold provided an account. Alfred could not or would not. I imagine alibis must be terribly tricky, Lucy remarked. Remembering specific times, places, and dates, they must be difficult to verify as well. It requires patience and time, but we manage, Craddock replied, glancing at his watch. I'll be coming to Rutherford Hall soon to speak with Cedric, but I want to catch Dr. Quimper first. You should time it just right. His office hours end around 6, and he's usually finished by past. I really must get back to start dinner. Miss Eelsborough, I'd value your opinion on something. What is the family's private view on this Martine situation? Lucy answered without hesitation. They're all quite cross with Emma for bringing it to you, and with Dr. Quimper for encouraging her. Harold and Alfred believe it's a scheme, not genuine. Emma remains uncertain. Cedric also thinks it's phony, but he doesn't take it as seriously as his brothers. Brian, however, seems convinced it's real. Why do you suppose that is? Well, Brian tends to take things at face value. He assumes it was Edmund's widow, that she had to return to France suddenly, and that they'll hear from her eventually. The fact that she hasn't written yet seems perfectly normal to him, since he hardly ever writes letters himself. Brian is rather sweet, like a loyal dog hoping for a walk. And do you take him for a walk, dear? Miss Marple asked gently. To the pigsty, perhaps? Lucy met her gaze directly. Miss Marple mused. So many gentlemen in the house, coming and going. When she said gentlemen, she gave the word its full, old-fashioned weight, an echo from an era of dashing, sometimes roguish, but always gallant men. You are a very striking young woman, Miss Marple continued, appraising Lucy. I expect they pay you a great deal of attention, don't they? A faint blush rose on Lucy's cheeks. Fleeting memories surfaced, Cedric leaning casually against the pigsty wall, Brian sitting dejectedly on the kitchen table, Alfred's fingers brushing hers as he helped gather the coffee cups. Gentlemen, Miss Marple said, as if speaking of a fascinating but unpredictable species, are very much alike in certain ways, even the older ones. My dear, Lucy exclaimed with a laugh, a century ago you would have been accused of witchcraft. She then recounted old Miss Crackenthorpe's rather businesslike marriage proposal. In fact, Lucy added, they've all made what you might call advances in one form or another. Harold's was very proper, a financially advantageous position in the city. I doubt it's my looks. They must think I know something. She laughed, but Inspector Craddock did not join her. Be careful, he warned, his tone turning serious. They might decide murder is simpler than courtship. I suppose it could be, Lucy agreed lightly, though a slight shiver passed through her. One forgets, she said, her voice softening. With the boys treating it almost like a game, it's easy to lose sight of what's really at stake. It's not a game, she insisted. Certainly not, Miss Marple agreed. Murder is never a game. She paused, her expression thoughtful. The boys return to school soon, don't they? Yes, next week. They're off to James Stoddart West's house tomorrow for the final days of the holiday. That's a relief, Miss Marple said, her tone serious. I would be very concerned if anything were to happen while they are still here. You're worried about old Mr. Crackenthorpe. Do you believe he's the next target? Oh, no, Miss Marple replied. He will be perfectly safe. My concern is for the boys. For the boys? Specifically for Alexander. He has that adventurous spirit, hunting for clues. Boys adore that sort of activity, but it could place him in real danger. Craddock studied her. You are not willing to accept, are you? That this is simply an unknown woman killed by an unknown man? You firmly connect it to Rutherford Hall? I believe there is a definite link, yes. All we have from your witness is that the killer is a tall, dark man. At Rutherford Hall, we have 3 such men. I saw them myself after the inquest, waiting outside. From behind, in their heavy coats, they looked almost identical, 3 tall, dark figures. Yet in reality, they are 3 very different individuals. He sighed. It complicates matters immensely. I have been considering, Miss Marple murmured, whether the truth might be far simpler than we imagine. Murders so often are, driven by a plain, rather grubby motive. Do you give credence to this, Martine, Miss Marple? I am quite prepared to believe Edmund Crackenthorpe either married or intended to marry a woman named Martine. Emma showed you his letter, I understand. From my observations of her, and from what Lucy has shared, Emma Crackenthorpe seems incapable of inventing such a story. Why would she? So, excepting Martine exists, Craddock mused, we have a potential motive. Her reappearance with a son would reduce the Crackenthorpe inheritance, though hardly enough, one would think, to provoke murder. They are all in financial straits. Even Harold? Lucy interjected, surprised. He appears so prosperous. Appearances can deceive. Even the seemingly conservative Harold has been taking significant financial risks and involving himself in some dubious schemes. A substantial sum of money, and soon, might prevent a collapse. But if that's the case, Lucy began, then hesitated. Yes, Miss Iolaus Barrow? Craddock prompted. I understand, dear, Miss Marple said gently. You mean it's the wrong murder. Exactly. Martine's death wouldn't benefit Harold or any of the others, not until Luther Crackenthorpe passed away. Precisely. That occurred to me as well. And from what his doctor implies, old Mr. Crackenthorpe is in much better health than an outsider might assume. He could go on for years, Lucy said. Then she frowned, recalling something. He was quite ill around Christmas. He complained about it, said the doctor made an enormous fuss. Anyone would think I'd been poisoned, is what he said. She looked questioningly at Craddock. Yes, he replied. That is precisely the sort of detail I need to discuss with Dr. Quimper. Well, I really must be going, Lucy said, glancing at the clock. Goodness, it's gotten late. Miss Marple set aside her knitting and picked up the Times with its half-finished crossword. I do wish I had a dictionary here. I always confuse tontine and tokay. One is a Hungarian wine, I believe. That's tokay, Lucy called from the doorway. But one is a 5-letter word and the other 7. What's the clue? Oh, it wasn't in the puzzle, Miss Marple said vaguely. It was just in my thoughts. Inspector Craddock looked at her intently for a long moment. Then he said his goodbyes and departed. Inspector Craddock waited a few minutes in the quiet office while Dr. Quimper finished with his last patient of the evening. When the doctor finally appeared, he looked worn down and somber. He offered Craddock a drink and, upon acceptance, poured one for himself as well before sinking into a well-worn armchair. Poor souls, he sighed, taking a slow sip. So terrified and so foolish, utterly lacking in common sense. I just saw a woman tonight who should have come to me a full year ago. Back then, surgery might have saved her. Now, it's far too late. It infuriates me. People are this baffling blend of bravery and sheer panic. She endured excruciating pain in silence, all because she was too frightened to come in and face the truth she dreaded. On the flip side, you get the ones who clutter up my schedule over a dangerous swelling on their pinky finger, convinced it's cancer when it's nothing but a common chilblain. Pay no attention to me, I've vented my steam now. What was it you needed? First, I believe I owe you thanks, Craddock began, for suggesting Miss Crackenthorpe bring me that letter claiming to be from her brother's widow. Oh, that business. Was there anything to it? I didn't so much suggest it as not discourage her. She was concerned, and of course all her dear little brothers were doing their best to hold her back. Any idea why they would do that? The doctor gave a slight shrug. Presumably afraid the woman might turn out to be the real deal. And do you think the letter was genuine? Couldn't say. I never actually saw it. My guess would be someone who knew the family history, trying their luck for a payout, banking on Emma's softer feelings. They misjudged her badly there. Emma's nobody's fool. She wouldn't welcome a stranger claiming to be family without asking some very pointed questions first. He then looked at Craddock with open curiosity. But why ask me? I've got no stake in it. I actually came to ask you about something entirely different, Craddock admitted, choosing his words carefully. Though I'm not entirely sure how to phrase it. Dr. Quimper's expression shifted to one of keen interest. I understand that not long ago, around Christmas, I believe Mr. Crackenthorpe suffered a rather severe bout of illness. A noticeable change came over the doctor's face. It seemed to tighten. Yes? A gastric issue of some sort, That's correct. This is a delicate matter. Mr. Crackenthorpe was recently boasting about his robust health, stating he planned to outlive most of his relatives. He made a reference to you. You'll have to excuse the phrasing, Doctor. Quimper waved a hand. Don't worry about my sensitivity. I've heard it all from patients. He referred to you as an old fussbudget. A faint smile touched Quimper's lips. Did he now? He mentioned that you'd asked him a barrage of questions, not only about what he'd eaten, but about who had prepared the meal and who had served it. The doctor's smile vanished, his expression turning stony once more. I see. He used a phrase along the lines of, talked as though he believed someone had poisoned me. A heavy silence filled the room. Had that idea, Craddock pressed gently, ever crossed your mind? Quimper didn't answer immediately. He stood up and paced the length of the small office before turning sharply to face the inspector. What in the world do you expect me to say? Do you think a doctor can go around casually tossing out accusations of poisoning without a shred of solid proof? Off the record, Craddock persisted, I'd just like to know if that possibility did enter your head. Dr. Quimper's reply was evasive. The elder Mr. Crackenthorpe maintains a rather simple diet. When the family visits, Emma naturally provides more elaborate meals. The result was a severe case of gastroenteritis. The symptoms aligned perfectly with that diagnosis. Craddock wasn't deterred. I understand, so you were entirely satisfied? You weren't at all, shall we say, perplexed? All right, fine. Yes, I was thoroughly perplexed. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Quimper's tone was edged with a sudden, weary sarcasm. It was the frustration of a man who sees the pieces but can't make the picture public. It interests me greatly, said Craddock calmly. What exactly did you suspect or fear? Gastric cases can present in various ways, Quimper said, his voice dropping. But there were certain signs present that would have been more consistent with arsenical poisoning than with straightforward gastroenteritis. Mind you, the two can appear remarkably similar. Even better men than I have missed the signs of arsenic poisoning, signing death certificates in perfect good faith. And what did you find out? It appeared my suspicions couldn't be correct. Mr. Crackenthorpe insisted he'd suffered similar episodes before I ever treated him, always blaming them on an excess of rich food, which would be when the house was full. With family or guests? Exactly. It sounded perfectly reasonable. But honestly, Craddock, it didn't sit right with me. I even wrote to old Dr. Morris, my former senior partner who retired shortly after I joined the practice. Crackenthorpe was originally his patient. I asked him about these earlier attacks the old man claimed to have had. What did he say? Quimper gave a wry smile. He told me off, more or less. I was basically informed not to be a colossal fool. Well, he shrugged, I suppose I was being one. I'm not so sure, Craddock said thoughtfully, then decided to be blunt. Setting caution aside, Doctor, there are several people who would benefit a great deal from Luther Crackenthorpe's death. The doctor nodded. He's old, but remarkably healthy. He could easily live into his 90s, without a doubt. He's meticulous about his health, and he has a robust constitution. And his sons and daughter are all getting on in years, and they're all feeling the financial strain. Leave Emma out of it. She's no poisoner. These attacks only happen when the others are around, never when she and her father are alone. A basic precaution, if she were the one the inspector thought but wisely kept to himself. He paused, choosing his words. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm no expert, but assuming for argument's sake that arsenic was given, hasn't Crackenthorpe been incredibly fortunate to survive? Ah, now there's the peculiar part, said the doctor. That's precisely what makes me think old Morris was right, and I've been a fool. This clearly isn't a case of small, regular doses, the classic method. Crackenthorpe has never had chronic stomach trouble. In a way, that's what makes these sudden, violent bouts seem so suspicious. So if they aren't natural, it looks as though the poisoner is bungling it every single time, which makes no sense at all. You mean giving too small a dose? Precisely. On the other hand, Crackenthorpe has a strong stomach. What might finish another man doesn't finish him. Personal tolerance always plays a part, but you'd think by now, unless the culprit is uncommonly timid, they'd have increased the dosage.
Why haven't they?
He added, that is, if there even is a poisoner, which there probably isn't. It's likely all a figment of my overactive imagination from start to finish. It's a strange puzzle, the inspector agreed. None of it adds up. Inspector Craddock. The urgent whisper made the inspector start. He was just about to ring the front doorbell. Alexander and his friend Stoddart West materialized cautiously from the shadows. We heard your car, and we needed to talk to you. All right, let's go inside. Craddock's hand moved toward the bell again, but Alexander tugged at his coat with the insistence of an excited puppy. We've found a clue, he whispered urgently. Yes, a real clue, Stoddart West echoed. Craddock thought, rather uncharitably, blast that girl. Excellent, he said in a dismissive tone. Let's go inside and you can show me. No, Alexander insisted. Someone will definitely interrupt. Come to the harness room, we'll show you the way. Somewhat reluctantly, Craddock allowed himself to be steered around the side of the house and toward the stable yard. Stoddart West pushed open a heavy door, reached up, and switched on a dim electric light. The harness room, once a shining example of Victorian neatness, had become a dumping ground for unwanted things. It held broken lawn chairs, rusty gardening tools, a huge, broken-down lawnmower, old wire spring mattresses, some hammocks, and tattered tennis nets.
We spend a lot of time here, Alexander explained. It's the one place you can actually be alone. Signs of their presence were everywhere. The worn-out mattresses had been stacked to create a makeshift sofa. On a rusty old table sat a large tin of chocolate cookies, alongside a stash of apples, a tin of caramel candies, and a jigsaw puzzle. It's a real clue, Inspector, Stoddart West said excitedly, his eyes bright behind his glasses. We just found it today.
We've been searching for ages, Alexander jumped in. We looked in all the bushes and checked inside every hollow tree. We even went through all the trash cans. Actually, we found some pretty interesting stuff in there. Then we checked the boiler room. Old Mr. Hillman keeps a big metal tub in there full of scrap paper. He uses it to restart the boiler when it goes out. He picks up any loose paper blowing around and tosses it in there, and that's exactly where we found it. Found what? Inspector Craddock finally interrupted the rapid back and forth. The clue, Alexander said. Careful, Stoddars, put your gloves on. With a serious air, Stoddart West pulled on a pair of somewhat grubby gloves. He then took a Kodak photo envelope from his pocket and, with great care, extracted a dirty, crumpled envelope using his gloved fingers, handing it over importantly. Both boys watched, holding their breath in anticipation. Craddock accepted it with appropriate gravity. He liked these boys and was willing to play along. The envelope had been mailed. It was empty now, just a torn piece of paper addressed to Mrs. Martine Krakenthorpe at 126 Elvers Crescent, N1020U, see? Alexander whispered, barely containing his excitement. It proves she was here, Uncle Edmund's French wife, the one everyone's talking about. She must have actually been here and dropped this, so it really looks like, Stoddart West cut in, it looks like she was the one who got murdered. Don't you think, sir, that it just has to be her in the old stone coffin? They waited anxiously for his response. Craddock played his part. It's certainly a strong possibility, he said. This could be very important. You'll check it for fingerprints, right, sir? Stoddart West asked. Absolutely, Craddock assured him. Stoddart West let out a satisfied sigh. Incredible luck for us, wasn't it? And on our very last day, too? Last day? Craddock asked. Yes, Alexander said. I'm going to Stoddar's house tomorrow for the final bit of the holiday break. His family has an amazing house. It's Queen Anne style, right? Actually, it's William and Mary, Stoddart West corrected gently. I thought your mother said. Mum's French. She doesn't really know the details of English architecture, but your father told me it was built. Craddock tuned out their budding architectural debate as he studied the envelope. Clever work by Lucy Islesbarrow. How on earth had she managed to fake the postmark? He peered closer, but the dim light in the room made it difficult to see. This was great fun for the boys, of course, but it was going to create a real headache for him. Lucy, bless her, hadn't thought about that complication. If this envelope were treated as genuine evidence, it would force him down a specific investigative path. Meanwhile, beside him, a heated but good-natured argument about historical building styles was unfolding. He paid it no mind. All right, boys, he said, cutting through the chatter. Let's head into the house. You've both been a big help. Craddock followed the boys through the back door into the kitchen, which was warm and brightly lit. Lucy, wearing a large white apron, was busy rolling out dough on a floured counter. Leaning against the kitchen cabinets, watching her with a devoted, almost puppy-like focus, was Brian Eastley. He was absently tugging at his thick, fair mustache. "Hello, Dad," Alexander said in a friendly tone. "Hanging out in here again?" "I like it in the kitchen," Brian replied, then added, "Miss Islesborough doesn't mind me being here." "Oh, I don't mind at all," Lucy said with a smile, not looking up from her pastry. "Good evening, Inspector Craddock. Are you here to investigate the kitchen?" Brian inquired with curiosity. "Not exactly. Is Mr. Cedric Crackenthorpe still in the house?" "Oh, yes. Cedric's around. Do you need him?" "I'd like to have a word with him, please." "I'll go check if he's in," said Brian, pushing himself away from the dresser. "He might have gone to the pub." "Thank you," Lucy said to him. "My hands are covered in flour, or I'd go myself." "What are you baking?" Stoddart West asked with concern. "A peach tart." "Excellent," Stoddart West replied. "Is it almost time for supper?" Alexander asked. "Not yet. I'm absolutely starving. There's some leftover ginger cake in the pantry." The boys made a sudden dash for the door, crashing into each other in the process. "They're like a swarm of locusts," Lucy remarked. "My compliments to you," said Craddock. "For what, exactly?" "Your cleverness with this." "With what?" Craddock gestured toward the folder holding the letter. "Very neatly done," he said. "What are you talking about?" "This, my dear, this." He partially pulled it out. She stared at him, completely baffled. Craddock felt a sudden wave of dizziness. "You didn't fabricate this clue and leave it in the boiler room for the boys to find? Quickly, tell me." "I have no idea what you mean," said Lucy. "Are you saying that?" Craddock swiftly tucked the folder back into his pocket as Brian returned. "Cedric's in the library," Brian announced. "You can go right in." He settled back onto the dresser. Inspector Craddock made his way to the library. Cedric Crackenthorpe appeared pleased to see the inspector. "Back for more detective work?" he asked. "Made any progress?" "I believe we've advanced a little further, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Discovered who the body was. We haven't confirmed an identity, but we have a strong suspicion. Well done. Based on our latest information, we need to gather some statements. I'm starting with you, Mr. Crackenthorpe, since you're here. I won't be here much longer. I'm returning to Ibiza in a couple of days. Then my timing is fortunate. Proceed." "I need a detailed account of your whereabouts and activities on Friday, December 20th. Cedric gave him a sharp look. He leaned back, yawned, and adopted an air of casual indifference, seeming to search his memory. "Well, as I've already mentioned, I was in Ibiza. The problem is, every day there is pretty much the same. Painting in the morning, a siesta from 3 to 5. Maybe a bit of sketching if the light is right. Then an aperitif, sometimes with the mayor, sometimes with the doctor at the cafe in the square. After that, a simple meal. Most evenings are spent at Scotty's bar with some of my less refined acquaintances. Will that suffice?" "I'd prefer the truth, Mr. Crackenthorpe." Cedric sat up straight. "That's a rather insulting comment, Inspector. Do you think so? You told me, Mr. Crackenthorpe, that you left Ibiza on December 21st and arrived in England that same day?" "That's correct. Right, Em?" Emma Crackenthorpe entered through the adjoining door from the small morning room. She looked questioningly from Cedric to the inspector. "Listen, Em. I arrived here for Christmas on the Saturday before, didn't I? Came straight from the airport?" "Yes," Emma replied, puzzled. "You got here around lunchtime." "There you have it," Cedric said to the inspector. "You must think us quite naive, Mr. Crackenthorpe," Craddock said amiably. "We can verify these details, you know. I think, if you'll show me your passport." He paused expectantly. "Can't seem to find the blasted thing," said Cedric. "I was looking for it this morning. Wanted to send it to the travel agency. I think you could locate it, Mr. Crackenthorpe? But it isn't strictly necessary. The records indicate you actually entered the country on the evening of December 19th. Perhaps you could now explain your movements from that time until lunch on December 21st when you arrived here." Cedric looked thoroughly annoyed. "That's the damn trouble with modern life," he snapped, his voice tight with frustration. "It's all paperwork and regulations now. This is what a bureaucratic society gets you. No freedom to move or act without someone demanding an explanation? What's so important about the 20th? Why is that date such a big deal? We have reason to believe that was the day the crime took place.
You're not obligated to answer naturally, but…
Who said I wouldn't answer? Give me a moment. You were pretty unclear about the murder date at the inquest. What's changed since then? Craddock remained silent. Cedric shot a look toward Emma. Should we step into the other room? I'll give you some privacy, Emma said swiftly. At the doorway, she hesitated and turned back. This is serious, Cedric. If the 20th is the day in question, you need to tell Inspector Craddock everything about your whereabouts. She exited, shutting the door softly behind her. Good old Em, Cedric muttered. All right, here it is. Yes, I left Ibiza on the 19th as planned. I meant to stop in Paris, visit a few old acquaintances around the left bank for a couple days. But honestly, there was this stunning woman on the flight, a real knockout. To put it bluntly, we hit it off. She was heading to the States, but had a brief stop in London to handle some business. We landed in London on the 19th. We checked into the Kingsway Palace, assuming your informants haven't already dug that up. I used the name John Brown. It's never wise to use your real one in these situations, and on the 20th, Cedric winced. The morning was mostly spent recovering from a monumental hangover. What about the afternoon, from 3 o'clock onward? Let me think. I wandered around, you could say, dropped into the National Gallery, perfectly respectable, caught a film, Rowena of the Range. I've always loved westerns. This one was a real gem. Then I had a few drinks at a bar, dozed off in my room for a bit, and around 10, met up with my companion for a tour of various night spots. I can't even recall most of their names. The Jumping Frog might have been one. She knew all the places. I ended up thoroughly plastered and, truthfully, don't remember much until I woke the next morning with an even worse headache. She left to catch her flight. I doused my head in cold water, got a foul-tasting remedy from a chemist, and then set off for home, pretending I'd just flown into Heathrow. No sense upsetting Emma, I thought. You know how women can be. They take it personally if you don't come straight home. I even had to borrow money from her for the taxi fare. I was completely broke. No use asking the old man. He'd never part with a penny, miserly old codger. So, Inspector, are you satisfied? Can any of this be verified, Mr. Crackenthorpe? Say, between 3 and 7 in the afternoon? Highly doubtful, Cedric replied cheerfully. The National Gallery attendants never really look at you, and the cinema was packed. So no, not likely. Emma came back in, holding a small date book. You need to know where everyone was on December 20th, is that correct, Inspector Craddock? Well, yes, Miss Crackenthorpe. I've just checked my engagement book. On the 20th, I went into Brackhampton for a Church Restoration Fund committee meeting. It ended around 1:45, and I had lunch with Lady Addington and Miss Bartlett, who were also on the committee, at the Cadena Cafe. Afterward, I did some Christmas shopping, both groceries and gifts. I visited Greenford's, Lyall and Swift's, Boots, and probably a few other stores. I had tea at the Shamrock Tea Rooms around 4:45, then went to the station to meet Brian, who was arriving by train. I got home about 6 o'clock to find my father in a foul mood. I'd left his lunch prepared, but Mrs. Hart, who was supposed to come in the afternoon to give him his tea, hadn't shown up. He was furious, locking himself in his room and refusing to speak or let me in. He disapproves of my afternoon outings, but I insist on taking them occasionally. That's likely a sensible approach. Thank you, Miss Crackenthorpe. He couldn't very well explain that, as a woman of 5'7", her movements that particular afternoon held little significance. Instead, he inquired, I understand your other 2 brothers arrived later. Alfred came late Saturday evening. He mentioned trying to phone me that afternoon. I was out, though when my father is upset, he simply won't answer the telephone. Harold didn't arrive until Christmas Eve. Thank you, Miss Crackenthorpe. I suppose I shouldn't ask, she hesitated, but is there something new that has prompted these questions? Craddock retrieved the folder from his pocket. Carefully using his fingertips, he drew out the envelope. Please don't touch it, but do you recognize this? Emma stared, confused. That's my handwriting. That's the letter I wrote to Martine. I thought it might be, but how did you get it? Have you found her? It appears we may have located her. This empty envelope was discovered here. In the house? On the grounds? Then she did come here. You mean the woman in the sarcophagus was Martine? It seems very probable, Miss Crackenthorpe, Craddock said gently. The likelihood felt even stronger upon his return to the city. A message from Armand Desson awaited him. One of the girlfriends received a postcard from Anna Stravinska. Apparently, the cruise story was true. She has arrived in Jamaica and is, as you might say, having a marvelous time. Craddock crumpled the note and tossed it into the wastebasket. Alexander sat up in bed, thoughtfully unwrapping a chocolate bar. I must say, this has been the most incredible day ever, actually finding a real clue. His voice was full of awe. In fact, these entire holidays have been spectacular, he added happily. I doubt anything like this will ever happen again. I certainly hope it doesn't happen again to me, said Lucy, who was kneeling to pack Alexander's clothes into a suitcase. Do you want all these science fiction books with you? Not those top two, I've finished them. The soccer ball in my cleats and the rain boots can go separately. You boys certainly travel with challenging luggage. It won't be a problem. They're sending the Rolls for us. It's a magnificent Rolls. They have one of the new Mercedes-Benz cars, too. They must be quite wealthy. Absolutely loaded, and very pleasant, too. Still, part of me wishes we weren't leaving. Another body might turn up. I sincerely hope not. Well, it often happens in stories. Someone who saw or heard something ends up getting eliminated, too. It could be you, he added, opening another chocolate bar. I don't want it to be you, Alexander assured her. I like you very much, and so does Stodders. We think you're an exceptional cook, absolutely wonderful meals. You're very sensible, too. This last remark was clearly high praise. Lucy accepted it as such and replied, Thank you. But I don't plan on getting killed just to entertain you. Well, you'd better be careful then, Alexander told her. He paused for another bite, then said in a slightly casual tone, If Dad shows up from time to time, you'll keep an eye on him, won't you? Yes, of course, said Lucy, somewhat surprised. The trouble with Dad is, Alexander informed her, that city life doesn't agree with him. He gets involved, with entirely the wrong sort of women. He shook his head with concern. I'm very fond of him, he added, but he needs someone to look after him. He drifts around and falls in with the wrong crowd. It's a real shame Mom passed away when she did. Brian needs a proper, stable home. He looked solemnly at Lucy and reached for yet another chocolate bar. Not a fourth one, Alexander, Lucy pleaded. You'll make yourself ill. Oh, I doubt it. I once ate 6 while I was running and felt fine. I don't have a sensitive stomach. He hesitated before adding, Brian thinks highly of you, That's kind of him to say. My father can be a bit foolish sometimes, Alexander admitted, but he was an excellent fighter pilot. He's genuinely courageous and has a very good heart. He paused, his gaze drifting upward toward the ceiling as he spoke with a hint of self-consciousness. I actually think it would be a good idea if he remarried. Someone respectable. I wouldn't mind having a stepmother at all, provided she was the right sort of person. Lucy felt a jolt of understanding. Alexander's chatter had a deliberate aim. All that nonsense about wicked stepmothers is quite old-fashioned, he continued, still addressing the ceiling. Lots of the chaps I know have stepmothers, what with divorces and everything, and they get on perfectly well. It all depends on the person, of course. It can get a bit confusing having 2 sets of parents for school events and outings, though it does have advantages if you're trying to get extra pocket money. He paused, grappling with the complexities of modern family life. Ideally, you'd have your own home with both your own parents, but since my mother's gone, well, you understand. If she were a decent sort, Alexander repeated for emphasis. Lucy was touched by his earnestness. I think you're being very mature about this, Alexander. We should certainly try to find a nice partner for your father.
Right,
said Alexander, his tone non-committal. He added casually, I just thought I'd mention it. Brian likes you an awful lot. He told me so himself. Good heavens, Lucy thought to herself. It's nothing but matchmaking around here. First Miss Marple, and now Alexander. For some inexplicable reason, an image of pigsties popped into her mind. She rose from her chair. Good night, Alexander. You'll only have your toiletries and pajamas to pack in the morning. Sleep well? Good night, Alexander replied. He slid down under the covers, rested his head on the pillow, and closed his eyes, instantly embodying the picture of a peaceful, sleeping angel. He was asleep within moments. Not what you'd call definitive evidence, Sergeant Weatherall remarked with his characteristic pessimism. Inspector Craddock was reviewing the report on Harold Crackenthorpe's alibi for December 20th. Harold had been seen at Sotheby's auction house around 3:30 but was believed to have left not long after. His photograph hadn't been recognized by staff at Russell's Tea House, though that wasn't surprising given the busy tea time rush and the fact he wasn't a regular patron. His valet confirmed Harold had returned to his Cardigan Gardens flat to change for a dinner party at 6:45, cutting it rather fine, as the dinner was at 7:30, which had apparently put Mr. Crackenthorpe in a somewhat irritable mood. The valet didn't specifically recall hearing him return home earlier that evening, but admitted that after so many weeks he couldn't be certain. Besides, he often didn't hear Mr. Crackenthorpe come in, as he and his wife preferred to retire early whenever possible. The private lock-up garage in the Mews where Harold kept his car had no attendant to note comings and goings, and there was no particular reason to remember one specific evening. All circumstantial and inconclusive, Craddock sighed. He did attend the Caterers Association dinner, but he left early before the speeches finished. What about the train stations? Nothing had turned up there, either at Brackhampton or at Paddington. Nearly a month had passed, making it highly unlikely anyone would remember a specific passenger. Craddock sighed again and reached for the file on Cedric Crackenthorpe. The findings were similarly negative, though one taxi driver tentatively recalled taking a fare to Paddington Station that afternoon, who looked something like that fellow, messy trousers and a mop of hair. The cabbie grumbled about the fare increase since his last trip to England. He pinpointed the day by recalling a horse named Crawler winning the 2:30 race, a victory on which he'd placed a tidy bet. Right after dropping his passenger, he'd caught the news on his cab radio and headed straight home to celebrate. Thank heaven for the races, Craddock remarked, setting the report aside. And here's the update on Alfred, Sergeant Weatherall said, a subtle, knowing tone in his voice that made Craddock glance up sharply. Weatherall wore the satisfied look of a man saving the best detail for last. Most of the background check was unhelpful. Alfred lived alone in his apartment, coming and going at irregular hours. His neighbors weren't the nosy type, and being office workers, were out all day anyway. But near the end of the report, Weatherall's thick finger tapped the final paragraph. Sergeant Leakey, working a case involving thefts from delivery trucks, had been stationed at the Load of Bricks, a truck stop diner on the Waddington to Brackhampton Road, keeping watch on certain drivers. He'd noticed Chick Evans, a known associate of the Dickie Rogers crew, at a nearby table. With him was Alfred Crackenthorpe, whom Leakey recognized from having seen him testify in the Dickie Rogers trial. Leakey wondered what the two might be planning. Time, 9:30 p.m., Friday, December 20th. Alfred had left shortly after, boarding a bus headed toward Brackhampton. William Baker, the ticket collector at Brackhampton Station, remembered clipping the ticket of a man he recognized as one of Miss Crackenthorpe's brothers just before the 11:55 p.m. train departed for Paddington. He recalled the date because of the wild story circulating that afternoon about some eccentric older woman who insisted she'd witnessed a murder on a train. Alfred? Craddock murmured as he put the report down. Alfred, I have to wonder. That places him right in the thick of it, Weatherall pointed out. Craddock nodded. Yes, Alfred could have taken the 4:33 train down to Brackhampton, committed the murder during the journey, then traveled by bus out to the Load of Bricks. Leaving the diner around 9:30, he'd have had ample time to reach Rutherford Hall, move the body from the embankment to the stone sarcophagus, and still make it to Brackhampton in time to catch the 11:55 back to London. One of the Dickie Rogers bunch might even have helped him move the body, though Craddock doubted that. They were a shady lot, but not murderers. Alfred? He repeated, his mind turning over the possibilities. After agreeing to the suggested arrangements, Mrs. McGillicuddy accepted a glass of wine from Miss Marple. Jane, she said after an appreciative sip, you don't believe I dreamed it all up, do you? Or imagined it? Certainly not, Miss Marple replied with firm kindness. Mrs. McGillicuddy let out a relieved sigh. That ticket collector, she went on, he certainly seemed to think so. Polite enough, But still, I think that was only natural under the circumstances, Elspeth. It did sound, and indeed was, a most extraordinary account, and you were a complete stranger to him. No, I have no doubt whatsoever that you saw exactly what you described. It is very unusual, but not at all impossible. I remember once being quite fascinated when my train ran parallel to another. I got such a vivid, intimate glimpse of what was happening in a few of the carriages. There was a little girl, I recall, playing with a teddy bear, and then she suddenly threw it right at a dozing gentleman in the corner. He jumped up, looking terribly affronted, and the other passengers were trying not to laugh. I saw them all perfectly clearly. I could have described afterward exactly what they wore and how they looked. Mrs. McGillicuddy nodded gratefully. Yes, that's precisely how it was. You mentioned the man had his back to you, so you never saw his face? No, I didn't. And the woman, can you describe her? Was she young, older? Youngish, I'd say. Somewhere between 30 and 35? I can't be more precise than that. Was she attractive? Again, I can't really say. Her face was...
Well, it was twisted and... Miss Marple interjected quickly. Yes, of course, I understand. What was she wearing? She had on a light-colored fur coat, no hat. Her hair was blonde. Was there anything distinctive you can recall about the man? Mrs. McGillicuddy took a moment to think carefully. He was fairly tall, and I believe he was dark-haired. He wore a heavy coat, so I couldn't really judge his build. She added with a sigh. It isn't much to go on, is it?
It's something, Miss Marple replied. After a pause, she asked gently, You are quite certain in your own mind that the young woman was deceased? She was dead. I'm sure of it. Her tongue, well, I'd rather not discuss the details. Of course not, Miss Marple said swiftly. I expect we'll learn more in the morning. In the morning? I imagine it will be in the morning papers. After attacking her, the man would have a body to deal with. What would he do? He'd likely leave the train at the first opportunity. Was it a corridor carriage, by the way? No, it wasn't. That suggests a train not traveling a great distance. It would almost certainly stop at Brackhampton. Suppose he left the train there, perhaps arranging the body in a corner seat with the face hidden by the fur collar to delay discovery? Yes, I think that's what he might have done. But it will be found before long, and news of a murdered woman discovered on a train would almost certainly be in the papers. We shall see. But it was not in the morning papers. After confirming this, Miss Marple and Mrs. McGillicuddy finished their breakfast in a thoughtful silence. Both were preoccupied. Later, they took a turn around the garden, though their usual enthusiasm for this activity was somewhat lacking today. Miss Marple pointed out some new and rare additions to her rock garden, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Mrs. McGillicuddy, for her part, did not launch into her customary recital of her own recent horticultural triumphs. The garden really isn't looking its best, Miss Marple remarked absently. Dr. Haydock has absolutely forbidden me from any stooping or kneeling, and what can you possibly accomplish in a garden if you can't stoop or kneel? There's old Edwards, of course, but he's so opinionated, and hiring temporary help just encourages bad habits, endless cups of tea, and a great deal of pottering about, but no real work. Oh, I know exactly what you mean, said Mrs. McGillicuddy. No one has forbidden me from stooping, but honestly, especially after meals, and having put on a bit of weight, she glanced down at her ample figure. It does bring on the most dreadful heartburn. A silence fell between them. Then Mrs. McGillicuddy planted her feet firmly, came to a halt, and turned to her friend. Well, she said. It was a small word, but her tone gave it considerable weight. Miss Marple understood perfectly. I know, she replied. The two women exchanged a look. I think, said Miss Marple, we might walk down to the police station and speak with Sergeant Cornish. He's intelligent and patient. I know him quite well, and he knows me. I believe he'll listen and pass the information along to the proper authorities. Accordingly, about 3/4 of an hour later, Miss Marple and Mrs. McGillicuddy were speaking to a fresh-faced, serious man in his 30s who listened attentively to what they had to say. Sergeant Frank Cornish greeted Miss Marple with cordiality and respect. He offered chairs to both ladies and said, Now, what can we do for you, Miss Marple? Miss Marple said, I would like you to please listen to my friend Mrs. McGillicuddy's story. And Sergeant Cornish listened, For a long moment after she finished speaking, he said nothing. Then he leaned back in his chair. That is certainly a remarkable account. As Mrs. McGillicuddy had relayed her story, his eyes had been quietly assessing her. His overall impression was favorable. She struck him as a sensible, clear-headed woman, not prone to the kind of wild imagination or hysteria that could distort facts. Furthermore, Miss Marple, whose judgment he had learned to respect, clearly believed her friend's version of events. Everyone in St. Mary Mead knew that behind Miss Marple's somewhat fluttery and vague exterior was a mind as sharp as a tack. He cleared his throat. "Naturally," he began, choosing his words with care, "there is always the chance of a misunderstanding. I'm not saying that's the case here, mind you, but sometimes what looks serious from a distance is just a bit of rough play. It might not have been a fatal incident at all." "I know precisely what I saw," Mrs. McGillicuddy stated, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "And you won't be moved from that position?" thought Frank Cornish to himself. "And honestly, probable or not, you might just be correct." Out loud, he adopted his official voice. "You notified the railway authorities, and now you've reported it to me. That is the correct procedure, and you have my assurance that a full investigation will be initiated." He paused. Miss Marple gave a small, satisfied nod. Mrs. McGillicuddy, however, looked less convinced, though she remained silent. Sergeant Cornish turned his attention to Miss Marple, not so much because he wanted her theories, but because he was curious to hear how her mind would work on the problem. "Assuming the facts are exactly as reported," he said, "what, in your opinion, became of the body?" "Only two possibilities present themselves," Miss Marple replied without hesitation. "The most obvious, of course, is that it was simply left in the compartment. But that seems increasingly improbable, as it would almost certainly have been discovered last night by another passenger or by the staff when the train reached its final stop." Frank Cornish nodded in agreement. "That leaves the alternative of the body being pushed from the train onto the tracks. Presumably, it would still be lying somewhere along the line, undiscovered, though I admit that also strikes me as rather unlikely. Still, I can't see any other way the killer could have disposed of it." "You read stories about bodies in trunks," Mrs. McGillicuddy interjected, "but nobody travels with steamer trunks anymore, only suitcases. You couldn't possibly fit a body into one of those." "Exactly," Cornish said. "I concur with both of you. If a body exists, it should have been found by now, or it will be very shortly. I'll keep you informed of any developments, though you'll likely read about it in the papers before I call. There is, of course, the possibility that the woman, though violently assaulted, was not actually killed. She might have been able to leave the train under her own power." "That would be difficult without assistance," Miss Marple observed thoughtfully. "And if she had help, it would have been noticed. A man supporting a woman, he claims, is unwell." "Yes, it would have been noted," Cornish affirmed, "or if a woman was found unconscious or taken ill in a carriage and removed to a hospital, there would be a record. I believe you can rest assured we will have answers very soon." But the day passed, and then the next. On the evening of the second day, Miss Marple received a brief note from Sergeant Cornish. It stated that, regarding the matter on which she had consulted him, exhaustive inquiries had been made with no result. No woman's body had been located. No hospital had treated a woman matching the description, and no station personnel had observed a distressed woman being assisted by a man. The fullest possible investigations had been conducted. The suggestion was that her friend might have witnessed an altercation that was far less serious than she had believed. Meanwhile, at Rutherford Hall, the Crackenthorpe family had assembled. Harold and Alfred had come down from London, and it wasn't long before raised voices and heated tempers filled the old house. On her own initiative, Lucy prepared a pitcher of cocktails over ice and carried it toward the library. The heated voices carried clearly into the hall, a torrent of blame being directed at Emma. "This is entirely your doing, Emma," Harold's deep voice boomed angrily. "I cannot fathom how you could be so utterly foolish. If you hadn't taken that letter to Scotland Yard and set this whole mess in motion," Alfred's sharper tone cut in, "you must have taken leave of your senses." "Enough. Don't badger her," Cedric interjected. "What's done is done. Frankly, it would have looked far more suspicious if the police had identified that woman as the missing Martine and we had all stayed silent about hearing from her." "That's easy for you to say, Cedric," Harold snapped. You were conveniently out of the country on the 20th, which appears to be the date they're focused on. It's Alfred and I who are left in an awkward position. Thankfully, I have a clear recollection of my whereabouts and activities that entire afternoon." "I'm sure you do," Alfred retorted with a sneer. "If you were planning a murder, Harold, I've no doubt you'd arrange an impeccable alibi." "I take it you are less fortunate in that regard," Harold replied coldly. "That remains to be seen," said Alfred. "Sometimes a vague memory is safer than presenting the police with a so-called ironclad alibi that isn't truly solid. They have a knack for dismantling those. If you are implying that I had anything to do with that woman's death—" "Oh, will you all please stop," Emma cried out in distress. "None of you could possibly have killed her. And for the record," Cedric added dryly, "I wasn't actually abroad on the 20th. The police are well aware of that fact, so we're all under the microscope. If it weren't for Emma's meddling—" "Harold, not again," Emma pleaded, her voice strained. Dr. Quimper emerged from the study where he had been consulting with old Mr. Crackenthorpe. His gaze fell on the pitcher in Lucy's hand. "What's this? Are we celebrating?" "More like attempting to pour oil on very troubled waters," Lucy replied. "They're going at each other in there like a pack of wolves. A round of recriminations?" Mostly directed at Emma, Dr. Quimper's eyebrows lifted. "Is that so?" He took the jug from Lucy, pushed open the library door, and entered. "Good evening. Ah, Dr. Quimper, I want a word with you." Harold's voice was loud and irritated. "I demand to know what possessed you to interfere in a private family matter and advise my sister to go to the police." Dr. Quimper responded with calm authority. "Miss Crackenthorpe sought my counsel. I provided it. In my professional opinion, she acted correctly." "How dare you suggest—" "Girl!" It was the familiar summons from old Mr. Crackenthorpe, who was peering around the study door just behind Lucy. She turned reluctantly. "Yes, Mr. Crackenthorpe? What's for dinner tonight?" "I want a curry." "You make an excellent curry. It's been an age since we've had one." "The others aren't very fond of curry, you see." The others? What do they matter?" "I'm the one who matters here. Besides, the boys have all gone good riddance. I want a properly hot curry, do you understand?" "Very well, Mr. Crackenthorpe. You shall have your curry." "Good. You're a sensible girl, Lucy. You look after me, and I'll see you're looked after in return." Lucy returned to the kitchen. Setting aside her planned chicken fricassee, she began gathering ingredients for the curry. Shortly after, the front door slammed shut. From the window, she watched Dr. Quimper stride angrily to his car and drive away. Lucy sighed, feeling the unusual quiet of the house. She missed the lively presence of the younger men. She even missed Brian's chaotic energy in a strange way. Oh well, she sat down at the table and began peeling mushrooms. At the very least, she could give this bickering family an exceptional dinner. Feed the brutes, indeed. It was 3 a.m. when Dr. Quimper finally guided his car into the garage, closed the doors, and entered the house, pulling the front door shut with a weary motion. Mrs. Josh Simpkins now had a robust pair of twins to add to her existing brood of 8. Mr. Simpkins had greeted the news without joy. "Twins," he had muttered gloomily. "What good are they?" Now, quadruplets, those would be worth something. The mail brings all kinds of things, and reporters show up for pictures in the paper. They say the Queen even sends a telegram. But what are twins, really, except 2 more hungry mouths instead of 1? There's never been twins in our family, or in my wife's. It just doesn't seem right, if you ask me. Dr. Quimper climbed the stairs to his room and began pulling off his clothes. He checked his watch, 3:05. Delivering those twins had been an unexpectedly complicated affair, though everything ended well. He let out a long yawn, feeling deeply weary, and looked with gratitude at his waiting bed. Then the telephone rang. Muttering under his breath, Quimper snatched up the receiver. "Dr. Quimper here? This is Lucy Iles-Barrow calling from Rutherford Hall. I think you need to come immediately. Nearly everyone here has fallen ill." "Ill? What are the symptoms?" Lucy listed them carefully.
I'll be right there.
In the meantime, he issued a few quick, clear instructions. Hanging up, he dressed again in a hurry, tossed some extra supplies into his medical bag, and rushed out to his car. It was close to 3 hours later when the doctor and Lucy, both worn out, finally sat down at the kitchen table with large mugs of strong black coffee. Ah, Quimper sighed, draining his cup and setting it down with a sharp clink. Needed that. Now, Miss Islesborough, let's get to the heart of the matter. Lucy studied him. The lines of exhaustion etched on his face made him look older than his 44 years. The dark hair at his temples was streaked with gray and shadows hung beneath his eyes. As far as I can tell, the doctor began, they should all recover. But the question is, why did this happen? Who prepared the meal? I did, Lucy replied. Walk me through the menu in detail. We started with mushroom soup, then curried chicken with rice, syllabub for dessert, and a savory of chicken livers wrapped in bacon. Canapes, Diane, Dr. Quimper said, surprisingly. Lucy offered a faint smile. Yes? Canapes, Diane? Right, let's go step by step. The mushroom soup, canned, I assume? Absolutely not. I made it myself. You made it. With what? Half a pound of mushrooms, chicken stock, milk, a butter and flour roux, and a dash of lemon juice. And now I'm supposed to declare, it must have been the mushrooms. It wasn't the mushrooms. I had a bowl myself, and I'm perfectly fine. Yes, you are perfectly fine. I hadn't overlooked that. Lucy felt her cheeks grow warm. If you're implying, I'm not implying anything. You're a very clever young woman. If I meant what you're thinking, you'd be upstairs miserable with the rest. Besides, I've made it my business to learn about you. Why on earth would you do that? The doctor's mouth set into a grim line. Because I consider it my duty to know about newcomers who settle in here. You check out, a legitimate professional who does this work for a living with no prior connection to the Crackenthorpe family. So you're not some accomplice of Cedric, Harold, or Alfred helping them with any underhanded schemes. Do you honestly believe? I believe a great many things, Quimper cut in, but a doctor has to be cautious. It's the worst part of the job. Now, let's continue. The curried chicken. Did you eat any? No. After cooking a curry, I find I've had my fill of the aroma. I did taste it while preparing it. I had the soup and some syllabub. How was the syllabub served? In individual glasses. And how much of all this is still available? If you mean washing up, everything was cleaned and put away. Dr. Quimper groaned. There is such a thing as being too efficient, he remarked dryly. I can see that now, given the circumstances, but that's the situation. What do we have left? There's some curry remaining in a bowl in the pantry. I was planning to use it for mulligatawny soup tonight. There's also a little mushroom soup left. No syllabub and none of the savory. I'll take the curry and the soup for testing. What about the chutney? Was there chutney served with it? Yes, from one of those stone jars. I'll have some of that as well. He stood up. I'm going upstairs to check on them once more. After that, can you manage things here until morning? Keep a close watch on everyone? I can arrange for a nurse to be here by 8 o'clock with clear instructions. I wish you'd just say it plainly. Do you believe it's food poisoning or something more deliberate? I've already explained. Doctors can't afford to speculate, they need certainty. If these food samples come back with a clear result, then I can act. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Lucy pressed. Dr. Quimper placed a hand on her shoulder. Pay special attention to 2 people, he said quietly. Look after Emma. I won't allow anything to happen to Emma. His voice held an emotion he couldn't hide. She hasn't even started to live her life yet. And you know, people like Emma Crackenthorpe are the true backbone of this world. Emma means a great deal to me. I've never told her, but I intend to. Watch over Emma. You can count on it, Lucy assured him. And keep an eye on the old man, he continued, his tone shifting to one of gritty resolve. I won't pretend he's ever been my favorite patient, but he is my patient. And I'll be damned if I let one or all 3 of his disagreeable sons hurry him out of this world just to get their hands on his money sooner. He gave her a sudden, searching look. There, I've said too much, but stay alert. There's a good girl, and for heaven's sake, keep this to yourself. Inspector Bacon looked thoroughly unsettled. Arsenic? He repeated. Are you certain? Absolutely. It was in the curry. Here's what's left for your lab to examine. I ran a preliminary test on a small sample, and the result was unmistakable. So we have a poisoner at work? It would appear so, Dr. Quimper replied dryly. And they were all affected, you understand, except for Miss Islesborough. Except Miss Islesborough? That does look rather suspicious for her. What possible motive could she have? Could be unhinged, Bacon suggested. They sometimes seem perfectly normal, all the while being completely off their rocker, so to speak. Miss Islesborough is not off her rocker. Speaking as a physician, she is as sound of mind as you or I. If Miss Islesborough is putting arsenic in the family's curry, she's doing it for a reason. Moreover, being a highly intelligent woman, she would take care not to be the only one untouched. What she would do, what any clever poisoner would do, is consume a very small amount of the tainted food and then perhaps exaggerate her symptoms. And you wouldn't be able to tell the difference? That she'd taken less than the others? Probably not. People don't react identically to poisons anyway. The same quantity will affect some more severely than others. Dr. Quimper added almost cheerfully, of course, once the patient is deceased, you can make a much closer estimate of the dosage. Then it's possible, Inspector Bacon said, pausing to gather his thoughts, that someone in the family is making more of a fuss than necessary, someone who's playing along with the others to avoid raising suspicion. What do you think? The same thought had crossed my mind. That's precisely why I'm bringing this to you. It's in your hands now. I've stationed a reliable nurse on the case, but she can't be everywhere at once. In my opinion, no one has ingested a lethal amount. The poisoner miscalculated. Not necessarily. It seems more likely the intent was to put enough in the curry to produce symptoms of food poisoning, which would probably be blamed on the mushrooms. People are forever fixated on the danger of mushroom poisoning. Then, one person would likely take a turn for the worse and die. Because they'd receive a second dose, the doctor nodded. That's why I'm reporting this immediately and why I've assigned a special nurse to the situation. She knows about the arsenic? Naturally. She knows, and so does Miss Islesborough. Of course, you understand your duties best, but if I were in your position, I'd go out there and plainly inform everyone they are showing signs of arsenic poisoning. That should put the fear of God into our killer and likely stop their plan in its tracks. They were probably counting on everyone believing it was simple food poisoning. The phone on the inspector's desk rang sharply. He lifted the receiver.
All right, connect her.
He glanced at Quimper. It's your nurse calling. Yes, hello, speaking. What's that? A serious turn for the worse. Yes, Dr. Quimper is right here, if you'd like to speak with him. He passed the phone over. Quimper took it. Quimper here? I understand. Yes, that's correct. Proceed with that. We'll be there shortly. He hung up and turned to Bacon, his expression grave. Who was it? It's Alfred, Dr. Quimper stated, and he's gone. Over the phone, Craddock's voice was sharp with disbelief. Alfred? Are you certain? Inspector Bacon adjusted the receiver. You didn't anticipate this? Not at all, frankly. I had just pegged him as our murderer. I heard about the ticket collector identifying him. The situation looked very bad for him. Yes, it seemed we had our man. Well, Craddock said flatly, we were mistaken. A brief silence hung between them before Craddock asked. There was a nurse on duty. How did this happen? You can't fault her. Miss Islesborough was completely exhausted and had gone to rest. The nurse was responsible for 5 patients, the old man, Emma, Cedric, Harold, and Alfred. She couldn't be everywhere at once. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe began making a tremendous fuss, insisting he was dying. She went to calm him, returned, and took Alfred some tea with glucose. He drank it, and that was the end. Arsenic again? It appears so. It could have been a natural relapse, but Quimper doesn't think so, and Johnson concurs. Craddock voiced his doubt. I suppose we are to assume Alfred was the intended victim. Bacon sounded thoughtful. You mean that while Alfred's death benefits no one financially, the old man's death would enrich them all? It's possible it was a mistake. Someone might have believed the tea was meant for the old man. Are they certain that was the method of administration? No, of course not. The nurse, doing her job properly, washed everything, cups, spoons, teapot, but it seems the only plausible explanation, meaning, Craddock mused, that one of the patients was less ill than he or she appeared. Saw an opportunity and poisoned the cup? Well, there won't be any more incidents, Inspector Bacon said grimly. We have 2 nurses on duty now, not to mention Miss Islesborough, and I've stationed a couple of my men there. Are you coming down? As fast as I can get there. Lucy Islesborough met Inspector Craddock in the hall. She looked pale and weary. You've been through an ordeal, said Craddock. It's felt like one long, dreadful nightmare, Lucy replied. Last night, I truly thought they were all dying. About the curry. It was the curry? Yes, expertly seasoned with arsenic, a very Borgia-like touch. If that's true, Lucy said, her voice tightening with a sudden, sharp clarity, then it absolutely has to be one of the family. Who else could it be? The sheer brazen audacity of it right under our noses. No other possibility. No, you see, I only started preparing that wretched curry quite late, after 6 o'clock, because Mr. Crackenthorpe specifically requested it. I had to open a brand new tin of curry powder, so that couldn't have been tampered with beforehand. I suppose curry would mask the taste. Arsenic is tasteless, Craddock said absently. Now opportunity. Who had a chance to interfere with the curry while it was cooking? Lucy considered. Realistically, anyone could have slipped into the kitchen while I was setting the table in the dining room. I see. And who was in the house at the time? Old Mr. Crackenthorpe, Emma, Cedric. Harold and Alfred were also there. They had arrived from London that afternoon. Oh, and Brian Easley was there too, though he left just before dinner to meet someone in Brackhampton. Craddock considered this. It connects to the old man's illness at Christmas. Quimper suspected arsenic then. Did everyone seem equally sick last night? Lucy thought back. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe seemed the worst off. Dr. Quimper was working frantically on him. He's a very good doctor, I must say. Cedric made the biggest fuss, naturally. People who are usually healthy always do. Emma has been quite ill, too. Why target Alfred, I wonder? Craddock mused. I had the same question, Lucy replied. I suppose it was meant for Alfred? It all feels so senseless. If I could just find the motive behind all this, Craddock said, frustration edging his voice. Nothing connects neatly. The woman strangled in the sarcophagus was almost certainly Edmund Crackenthorpe's widow, Martine. That's nearly proven. There has to be a link between that and the deliberate poisoning of Alfred. The answer is within this family, but even suggesting one of them is insane doesn't solve it. Not really? Lucy agreed. Be careful, Craddock warned as he prepared to leave. Remember, there's a poisoner in this house. One of your patients upstairs might not be as sick as he claims. After Craddock left, Lucy made her way upstairs slowly. A commanding, though weakened, voice called out from old Mr. Crackenthorpe's room as she passed. Girl, is that you? Come in here. Lucy entered. Mr. Crackenthorpe was propped up on pillows, looking remarkably cheerful for a man who had been so ill. This house is crawling with expensive hospital nurses, he grumbled, rustling around, acting important, poking thermometers at me, withholding decent food. It must be costing a fortune. Tell Emma to send them away. You could take care of me perfectly well. Everyone was taken ill, Mr. Crackenthorpe, Lucy reminded him. I can't look after the entire household. Mushrooms, he declared. Nasty, dangerous things. It was that soup we had last night. You made it, he added, though without real accusation. The mushrooms were perfectly fine, Lucy said patiently. I'm not blaming you, girl. These things happen. One poisonous fungus slips in, and that's that. Nobody can tell. I know you're a good sort. How's Emma? She's feeling a bit better this afternoon. Ah, and Harold? He's improved too. What's this I hear about Alfred kicking the bucket? Nobody was supposed to tell you that, Mr. Crackenthorpe. The old man let out a high, wheezing laugh of pure delight. I hear things, he said. They can't keep secrets from me. They try. So Alfred's dead, is he? He won't be sponging off me anymore, and he certainly won't get a penny of my money. They've all been waiting for me to die, you know. Alfred especially. Now he's gone first. I call that a rich joke. That's a rather cruel thing to say, Lucy said sternly. Mr. Crackenthorpe laughed again. A dry, crackling sound. I'll outlive every single one of them, he crowed. You mark my words, girl. You just wait and see. Lucy returned to her room. She took out her dictionary and looked up the word tontine. Closing the book, she stared into the middle distance, her expression thoughtful. "Don't see why you're coming to me," said Dr. Morris irritably. "You've known the Crackenthorpe family for a long time," Inspector Craddock replied. Yes, I knew them all," the old doctor said, shifting in his chair. "I remember old Josiah Crackenthorpe. Hard man, shrewd. Made a pile of money." He peered at Craddock from under bushy eyebrows. "So you've been listening to that young fool Quimper," he grumbled. "These eager young doctors always getting dramatic ideas into their heads. Convinced someone was trying to poison Luther Crackenthorpe. Pure nonsense, melodrama. Of course, he suffered from stomach issues. I attended to him for those. They weren't frequent. Nothing out of the ordinary." Dr. Quimper, Craddock noted, appeared to believe otherwise. A physician shouldn't indulge in speculation. I should certainly know arsenical poisoning if I saw it. Many respected doctors have missed it, Craddock countered. He searched his memory. "Consider the Greenborough affair, Mrs. Rennie, Charles Leeds, 3 members of the Westbury household all laid to rest without the attending physicians suspecting a thing. Those were capable, honorable men." Fine, Dr. Morris conceded. "You're suggesting I could have been mistaken. I maintain I was not." He paused briefly. If it was happening, who did Quimper suspect? He had no idea, Craddock replied. He was concerned. "And let's be honest, there's a tremendous amount of money involved." "Yes, I'm aware. They inherit when Luther Crackenthorpe passes. They are certainly eager for it. That much is true, but it doesn't automatically mean they'd murder the old man to obtain it." "Not necessarily," Inspector Craddock agreed. "Anyway," Dr. Morris continued, "my practice is not to entertain suspicions without solid cause." "Solid cause," he repeated. "I'll admit what you've said has unsettled me. Widespread arsenic, it seems, but I still don't understand why you're here. All I can tell you is I didn't suspect it. Perhaps I should have. Perhaps I should have viewed Luther Crackenthorpe's gastric episodes with far more gravity. But you're far beyond that point now." Craddock acknowledged this. "What I truly require," he said, "is a deeper understanding of the Crackenthorpe family. Is there any peculiar mental tendency among them, some kind of aberration?" The eyes beneath the thick brows studied him keenly. "Yes, I can see where your thoughts are heading. Old Josiah was perfectly sane. Tough as nails. Very sharp. His wife was neurotic, prone to melancholy. She came from a closely interbred family. She died not long after her second son was born. I'd say Luther inherited a certain instability from her. He was quite ordinary as a young man, but he was perpetually at odds with his father. His father was disappointed in him, and I believe Luther resented that, brooded over it, until it became a kind of fixation. He carried that into his own marriage. You'll observe, if you speak with him, that he harbors a profound dislike for all his sons. He was fond of his daughters, both Emma and Edie, the one who died. "Why does he despise the sons so intensely?" Craddock asked. "You'd need one of those modern psychiatrists for that. I'd simply say Luther has never felt particularly competent as a man himself, and he bitterly resents his financial situation. He has an income, but no control over the capital. If he had the power to disinherit his sons, he probably wouldn't loathe them as much. That powerlessness leaves him feeling humiliated. Is that why he takes such pleasure in the idea of outliving them all?" Inspector Craddock ventured. "Possibly. It's also the root of his stinginess, I think. I'd wager he's managed to salt away a considerable sum from his large income, mostly, of course, before taxes climbed to their current dizzying levels." A new thought occurred to Inspector Craddock. "I assume he's willed his savings to someone that he can do?" "Oh, yes, though heaven knows who the beneficiary is. Perhaps Emma, though I rather doubt it. She'll receive her portion of the old man's wealth. Perhaps to Alexander, the grandson." "He's fond of the boy, is he?" said Craddock. "He used to be. Of course, Alexander was his daughter's child, not a son's. That might have made a difference. And he had quite a liking for Brian Eastley, Edie's husband. Naturally, I don't know Brian well. It's been years since I've had much contact with the family. It occurred to me that he would be quite adrift once the war ended. He possesses the wartime virtues, bravery, a certain reckless energy, and a habit of ignoring tomorrow's troubles. but I question his steadiness. He's likely to become a wanderer without any real anchor. To your knowledge, is there any unusual twist in the younger set? Cedric is the odd one, a born nonconformist. I wouldn't call him entirely normal, but then, who is? Harold is more conventional, though not what I'd consider a likable character, calculating and rather cold. Alfred always had a streak of the troublemaker. He was a bad egg from the start. I once caught him filching coins from the missionary collection box in the hallway, that sort of thing. Well, the poor man is gone now, so I suppose I shouldn't speak ill of him. What about Emma Crackenthorpe? Craddock ventured. A good girl, quiet. You don't always know what's going on behind those calm eyes. She has her own thoughts and plans, but keeps them to herself. There's more strength there than her gentle manner suggests. You knew Edmund, the son who died in France? Yes, he was the best of the lot, I'd say. Kind, cheerful, a fine young man. Did you ever hear that he might have married, or was about to marry, a French girl just before he was killed? Dr. Morris frowned in thought. It rings a faint bell, he admitted, but it was so long ago, early in the war, wasn't it? Yes, and honestly, if he had married a foreign girl, he might have lived to regret it. There's reason to believe he did exactly that, Craddock said. He summarized the recent events briefly. You may recall reading about a woman's body discovered in a stone coffin. That was at Rutherford Hall. And you think she was Edmund Crackenthorpe's widow? It appears so. It sounds like something from a cheap thriller, doesn't it? But the real question is, who would want the poor woman dead, and how does it connect to the arsenic poisoning in the family? Two possible theories, Craddock replied, though both feel stretched. Someone might be greedily eyeing Josiah Crackenthorpe's entire fortune. What a fool that would be, Dr. Morris snorted. They'd only end up handing most of it over in taxes. Mushrooms are nasty things, declared Mrs. Kidder, repeating an opinion she had voiced countless times that week. Lucy made no reply. I wouldn't touch them myself, Mrs. Kidder went on. Far too risky. It's a mercy only one person died. The whole household could have gone, you included, miss. You've had a very narrow escape. It wasn't the mushrooms, Lucy said patiently. They were perfectly safe. Don't you believe it, Mrs. Kidder retorted, clattering plates in the sink. Mushrooms are dangerous. One poisonous one in the batch, and that's the end of you, she continued. It's funny how troubles pile up, isn't it? My sister's oldest came down with measles, our Ernie took a fall and broke his arm, and my husband broke out in boils, all in the same week. You'd hardly credit it, it's been the same here. First that horrible murder, and now Mr. Alfred dead from mushroom poisoning. Makes you wonder who's next. Lucy felt a distinct unease, she wondered the same thing. My husband doesn't like me coming here now, Mrs. Kidder confided. Thinks it's unlucky. But I told him I've known Miss Crackenthorpe for years. She's a lovely lady, and she relies on me. And I couldn't leave poor Miss Islesbarrow to manage everything alone. It's been terribly hard on you, miss, all these trays. Lucy had to agree. Life lately seemed to revolve entirely around trays. At that moment, she was arranging several to carry up to the various invalids, feeling the weight of the strange, clinging anxiety that had settled over the house. Mrs. Kidder sighed dramatically, leaning against the kitchen counter. Those nurses, they never lift a finger, she declared. All they do is demand endless pots of strong tea and expect their meals ready. I'm completely worn out. She sounded immensely satisfied, despite having done little beyond her usual morning chores. Lucy replied with grave sincerity, You truly never spare yourself, Mrs. Kidder. Pleased by the remark, Mrs. Kidder beamed as Lucy lifted the first tray and headed for the stairs. In his room, Mr. Crackenthorpe frowned at the offering. What is this? He demanded with clear disapproval. Beef tea and baked custard, Lucy answered. Take it away, he insisted. I won't touch such things. I informed that nurse I required a proper beefsteak. Lucy gently countered, Dr. Quimper believes it's best to avoid steak for now, Mr. Crackenthorpe snorted. I'm practically recovered. I intend to rise tomorrow. How are the others faring? Lucy reported. Mr. Harold is much improved and returning to London tomorrow. Good riddance, the old man muttered. What of Cedric? Any chance he'll sail back to his island tomorrow? He won't be leaving just yet, Lucy said. A pity, he grumbled. And Emma? Why doesn't she visit me? She remains in bed, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Women always coddle themselves, he remarked, then added with approval. But you're a sturdy, capable girl. You dash about all day, don't you? I certainly get ample exercise, Lucy replied, nodding. The old man said, You're a good, strong girl, and recall our earlier conversation. One day you'll see exactly what I mean. Emma won't always dictate matters, and pay no mind if others call me a miser. I'm merely prudent. I've set aside a tidy sum, and I know precisely who I'll spend it on when the moment arrives. He leered affectionately, but Lucy slipped swiftly from the room, evading his grasping hand. She carried the next tray to Emma, who smiled gratefully. Oh, thank you, Lucy. I'm feeling quite myself again, and actually hungry. That's a positive sign, isn't it? As Lucy arranged the tray, Emma continued. My dear, I've been rather troubled about your aunt. You haven't had a moment to visit her, I suppose? No, I haven't, to be honest, Lucy admitted. I fear she must miss you terribly, Emma said with concern. Please, don't worry, Miss Crackenthorpe. She understands the dreadful situation we've endured. Have you telephoned her? Emma pressed. Not very recently, Lucy confessed. Well, do call her daily. It makes such a difference for elderly people to receive news. That's very kind of you, Lucy said, her conscience pricking her as she descended for the next tray. The relentless demands of illness in the house had consumed her attention, leaving little room for other thoughts. She resolved to ring Miss Marple just after delivering Cedric's meal. Passing the sole remaining nurse on the landing with a brief greeting, Lucy entered Cedric's room. He looked uncharacteristically neat, propped in bed and scribbling busily on sheets of paper. Hello, Lucy, he greeted. What dreadful concoction have you brought today? I wish you'd dismiss that utterly insufferable nurse. She's unbearably arch. She refers to me as we, and how are we this morning? Have we slept well? Oh dear, we're being very naughty, kicking off the covers like that. He mimicked her refined tones in a high, mocking falsetto. You seem in high spirits, Lucy observed. What are you so occupied with? Plans, Cedric announced brightly. Plans for this estate once the old man passes. This is prime land, you know. I can't decide whether to develop part of it myself or sell it off in parcels all at once. It's immensely valuable for industrial use. The house could become a nursing home or a private school. Perhaps I'll sell half and use the proceeds to do something delightfully outrageous with the remainder. What's your opinion? Lucy responded dryly. You don't actually possess it yet. I'm going to get it, you know, Cedric declared. It's not parceled out like the rest. It comes to me directly. And if I can sell it for a hefty sum, that money will be capital, not income, so I won't have to hand over a chunk in taxes, real spending money. Just imagine. I always thought you rather looked down on money, Lucy remarked. Naturally, I look down on money when I don't have any, Cedric replied. It's the only respectable position to take. You are a lovely creature, Lucy, or is it just that I haven't laid eyes on a decent-looking woman in ages? I expect that's the reason, Lucy said, still occupied with putting everyone and everything in order. Someone appears to have been putting you in order, Lucy observed, studying him. That blasted nurse, Cedric said with feeling. Have they held the inquest for Alfred yet? What was the outcome? It was postponed, Lucy told him. The police are being cautious. This mass poisoning does give one a bit of a jolt, mentally speaking. I'm not referring to the more physical aspects. He added, You'd better take care of yourself, my dear. I do, said Lucy. Has young Alexander returned to school? I believe he's still with the Stoddart Wests. I think term begins the day after tomorrow. Before preparing her own lunch, Lucy went to the telephone and called Miss Marple. I'm so terribly sorry I haven't been able to come over, but I've been absolutely swamped. Of course, my dear, of course. Besides, there's nothing to be done at the moment. We simply have to wait. Yes, but what are we waiting for? Elspeth McGillicuddy should be home very soon now, Miss Marple said. I wrote to her and told her it was her duty to fly home immediately, so try not to worry too much, my dear. Her voice was gentle and reassuring. You don't think, Lucy began, then hesitated, that there will be any more deaths? Oh, I hope not, my dear. But one never knows, does one? When someone is truly wicked, I mean, and I believe there is profound wickedness here. Or insanity, said Lucy. Of course, I know that is the modern way of looking at things. I don't agree with it myself. Lucy hung up, went into the kitchen, and picked up her lunch tray. Mrs. Kidder had removed her apron and was about to leave. "You'll be all right on your own, miss, I hope?" she asked with concern. "Of course I'll be all right," Lucy said briskly. She carried her tray not into the large, somber dining room, but into the small study. She was nearly finished with the meal when the door opened and Brian Eastley walked in. "Hello," said Lucy. "This is a surprise." "I suppose it is," Brian said. "How is everyone?" "Oh, much improved. Harold is returning to London tomorrow. What's your take on all this? Was it really arsenic?" "It was arsenic, without a doubt," Lucy confirmed. "It hasn't hit the papers yet." "No, I think the police are keeping it quiet for now."
Someone must have a serious grudge against the family, Brian mused. Who could have slipped in and tampered with the food? "I suppose I'm the most obvious suspect, really," said Lucy. Brian looked at her with concern. "But you didn't, did you?" he asked, sounding somewhat appalled. "No, I didn't," Lucy stated firmly. Nobody could have interfered with the curry. She had made it herself, alone in the kitchen, and served it directly. The only people who could have contaminated it were the 5 who sat down to eat. "I mean, why would you?" said Brian. "They're nothing to you, are they?" "I say," he added, "I hope you don't mind me turning up here like this." No, of course not. Have you come to stay?" "Well, I'd like to, if it wouldn't be an awful nuisance for you." "No, we can manage. You see, I'm between jobs at the moment, and I get rather bored and restless." "Are you quite sure you don't mind?" "Oh, I'm not the one to mind, in any case." "It's Emma." "Oh, Emma's fine," said Brian. "Emma has always been very decent to me, in her own way, you understand. She keeps a lot to herself. In fact, she's rather a dark horse, old Emma. Living here and looking after the old man would wear down most people. It's a shame she never married, though I suppose it's too late for that now," Brian mused. "Not at all," Lucy countered. "I don't think it's too late." "Well," Brian thought for a moment. "Maybe a clergyman," he suggested, brightening. "She'd be a real asset in the parish. Good with the Mothers' Union, that is the right name, isn't it? I only ever read about it, and she'd be the type to wear a proper hat to church on Sundays." "That doesn't sound like much of a future to me," Lucy said, standing and reaching for the tea tray. "Here, let me," Brian offered, taking it from her. They walked into the kitchen together. "I can help with the washing up." "I have to say, I really like this kitchen," he admitted. "Actually, I know it's not fashionable, but I like the whole house. Terrible taste, probably, but I can't help it. You could practically land a small plane out in the park," he added with a sudden boyish enthusiasm. He picked up a towel and began drying the silverware. "Seems a real shame it's all going to Cedric. First thing he'll do is sell it and dash off to some foreign country again. I've never understood why England isn't good enough for some people. Harold wouldn't want it either, and it's far too big for Emma. Now, if it went to Alexander, he and I could be as happy as clams here. Of course, it would be nice to have a woman's touch around the place." He gave Lucy a thoughtful look, then sighed. "But what's the use? For Alexander to get this place, practically the whole family would have to drop dead first, and that's not very likely, is it? Although, from what I've seen of the old man, he might just live to be 100 out of pure spite." "I doubt he was too broken up about Alfred, was he?" "Not in the slightest," Lucy replied curtly. "Cantankerous old devil," Brian Eastley said, almost cheerfully. "The things people say are just dreadful," Mrs. Kidder declared, scrubbing the kitchen floor on her hands and knees. "I try not to listen, really I do, but you wouldn't believe the stories." She paused, hoping for encouragement. "I suppose not," Lucy said absently. "About that body found in the long barn," Mrs. Kidder continued, shuffling backward like a crab. "They're saying she was Mr. Edmund's little fling during the war, and that she came over here and a jealous husband followed her and did her in. That's the sort of thing a foreigner might do, I suppose, but after all these years, doesn't seem likely, does it? It sounds completely absurd to me. But there's worse than that, they say," Mrs. Kidder went on, her voice dropping to a gossipy whisper. "People will say anything. You'd be shocked. Some are claiming Mr. Harold married someone abroad and she came over and found out he'd committed bigamy with that Lady Alice and was going to take him to court. They say he met her down here,
did her in, and hid the body in that old stone coffin. Can you imagine? How shocking, Lucy murmured, her mind elsewhere. Of course, I don't pay it any mind, Mrs. Kidder said virtuously. I wouldn't believe such tales. It amazes me what people can invent. I just hope none of it reaches Miss Emma. It would upset her, and I'd hate that. She's a lovely lady, Miss Emma is, and I've never heard a bad word about her. And with Mr. Alfred gone, nobody speaks ill of him now. Not even to say it was a judgment, which they might. But it's awful. Miss, the wicked talk that goes around. She recounted it all with unmistakable relish. It must be very distressing for you to hear, Lucy said dryly. Oh, it is, Mrs. Kidder agreed with a sigh. It truly is. I say to my husband, how can they even think such things? The doorbell rang. That'll be the doctor, miss. Shall I get it, or will you? I'll go, Lucy said, but it was not the doctor. On the doorstep stood a tall, elegant woman wrapped in a mink coat. Parked on the gravel drive behind her was a purring Rolls-Royce, a uniformed chauffeur waiting at the wheel. May I speak with Miss Emma Crackenthorpe, please? The voice was pleasant, with a soft, almost musical quality to it. The woman herself was equally striking, around 35, with dark hair and an elegant, polished appearance. I'm sorry, Lucy replied, but Miss Crackenthorpe is unwell and resting. She isn't receiving visitors. I understand she has been ill, the woman persisted, but it's quite urgent that I speak with her. Lucy started to decline again, but her visitor gently interrupted. You must be Miss Islesborough, correct? She offered a warm, genuine smile. My son has mentioned you. I am Lady Stoddart West, and Alexander is currently staying with me. Oh, I see, said Lucy, her tone softening. And it truly is important, Lady Stoddart West continued. I am aware of her condition, and this is not a social call. It concerns something the boys told me, something my son shared. I believe it is a matter of serious significance, and I need to discuss it with Miss Crackenthorpe. Would you be so kind as to ask her? Please, come inside. Lucy guided her guest through the hall and into the drawing room. I'll go upstairs and see if she is able to receive you. Ascending the stairs, Lucy knocked lightly on Emma's door before entering. Lady Stoddart West is here, she announced. She wishes to speak with you on a particular matter. Lady Stoddart West? Emma looked both surprised and suddenly anxious. Is something wrong? Are the boys, is Alexander all right? No, nothing like that, Lucy reassured her quickly. I'm certain they're fine. It seems to be about something the boys mentioned to her. Oh. Well, Emma hesitated, her fingers nervously smoothing the edge of her pink shawl. The soft color complemented the faint flush in her cheeks. Nurse had tidied her dark hair, and Lucy's earlier touch, a simple bowl of bronze and gold autumn leaves on the dresser, made the room feel welcoming, not at all like a sick room. Perhaps I should see her. Do I look presentable, Lucy? You look perfectly lovely, Lucy said sincerely. Emma had, in fact, been insisting she felt well enough to be out of bed, and Dr. Quimper had agreed she could rise the next day. Shall I show her up? Yes, please do. Lucy returned downstairs. If you'd like to follow me to her room. She led the way back up, opened the door for Lady Stoddart West, and then closed it softly behind her. The visitor moved toward the bed with an outstretched hand. Miss Crackenthorpe, I do apologize for intruding. I believe we've met before at the school sports day. Yes, Emma said, recalling the woman's poised demeanor. I remember. Please, have a seat. Lady Stoddart West settled into the chair beside the bed. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a confidential tone. You must think this is very strange, my arriving unannounced like this, but I have a reason one I believe is important. The boys have been telling me things. Naturally, they were terribly excited about the incident here. Frankly, it made me uneasy. I wanted to fetch James home immediately, but my husband thought I was overreacting. He said it was clearly a crime unrelated to the household, and that from James's letters, both boys were having too grand an adventure to cut it short. So I relented, and they stayed for the planned duration. Emma's brow furrowed slightly. Are you suggesting we should have sent your son home sooner? No, not at all. That isn't my point. Oh, this is difficult to explain. Lady Stoddart West took a steadying breath. But it must be said, the boys, you see, have overheard a good deal. They told me that the police suspect the murdered woman might be a French girl, your late brother, the one lost in the war, had known overseas. Is that correct? It is one possibility we are having to face, Emma replied, her voice catching just a little on the words. It's possible, she admitted quietly. Lady Stoddart West pressed on. Do the police have a specific reason to believe the body is that particular girl, Martine? I've said it's a possibility, nothing more. But what would make them think that? Were there identifying items found with her? Letters, perhaps? No, nothing like that was found. However, I did receive a letter, supposedly from Martine herself. You received a letter from Martine? Lady Stoddart West's voice held a new intensity. Yes, it stated she was in England and wished to visit me. I sent an invitation, but then a telegram arrived saying she was returning to France instead. Whether she actually left the country, we simply don't know. Later, an envelope addressed to her was discovered here, which suggests she might have come to the house after all. But I confess, I truly don't understand. Emma's sentence trailed into silence. Lady Stoddart West finished it for her. You don't understand what any of this has to do with me. That is perfectly reasonable. In your position, I would feel the same. But when I heard a rather confused version of these events, I felt compelled to come and verify the facts for myself. Because if they are true, she paused, gathering her resolve. Then what? Emma prompted gently. Then I must share a secret I never intended to reveal. You see, Emma, I am Martine Dubois. Emma stared, her mind struggling to process the words. You? She finally whispered. You are Martine? Her guest gave a firm, decisive nod. Yes. I understand your shock, but it is the truth. I met your brother Edmund in those early chaotic days of the war. He was billeted at my family's home. You can imagine the rest. We fell in love and planned to marry. Then came the retreat to Dunkirk, and the report that Edmund was missing, later confirmed as killed. I won't dwell on that pain. It was long ago and has been put to rest. But I will tell you that I loved your brother deeply. Her tone, which had been solemn, shifted subtly, edged with a weary irony. War, of course, moves on to its next grim realities. The occupation came. I joined the resistance, specifically tasked with helping Allied airmen escape through France. It was during that dangerous work that I met my husband, an RAF officer parachuted in for special operations. After the war, we married. I considered contacting you once or twice, but decided against it. I thought raking up the past would do no good. I had built a new life and had no desire to revisit the old one. She paused, her expression softening. Yet, I will confess, it gave me a peculiar joy to learn that my son James's closest friend at school was a boy I discovered to be Edmund's nephew. Alexander, I must say, reminds me so much of him, a likeness I'm sure you've noticed. It felt like a small, private blessing that James and Alexander should be such companions. Leaning forward, she placed a hand on Emma's arm. But you do see now, dear Emma, why I had to come. When I heard this story of a murder, of a dead woman being suspected of being Edmund's Martine, I knew I must tell you the truth. One of us needs to inform the police. Whoever that poor woman is, she is not me. I can scarcely believe it, Emma murmured, shaking her head in wonder. That you are the Martine my dear Edmund wrote about with such affection. Her brow furrowed in fresh confusion. But then, I don't understand. Was it you who wrote to me? Absolutely not, Lady Stoddart West stated firmly. I did not write that letter. Then, Emma hesitated, her thoughts racing. Then someone was impersonating Martine, likely hoping to extract money from you. That must be it. But who could it possibly be? One wonders who might have known back then, Emma said slowly. The other woman shrugged. There were probably a few, yes. But no one was particularly close to me. I've never spoken of it since arriving in England. And why wait all these years? It's strange, very strange indeed. I don't understand it either, Emma agreed. We shall have to see what Inspector Craddock makes of all this. She looked at her visitor, her eyes suddenly warm. I am so very glad to know you at last, my dear. And I you? Lady Stoddart West replied, her voice gentle. Edmund spoke of you often. He was so very fond of you. I am content with my new life, yet I haven't entirely let go of the past. Emma settled back into her chair and released a long, weary breath. What a dreadful relief, she murmured. While we worried that the dead woman might be Martine, it felt like a shadow hanging over the family. But now, oh, it's like a weight has been lifted. I don't know who that poor soul was, but she clearly had no connection to us at all. Harold Crackenthorpe's efficient secretary brought in his customary afternoon tea. Thank you, Miss Ellis. I'll be leaving early today. If I may say so, Mr. Crackenthorpe, you really shouldn't have come in at all, Miss Ellis replied with concern. You still look quite worn out. I'm perfectly fine, Harold insisted, though he did feel thoroughly drained. There was no denying he'd had a severe scare. Still, that was behind him now. It was strange, he reflected gloomily, that Alfred should have been the one to go while the old man pulled through. After all, his father was what, 73, 74? He'd been an invalid for years. If anyone should have been taken, it was the old man. But no, it had to be Alfred. Alfred, as far as Harold knew, was a tough, wiry sort of fellow with nothing much wrong with him. He leaned back, sighing. The secretary was right. He didn't feel up to par yet, but he'd wanted to come to the office anyway. He needed to grasp how things stood. It was all touch and go, precarious, to say the least. He glanced around the richly appointed office, the pale gleaming wood, the expensive modern chairs. It all looked prosperous enough, and that was a good thing. That was where Alfred had always gone wrong. If you appeared prosperous, people believed you were. So far, there were no rumors circulating about his financial stability. Still, the inevitable crash couldn't be postponed much longer. If only his father had passed instead of Alfred, as he really ought to have done, the old man practically seemed to thrive on arsenic. Yes, if his father had succumbed, there would be nothing to worry about. The key was not to appear worried. Maintain a prosperous front. Not like poor Alfred, who always looked shabby and unreliable, who looked exactly what he was, a small-time speculator, never bold enough to go for the big money. Mixed up with shady crowds here, involved in doubtful deals there, never quite crossing the line into prosecution but skirting it closely. And where had it gotten him? Brief spells of affluence followed by a return to seediness. No vision, no scope. All things considered, Alfred wasn't much of a loss. Harold had never been particularly fond of him, and with Alfred out of the picture, the inheritance from that miserly old grandfather would be divided into 4 shares instead of 5. A significant improvement. Harold's expression brightened slightly. He stood, collected his hat and coat, and left the office. Better to take it easy for a day or two. He still wasn't feeling strong. His car was waiting below, and soon he was navigating through London's traffic toward home. His manservant, Darwin, met him at the door. "Her ladyship has just arrived, sir," he announced. For a moment, Harold simply stared. Alice? Good heavens, was today the day she was returning? He'd forgotten completely. Good thing, Darwin warned him. It wouldn't have looked well if he'd walked upstairs and appeared shocked to see her. Not that it truly mattered, he supposed. Neither he nor Alice harbored many illusions about their feelings for each other. Perhaps Alice was fond of him, he really didn't know. All in all, Alice had been a great disappointment. He hadn't been in love with her, of course, but though she was a plain woman, she had been pleasant enough. Her family and social connections, admittedly, had been quite useful. Harold had always considered his marriage to Alice a practical arrangement, one that would provide suitable connections for the children he had imagined. Yet those children never arrived, leaving only the two of them to age side by side in a quiet, companionable emptiness. She spent considerable time visiting relatives and favored wintering on the French Riviera, a pattern that suited them both. Entering the drawing room, he offered his punctual greeting. "You're home, my dear. Apologies for not meeting you. Business in the city ran late. I came as soon as I could. How was San Rafael?" Alice described her time there in her well-modulated, somewhat dreary voice. She was a slender woman with sandy hair, a pronounced arch to her nose, and pale, indistinct eyes. The return journey had been acceptable, she reported, though the Channel crossing was choppy and the customs at Dover as tedious as ever. "You really should fly," Harold suggested, repeating his usual advice. "It's far more straightforward." "I'm sure it is, but air travel makes me uneasy." It always has. She did not add that saving time was hardly her chief concern. Filling it was the greater challenge. She inquired politely after his health. "Emma's telegram rather worried me," she remarked. I understand everyone was taken ill. Yes, that's correct, Harold replied. Alice mentioned an article she had read about mass food poisoning at a hotel. All this refrigeration is quite risky, I think. People store things far too long. Perhaps, said Harold. He considered mentioning the arsenic but found himself unable to broach the subject. In Alice's orderly world, arsenic poisoning belonged to sensational newspaper stories. It did not touch one's own family. Yet it had touched theirs. He retreated to his room to rest before dinner. Their conversation over the meal was its typical, polite, and meandering self, touching on mutual acquaintances from San Rafael. There's a small parcel for you on the hall table, Alice noted. Is there? I didn't see it. Someone mentioned a rather odd story to me, she continued, about a murdered woman found in a barn somewhere. They said it was at Rutherford Hall. I assume it must be some other place. No, Harold said quietly. It isn't another place. It was in our barn, actually. Good heavens, Harold! A murdered woman in our barn, and you never said a word. Well, there hasn't been much opportunity, and the whole affair was rather sordid. Nothing to do with us, of course, but the press swarmed about. We've had to manage the police and all that. How very disagreeable, Alice said, with only a faint show of interest. Have they discovered who did it? Not yet. What sort of woman was she? No one seems to know. French, apparently. Oh, French, said Alice, her tone not unlike Inspector Bacon's when faced with something foreign and inconvenient. How tiresome for you all. They moved from the dining room to their usual small study. Harold felt thoroughly drained and resolved to retire early. Collecting the neat waxed parcel from the hall, he brought it with him to his chair by the fire. He tore it open to find a small tablet box labeled, "To be taken nightly." A slip of paper from a Brackhampton chemist was included, bearing the notation, "Sent by request of Dr. Quimper." Harold Crackenthorpe's brow furrowed as he lifted the lid of the small box. Inside were the familiar tablets, identical to the ones he'd been taking each night. Yet he was almost certain Dr. Quimper had told him he wouldn't need them anymore. You won't want them now. That was the phrase, wasn't it? What is it, dear? Alice's voice broke into his thoughts. You look worried. It's nothing, really, just these pills. I thought the doctor said to stop, but perhaps I misunderstood. Alice replied calmly. I expect he said not to forget to take them. Maybe, Harold said, though doubt lingered in his tone. He glanced across at her. She was watching him, and for a fleeting moment, a rare occurrence, he wondered what she might actually be thinking. Her gentle expression gave nothing away. Her eyes reminded him of windows in a vacant house, revealing nothing of the life inside. What did Alice truly feel for him? Had she ever loved him, or had she simply married a man on the rise in the city, weary of her own modest circumstances? She'd certainly done well for herself. A car, a London townhouse, trips abroad whenever she pleased, expensive clothes that somehow never looked quite right on her. Yes, on balance, she'd come out ahead. He wondered if she saw it that way. She wasn't particularly fond of him, of course, but then he wasn't particularly fond of her either. They shared no common interests, no real conversations, no cherished memories. Children might have changed things, but there were none. Odd, really, how the only child in the family was young Edie's boy. Edie. She'd been a foolish girl, rushing into that impulsive wartime marriage. He'd given her sound advice at the time. It's all very well to be swept up by a dashing pilot, he'd told her. All that glamour and bravery, but what good will he be in peacetime? He'll likely struggle to provide for you. Edie had brushed him off. What did the future matter when Brian might be killed any day? Why shouldn't they snatch some happiness? Besides, she'd added breezily, there was always grandfather's money to look forward to someday. Harold shifted uncomfortably in his chair. That will of his grandfather's was downright cruel, keeping them all hanging on year after year. It hadn't pleased any of the grandchildren, and it had sent their father into a rage. The old man clung to life with stubborn determination, taking absurd care of himself just to delay the inevitable. But he would have to die soon. He simply had to. Otherwise, Harold's anxieties washed over him again, leaving him queasy and drained. He noticed Alice was still observing him. Those pale, thoughtful eyes of hers made him uneasy. I believe I'll turn in, he announced. It was my first day back in the city. Yes, Alice agreed. That's wise. I'm sure the doctor said to take it easy at first. Doctors always say that, Harold muttered. And don't forget your tablets, dear, Alice reminded him, picking up the box and pressing it into his hand. He bid her good night and climbed the stairs. He did need them, after all. Stopping too soon would have been a mistake. He shook out 2 tablets and swallowed them with a glass of water. I don't think anyone could have bungled this more completely than I have, Dermot Craddock said gloomily. He sat with his long legs stretched out, looking distinctly out of place in Florence's cluttered, cozy parlor. Exhausted and disheartened, he let out a weary sigh. Miss Marple offered a gentle, reassuring murmur of disagreement. Nonsense, my dear boy. You've done excellent work, truly excellent. Have I? I've allowed an entire family to be poisoned. Alfred Crackenthorpe is dead, and now Harold's gone as well. What in heaven's name is happening in that house? That's precisely what I'm trying to figure out. Poisoned pills, Miss Marple mused. It's a devilishly clever scheme, isn't it? They were perfect copies of the medication he'd been taking. The package even arrived with a note claiming it was by Dr. Quimper's instructions. Of course, Quimper never ordered anything of the sort. The pharmacy labels were fakes, too. The actual chemist knew nothing about it. No, that box came directly from Rutherford Hall. You're certain it originated there? Absolutely. We conducted a thorough investigation. It was the same container that held the sedative pills prescribed for Emma. Oh, I understand. For Emma? Correct. It bore her fingerprints, along with those of both nurses and the pharmacist who prepared it. No one else's, naturally. The sender was very careful. So the sedatives were removed and replaced with something else.
Exactly. That's the trouble with pills. One looks just like another.
You're quite right, Miss Marple agreed. I remember in my youth we had the black mixture and the brown mixture for coughs, and Dr. So-and-so's pink tonic. People rarely confused those. In fact, in my village of St. Mary Mead, many still prefer a proper bottle of medicine to tablets. What were these tablets laced with? Aconite? The kind typically kept in a poison bottle, diluted for external use. And so Harold took them and died, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. Dermot Craddock let out a sound close to a groan. Forgive me for venting to you like this, he said. It feels like confessing everything to a favorite aunt. That's very kind of you, Miss Marple replied. I do appreciate it. Given that you're Sir Henry's godson, I feel a different connection to you than I would with any ordinary detective inspector. Dermot Craddock offered a brief, wry smile. But the fact remains, I've made a spectacular mess of this entire case, he admitted. The local chief constable calls in Scotland Yard, and what do they get? Me, making a complete fool of myself. No, Miss Marple soothed. But he pressed on. Yes, yes. I don't know who poisoned Alfred. I don't know who poisoned Harold. And to top it all off, I haven't the faintest idea who the original murdered woman was. This Martine theory seemed perfectly solid. Everything tied together neatly. And now what happens? The real Martine appears, improbably as the wife of Sir Robert Stoddart West. So who on earth is the woman in the barn? Your guess is as good as mine. First, I was convinced she was Anna Stravinska, and now she's apparently in the clear. He was interrupted by Miss Marple emitting one of her small, meaning-laden coughs. But is she really? She murmured. Craddock stared at her. Well, there was that postcard from Jamaica. Yes, said Miss Marple. But that isn't concrete evidence, is it? Anyone can arrange for a postcard to be sent from almost anywhere. I recall Mrs. Brierly, who suffered a severe nervous breakdown. When they suggested she go to a sanatorium for observation, she was terribly worried about her children finding out. She wrote a stack of postcards and had a friend mail them from various places abroad, telling the children Mummy was away on a lovely holiday. She looked pointedly at Dermot Craddock. You see my point? Of course, Craddock said, his gaze fixed on her. Naturally, we would have verified that postcard if the Martine lead hadn't seemed so perfectly convenient. Almost too convenient, Miss Marple murmured. It tied everything up, Craddock conceded. After all, there's the letter Emma received, signed Martine Crackenthorpe. Lady Stoddart West didn't send that. Someone else did, someone who intended to pose as Martine and profit from the deception. You can't argue with that. No, I suppose not. And then there's the envelope from Emma's letter, the one with the London address. It was found at Rutherford Hall, proving she had actually been there. But the woman who was killed hadn't been there, Miss Marple corrected gently. Not in the way you mean. She only arrived at Rutherford Hall after she was dead, after being pushed from a train onto the railway embankment. Oh yes, of course. What the envelope truly proves is that the murderer was there. He likely took it from her along with her other papers and then dropped it by accident, or perhaps, she mused, was it an accident at all? Inspector Bacon and your men conducted a thorough search of the grounds, didn't they? They didn't find it then. It only appeared later in the boiler house. That makes sense, Craddock conceded. The old gardener had a habit of spearing any litter blowing about and tossing it in there. Where it would be conveniently discovered by the boys, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. Do you believe it was meant to be found? Well, I'm beginning to wonder. It wouldn't be too difficult to predict where those boys would look next, or even to plant the suggestion. Yes, I do wonder. It certainly succeeded in diverting attention away from Anna Stravinska, didn't it? Craddock leaned forward. So you believe it might have been her all along? I believe someone grew alarmed when you began asking questions about her, that's all. I think someone very much wanted those inquiries to stop. Let's stick to the core fact, Craddock insisted. Someone intended to impersonate Martine, and then, for some reason, didn't. Why, that is a fascinating question, Miss Marple agreed. Her tone shifted subtly, taking on a drier, almost sardonic edge. The official story is someone sent a wire claiming Martine was returning to France, then arranged to travel with a girl and kill her en route. You agree with that sequence? Not entirely, Miss Marple replied. I don't believe you're making it simple enough. Simple, Craddock exclaimed, running a hand through his hair. You're confusing me on purpose, he complained, though a faint smile touched his lips. Miss Marple sounded genuinely distressed. I wouldn't dream of it, but tell me, in your view, do you believe you know the identity of the murdered woman? She sighed, the sound soft and weary. It's so difficult to phrase correctly. I don't know who she was in a provable sense, yet I feel quite certain who she was meant to be. Do you see the distinction? Craddock threw his hands up. Know what you mean? I haven't the foggiest idea? He glanced out the window, his expression lightening with relief. Ah, here comes your Lucy Ilasborough to see you. I'll be on my way. My pride has taken quite a beating this afternoon, and the prospect of facing a young woman radiating such formidable efficiency is more than I can endure just now. Lucy waited until the inspector's footsteps faded before she spoke. I looked up tontine in the dictionary, she said, the initial pleasantries done. She began a restless circuit of the cozy room, her fingers brushing a porcelain figurine here, adjusting a lace doily there, finally pausing at the plastic sewing box on the windowsill. The afternoon light caught dust motes in the air, making them glitter like tiny suspended secrets. I thought you might, Miss Marple replied calmly. Lucy's voice was low, reciting from memory. Lorenzo Tonti, Italian banker, originator in 1653 of a form of annuity in which the shares of subscribers who die are added to the profit shares of the survivors. She fell silent for a moment, the weight of the definition hanging between them. That's it, isn't it? It fits perfectly, and you were thinking of it even then, before the last two deaths. She resumed her pacing, a nervous energy about her that was utterly foreign to the composed, capable woman Miss Marple knew. This was a Lucy, stripped of her practical armor, adrift in a sea of grim realization. I suppose it was asking for trouble, really, Lucy said almost to herself. A will structured like that, so that if only one person remained, they'd inherit everything, and yet, there was so much money. You'd think sharing it would have been enough for anyone. Her voice trailed off, the sentence left unfinished in the quiet room. The trouble is, Miss Marple said, her voice soft but firm, people can be so very greedy. Some people, that is. That's so often where it begins, you know. One doesn't start with murder, with the desire, or even the thought of it. It starts with a small, envious want that grows in the dark, watered by resentment until it twists into something unrecognizable. She paused, adding a new observation. It's like a weed in a prize rose garden. You ignore one small, ugly shoot, and before you know it, it's choked all the beauty out. It all begins with wanting too much, she said, setting her knitting aside and gazing into the distance. That's how I first met Inspector Craddock, you know. It was a case near Meadenham Spa. It started with someone gentle and easily led, someone who felt entitled to money that wasn't theirs. It seemed so simple at first, hardly wrong at all. That's how these things often start. But it ended with 3 people dead. Just like here, Lucy replied. We've had 3 murders now. The woman who pretended to be Martine, then Alfred, and then Harold. That leaves only 2 now, doesn't it? You mean, Miss Marple said, only Cedric and Emma remain? Not Emma. Emma isn't a tall, dark man. I mean Cedric and Brian Eastley. I never considered Brian because he's fair-haired, with that light mustache and blue eyes. But the other day something changed my mind. She hesitated.
Go on, dear, Miss Marple encouraged gently. Something has troubled you deeply. It was when Lady Stoddart West was leaving. She had already said goodbye, but just as she was stepping into the car, she turned back and asked, "Who was that tall, dark man standing on the terrace when I arrived?" I was puzzled at first, since Cedric was still resting, so I said, "You don't mean Brian Eastley, do you?" And she answered, "Of course, Squadron Leader Eastley."
I remember how he stood, the set of his shoulders. He was hidden in our loft in France during the Resistance. She said she would like to meet him again, but we couldn't find him. Miss Marple remained silent, waiting. Later, Lucy continued, I watched Brian. He had his back to me, and I saw what I should have noticed before. Even fair hair can look dark when it's slicked down with pomade. Brian's hair is a medium brown, I suppose, but it can appear quite dark. So it might have been Brian your friend saw on the train? It might have been. Yes, Miss Marple said quietly. The thought had occurred to me. I suppose you think of everything, Lucy said, a trace of bitterness in her voice. Well, one must really, Miss Marple replied. But I can't see what Brian would gain. The money would go to Alexander, not to him. They might live more comfortably, of course, but he couldn't just dip into the capital for his own schemes. Unless, Miss Marple pointed out, something were to happen to Alexander before he turns 21. Then Brian, as his father and next of kin, would inherit everything. Lucy looked at her in horror. He would never do that. No father would, not just for money. Miss Marple sighed. People do, my dear. It's terribly sad, but they do. I knew a woman who poisoned 3 of her own children for a small insurance payout. And there was a seemingly kind old woman who poisoned her son when he came home on leave. Then there was Mrs. Stanwich. You may have read about her in the papers. After her daughter and son died, she claimed she was being poisoned too, but it came out that she had put the poison in the gruel herself. She was planning to poison her last surviving daughter. It wasn't strictly for money. She was jealous that they were younger and still alive, and she couldn't bear the thought of them enjoying themselves once she was gone. She had always controlled the purse strings tightly. Yes, she was what some call a little peculiar, but that's never a true excuse, is it? People can be peculiar in so many ways. Sometimes you find yourself giving away everything you own or writing checks from empty bank accounts, all in the name of helping others. It reveals, you see, that beneath an eccentric exterior lies a genuinely kind heart. But naturally, if you're peculiar and underneath it all you possess a nasty temperament, well, that's a different story entirely. Now, does any of that clarify things for you, my dear Lucy? Clarify what? Lucy asked, confused. What I've just explained, Miss Marple replied. She added softly, You mustn't let it trouble you, you know. Truly, you mustn't. Elspeth McGillicuddy will be arriving any day now. I fail to see what that has to do with anything. No, dear. Perhaps you don't. But I consider it quite significant myself. I can't help but worry, Lucy admitted. You see, I've grown fond of the family. I understand, dear. It's very difficult for you because you feel quite drawn to both of them, aren't you? Though in very different ways. What are you implying? Lucy's tone turned sharp. I was speaking of the 2 young men of the household, said Miss Marple. Or rather, the son and the son-in-law. It's rather unfortunate that the 2 less agreeable members have passed away, leaving the 2 more charming ones behind. I can see that Cedric Crackenthorpe holds a certain appeal. He has a tendency to portray himself as worse than he is, and he possesses a deliberately provocative manner. He infuriates me at times, Lucy confessed, Yes, Miss Marple agreed, and you rather enjoy that, don't you? You're a spirited young woman, and you relish a good clash. I can certainly see where that attraction lies. Then there's Mr. Eastley, who presents more as a mournful type, rather like a sad little boy. That, of course, carries its own appeal as well. And one of them is a murderer, Lucy said bitterly. It could be either. There's really nothing to choose between them when you look closely. Cedric doesn't show a shred of concern over his brother Alfred's death, or Harold's. He just sits back, looking thoroughly pleased, making grand plans for what he'll do with Rutherford Hall. He keeps mentioning how much money it will take to develop the place the way he envisions. Of course, I realize he's the sort who exaggerates his own callousness, but that could also be a clever cover. Sometimes people boast about being heartless when they truly are, or they might be even colder than they let on. My dear Lucy, I am so very sorry you're caught in all this. And then there's Brian, Lucy continued. It's strange, but Brian genuinely seems to want to live there. He talks as though he and Alexander would find it wonderfully jolly, and he's brimming with schemes. He's always full of one scheme or another, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. They all sound rather marvelous, but I have this uneasy sense they'd never actually work. The ideas seem sound in theory, but I doubt he ever considers the practical difficulties.
They're rather up in the air, so to speak.
Yes, in more ways than one. They are often literally up in the air. They're usually aviation-related schemes. Maybe a truly skilled fighter pilot never quite comes back down to Earth. She paused, then added, and he's so fond of Rutherford Hall because it reminds him of the big, rambling Victorian house he lived in as a child. I see, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. Yes, I see. Then, with a quick, perceptive glance at Lucy, she said with a kind of verbal pounce, but that isn't all of it, is it, dear? There's something else? Oh yes, there's something else. Something I only realized a couple of days ago. Brian could actually have been on that train. On the 4:33 from Paddington? Yes, you see, Emma felt she needed to account for her movements on the 20th of December. She went over it very carefully. A committee meeting in the morning, shopping in the afternoon, tea at the Green Shamrock, and then she said she went to meet Brian at the station. The train she met was the 4:50 from Paddington, but he could have arrived on the earlier train and simply pretended to come on the later one. He mentioned offhandedly that his car had been in a fender bender and was in the shop, forcing him to take the train down, a dreadful nuisance, he complained, as he can't stand rail travel. He acted perfectly normal about the whole thing. It might be perfectly innocent, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling about his decision to come by train. Actually being on the train, Miss Marple mused, doesn't conclusively prove anything. The truly dreadful part is all this uncertainty, not knowing. And we may never find out. Oh, we'll find out, my dear, Miss Marple stated with brisk assurance. These matters simply don't just stop. If there's one thing I understand about killers, it's that they can never leave things be. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say they can't leave bad enough alone. Once a second murder is committed, she concluded firmly, the pattern becomes compulsive. Now, don't fret too much, Lucy. The police are doing everything possible, watching over everyone, and the important thing is that Elspeth McGillicuddy will be arriving very shortly. Now, Elspeth, you're perfectly clear on what I need you to do. I understand the plan well enough, replied Mrs. McGillicuddy, but what I'm telling you, Jane, is that it strikes me as very peculiar. It's not peculiar in the least, Miss Marple countered. Well, I suppose it might seem so. To arrive at the house and almost immediately ask to use the upstairs facilities. The weather is quite chilly, Miss Marple pointed out, and after all, you might have eaten something that disagreed with you and need to excuse yourself. These things happen. I recall poor Louisa Felby visiting once and having to ask 5 times in a single half hour, she added as an aside. That was due to a bad Cornish pasty. If you'd only tell me what you're aiming at, Jane, said Mrs. McGillicuddy. That is precisely what I do not wish to do, Miss Marple replied. How exasperating you are, Jane. First you make me cut my trip short and come all the way back to England. I am sorry about that, Miss Marple said, but I had no alternative. You see, someone could be killed at any moment. I know everyone is on guard and the police are taking every precaution, but there's always the chance the murderer might outsmart them. So you see, Elspeth, it was your duty to return. We were brought up to do our duty, weren't we?
We certainly were,
Mrs. McGillicuddy affirmed, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. No leniency in our youth. I remember we once walked 3 miles in the rain to return a borrowed library book that wasn't even overdue. So that's settled, said Miss Marple. And that's the taxi now, she added, as a faint horn sounded outside. Mrs. McGillicuddy buttoned her heavy tweed coat, and Miss Marple enveloped herself in several layers of shawls and scarves. The two ladies then got into the taxi and were driven to Rutherford Hall. Who on earth could that be arriving? Emma asked, glancing out the window as the taxi passed. I do believe it's Lucy's elderly aunt. What a bother, Cedric sighed. He was sprawled in a lounge chair, flipping through a magazine with his feet propped on the hearth. Tell her you're not receiving visitors? When you say tell her, do you mean I should go out and say that myself? Or should I have Lucy tell her aunt? Hadn't thought that through, Cedric admitted. I suppose I was thinking of the old days with butlers and footmen, if we ever really had such a formal setup. I seem to recall a footman before the war who caused an uproar over an affair with the kitchen maid. Isn't there one of those cleaning women about the place? At that moment, the door was opened by Mrs. Hart, who was there for her weekly brass polishing, and Miss Marple entered, looking rather fluttery amidst her wraps, with a tall, stern figure following behind her. I do hope we're not intruding, said Miss Marple, taking Emma's hand. But you see, I'm returning home the day after tomorrow, and I couldn't bear to leave without coming over to say goodbye and thank you again for your kindness to Lucy. Oh, forgive me, may I introduce my friend, Mrs. McGillicuddy, who is staying with me, was introduced to the room. How do you do, she said, directing a look of keen interest at Emma before her eyes moved to Cedric, who had just stood up. Lucy chose that moment to enter. Aunt Jane, I had no idea you were here. I felt I must come and bid farewell to Miss Crackenthorpe, explained Miss Marple, turning toward her niece, who has been so exceedingly generous to you, Lucy.
It is Lucy who has been generous to us, Emma corrected gently.
Absolutely, Cedric chimed in. We've had her working like a drudge, attending to the sick room, racing up and down the stairs, preparing delicate little meals for an invalid. Miss Marple gently interrupted. I was most distressed to learn of your illness. I do trust you are fully recovered now, Miss Crackenthorpe. Oh, we are quite well again, thank you, Emma replied. Lucy mentioned you were all taken ill. So perilous. Food poisoning, is it not? I understand it involved mushrooms. The exact cause remains somewhat unclear, said Emma. Don't you believe that for a minute? Cedric declared. I'll wager you've caught wind of the gossip circulating, Miss Marple, supplied Miss Marple. Quite so. I'll wager you've heard the local chatter. Nothing like a bit of arsenic to get the neighborhood buzzing. Cedric, please, Emma said with a hint of exasperation. You know, Inspector Craddock specifically asked. Pish-posh, Cedric waved a hand. Everyone knows you've heard something yourself, haven't you? He turned his inquiry to Miss Marple and Mrs. McGillicuddy. As for myself, Mrs. McGillicuddy stated, I have only just returned from overseas the day before yesterday. Ah, then you're behind on our local drama, Cedric said. Arsenic in the curry, that was the story. Lucy's aunt here is surely in the know, I'd bet. Well, Miss Marple admitted carefully, I did hear a whisper. Merely a suggestion, of course. I had no intention of causing any discomfort, Miss Crackenthorpe. You must ignore my brother entirely, Emma insisted, though she offered him a fond smile as she spoke. He simply enjoys making people squirm. The door then swung open to admit Mr. Crackenthorpe, who entered tapping his cane irritably. Where is tea? He demanded. Why isn't it served? You, girl? He fixed his gaze on Lucy. Why haven't you brought the tea in? It is just ready, Mr. Crackenthorpe. I'm bringing it now. I was only finishing setting the table. Lucy departed once more, and Mr. Crackenthorpe was presented to Miss Marple and Mrs. McGillicuddy. I expect my meals to be punctual, he announced. Punctuality and thrift. Those are my guiding principles. Very sensible, I am sure, Miss Marple agreed, particularly in these times with taxes and all the rest. Mr. Crackenthorpe gave a derisive snort. Taxes. Don't speak to me of those bandits. A destitute pauper, that's what they've made me. And it will deteriorate, not improve. Just you wait, my boy, he said, aiming a finger at Cedric. By the time you inherit this place, odds are the socialists will have seized it and turned it into a community center or some such nonsense, and they'll take every penny of your income just to maintain it. Lucy returned carrying the tea tray, with Brian Eastley following behind bearing a platter of sandwiches, bread and butter, and cake. "What's all this? What's this?" Mr. Crackenthorpe scrutinized the spread. "Layer cake? Are we hosting a party today?" "No one informed me." A slight blush colored Emma's cheeks. "Dr. Quimper is joining us for tea, Father. Today is his birthday, and—" "Birthday?" the old man snorted. "What business has he with a birthday? Birthdays are for children." "I never acknowledge my own, and I won't permit anyone else to celebrate them either. Much more economical," Cedric concurred with a grin. "You save on the cost of candles for your cake." "That will be quite enough from you, boy," Mr. Crackenthorpe snapped. Miss Marple, meanwhile, was shaking hands with Brian Eastley. "I have heard all about you naturally," she said, from Lucy. "My goodness, you remind me so strongly of a young man I once knew in St. Mary Mead. That's my village, where I've lived for many years. Ronnie Wells, the solicitor's son. He could never quite settle into the family firm. He eventually went out to East Africa and launched a fleet of cargo vessels on the lakes there." Brian shook his head. "No, I don't believe I have any relatives by that name." "He was engaged to a very sensible young woman," Miss Marple continued. "She advised him against the whole venture, but he wouldn't listen. Men so often don't, which is a pity. Women possess a certain practical wisdom about everyday finances, you know. My father always said that while we might not grasp high finance, we understood the simple arithmetic of pounds, shillings, and pence perfectly well." She drifted toward the window. "What a truly lovely prospect you have here," she remarked, gazing out. Emma moved to stand beside her. "All that open parkland. The cattle against the trees are quite picturesque. One would never imagine being in the heart of a city." "I suppose we are a bit of a relic," Emma admitted. "If the windows were open, you'd hear the distant hum of traffic." "Oh, indeed," Miss Marple agreed. "There's noise everywhere now, isn't there? Even in St. Mary Mead. We're quite near an airfield, and the way those jet planes roar over, it's terribly alarming. They broke 2 panes in my little greenhouse just the other day. They say it's from breaking the sound barrier, though I must confess I've never understood precisely what that entails." "It's actually quite straightforward," Brian said amiably, stepping closer. "You see, it works like this." In her fluster, Miss Marple fumbled and dropped her handbag. Brian courteously stooped to retrieve it. Simultaneously, Mrs. McGillicuddy approached Emma, her voice low and strained with genuine discomfort at the errand she had to perform. "Might I excuse myself for a moment to go upstairs?" "Of course," Emma said promptly. "I'll show you the way," Lucy offered, and the 2 women left the room together. "The drive today was so bitterly cold," Miss Marple commented vaguely by way of explanation. "Now about that sound barrier—" "Ah, hello, there's Quimper," Brian interrupted, spotting the doctor's car pulling up outside. Dr. Quimper entered briskly, rubbing his hands against the chill. "Feels like snow," he announced. "That's my prediction." "Hello, Emma. Good heavens, what's all this?" "We made you a birthday cake," Emma said with a smile. "You mentioned today was your birthday, if you recall?" "I never expected a fuss," Quimper replied, looking genuinely and almost awkwardly touched. "It must be, let me think, 16 years since anyone remembered." Emma performed the introductions. "Oh yes, we've met," Miss Marple said. "Dr. Quimper was kind enough to call on me when I had a dreadful chill recently." "Feeling quite recovered, I hope?" the doctor inquired. Miss Marple assured him she was. "You haven't been to see me lately, Quimper," Mr. Crackenthorpe grumbled from his chair. "I could be at death's door for all the attention you pay me." "I don't see you knocking on that particular door just yet," Dr. Quimper retorted cheerfully. "I've no intention of it," the old man snapped. "Well, come on then, let's have tea. What are we all standing about for?" "Please, don't wait for my friend," Miss Marple urged. She would be mortified. They settled around the table. Miss Marple chose a piece of bread and butter, then accepted a sandwich from the plate Brian offered. "Are these?" she began hesitantly. "Fish paste?" Brian supplied. "I helped make them." Mr. Crackenthorpe let out a wheezing chuckle. "Poisoned fish paste? More like, eat them at your own peril." "Father, really?" "You have to be careful what you consume in this house," the old man said, addressing Miss Marple directly with a theatrical air. "2 of my sons have been snuffed out like candles. The question is, who's doing the snuffing? Don't let him spoil your appetite, Cedric said, passing the plate back to Miss Marple with a grin. A little arsenic is supposed to do wonders for the complexion, so they say, provided you don't overdo it. Go on then, boy. You eat one, mister. Crackenthorpe challenged. Playing the official taster, am I? Cedric replied. Right then, here goes nothing. He took a sandwich and popped the entire thing into his mouth. Miss Marple offered a soft, polite laugh and selected a sandwich. After taking a delicate bite, she remarked, I must say, it's quite courageous of everyone to keep up the humor. Truly, I find it remarkably brave. I have such admiration for courage. She gave a sudden sharp cough and began to choke. A fishbone? She managed to gasp. It's caught in my throat. Dr. Quimper stood at once. He crossed to her, guiding her backward toward the window and instructing her to open wide. From his pocket, he produced a small case, selecting a pair of forceps. With practiced efficiency, he leaned in to examine the elderly woman's throat. Just then, the door swung open and Mrs. McGillicuddy entered, followed closely by Lucy. Mrs. McGillicuddy drew a sharp breath, her eyes fixed on the scene before her. Miss Marple leaning back, the doctor's hands at her neck, tilting her head upward. Why, that's him, Mrs. McGillicuddy exclaimed. That's the man from the train. With astonishing speed, Miss Marple slipped free from the doctor's hold and moved to her friend's side. I was certain you would recognize him, Elspeth, she said. Not another word now. She turned, a look of quiet triumph on her face toward Dr. Quimper. You had no idea, did you, Doctor, that when you strangled that woman in the railway carriage, someone actually witnessed it? It was my friend here, Mrs. McGillicuddy. She saw you. Do you understand? She observed it with her own eyes from another train running right alongside yours. What on earth? Dr. Quimper took a swift step toward Mrs. McGillicuddy, but once again Miss Marple positioned herself between them. Indeed, Miss Marple continued calmly. She saw you, she identifies you now, and she will testify to it in a court of law. It is rather uncommon, I believe, she added in her gentle, almost mournful tone, for anyone to actually witness a murder taking place. Usually it is all circumstantial evidence, but in this instance the conditions were most unusual. There was in fact an eyewitness to the crime. You wicked old hag, Dr. Quimper snarled. He lunged forward at Miss Marple, but this time Cedric caught him firmly by the shoulder. So you're the murdering devil, are you? Cedric said, spinning him around. I never liked you. Always thought there was something off about you, but I'll be damned if I ever suspected this. Brian Eastley quickly moved to assist Cedric. At that moment, Inspector Craddock and Inspector Bacon entered the room from the far door. Dr. Quimper, Bacon began, I must caution you that. You can take your caution straight to hell, Dr. Quimper interrupted bitterly. Who's going to believe the ramblings of two senile old women? This whole absurd story about a train, Miss Marple said evenly. Elspeth McGillicuddy reported the murder to the police immediately on December 20th and provided a description of the man involved. Dr. Quimper gave a heavy, resigned shrug. If ever a man had the devil's own luck, he muttered. But then he added, a note of defiance returning, why would I possibly want to murder a complete stranger? She was not a stranger, Inspector Craddock stated flatly. She was your wife. So you see, Miss Marple explained later, it all proved to be, as I had begun to suspect, remarkably straightforward. The simplest kind of crime, really. So many men, it seems, resort to murdering their wives. Mrs. McGillicuddy glanced from Miss Marple to Inspector Craddock. I would be much obliged, she said, if someone could bring me a bit more up to speed. He saw an opportunity, you understand, Miss Marple elaborated. He aimed to marry a wealthy woman, Emma Crackenthorpe. But he could not marry her because he already had a wife. They had been separated for years, yet she refused to grant him a divorce. That aligned perfectly with what Inspector Craddock learned about the woman who called herself Anna Stravinska. She had told an acquaintance she had an English husband and was, by all accounts, a devout Catholic. Dr. Quimper could not risk a bigamous marriage to Emma, so he resolved, being a thoroughly ruthless and cold-blooded man, to remove his wife from the picture entirely. The plan to kill her on the train and later conceal the body in the barn's sarcophagus was, in its own twisted way, quite ingenious. He intended for it to connect directly to the Crackenthorpe family history. Prior to that, he had composed a letter to Emma, supposedly from the woman named Martine, whom her brother Edmund had once spoken of marrying. Emma, you understand, had confided all about her brother to Dr. Quimper. So, when the opportunity presented itself, he urged her to take the story to the authorities. His goal was to have the deceased woman identified as Martine. I suspect he may have gotten wind of inquiries from the Paris police concerning Anna Stravinska, which prompted him to arrange for a postcard to arrive from her, supposedly sent from Jamaica. It was a simple matter for him to arrange a meeting with his wife in London, to suggest a reconciliation, and to invite her down to meet his family. We shall gloss over the subsequent events, which are too grim to dwell upon. Naturally, he was a man consumed by greed. Brooding over taxation and how it devours income, he began to fantasize about acquiring a much larger capital sum. Perhaps this fantasy even predated his decision to murder his wife. In any case, he started circulating rumors that someone was attempting to poison old Mr. Crackenthorpe, thereby laying the groundwork. He then proceeded to administer arsenic to the family himself. He was careful, of course, not to use a lethal dose. He didn't actually want the old man dead just yet. But I still don't comprehend the mechanics, Craddock interjected. He wasn't in the house when the curry was being prepared. Oh, but the arsenic wasn't in the curry at that stage, Miss Marple clarified. He introduced it afterward when he took the dish away to be analyzed. He had likely placed the arsenic in the cocktail jug earlier. Then, of course, it was effortless for him, in his capacity as their medical attendant, to poison Alfred Crackenthorpe, and also to send the doctored tablets to Harold in London, having cleverly safeguarded himself by advising Harold he wouldn't require further medication. Every action was bold, audacious, cruel, and driven by avarice. Miss Marple finished, her normally gentle features set in a look of fierce disapproval, and I am profoundly sorry that capital punishment has been abolished, for I firmly believe if anyone ever deserved to hang, it is Dr. Quimper. Hear, hear, Inspector Craddock agreed. It occurred to me, Miss Marple continued, that even viewing someone solely from behind can be quite revealing. A person's posture and silhouette are characteristic. I reasoned that if Elspeth were to see Dr. Quimper in the exact same stance as the man she witnessed on the train, with his back to her, bent over a woman whose throat he was gripping, then she would almost certainly recognize him or at least utter some kind of startled reaction. That is why I devised my little scheme with Lucy's kind assistance. It gave me quite a turn, I must say, admitted Mrs. McGillicuddy. I blurted out, "That's him," before I could stop myself. And yet, when you think about it, I never actually saw the man's face, and— I was desperately afraid you were going to say that, Elspeth, Miss Marple said. I was, Mrs. McGillicuddy confirmed. I was fully prepared to explain that I hadn't seen his features. That, stated Miss Marple decisively, would have been a complete disaster. You see, my dear, he believed you truly had recognized him. He couldn't possibly know you hadn't seen his face. A good thing I held my tongue then, Mrs. McGillicuddy remarked with a sigh of relief. I wasn't about to let you utter another word, Miss Marple replied with a faint smile. Craddock laughed abruptly. You two? He exclaimed. You're a formidable pair. So, what comes next, Miss Marple? What's the happy ending? What becomes of poor Emma Crackenthorpe, for instance? She will recover from her infatuation with the doctor, of course, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. And I dare say if her father were to pass away, and I don't believe he's nearly as robust as he imagines himself to be, she might embark on a long cruise or perhaps take up residence abroad for a time, much like Geraldine Webb did. One never knows. Such a change of scenery might lead to new and unexpected possibilities, a more agreeable gentleman than Dr. Quimper, I should hope. And Lucy Illisparrow? Wedding bells on the horizon for her as well? Perhaps, Miss Marple replied. It wouldn't surprise me. Which of them will she choose? Asked Dermot Craddock. Don't you know? Said Miss Marple. I do not, Craddock admitted. Do you? Oh, yes, I believe I do, said Miss Marple, giving him a knowing twinkle. Less serious? Nonsense, declared Mrs. McGillicuddy. It was murder. She fixed a defiant look on Miss Marple, who met her gaze calmly. Go on, Jane, Mrs. McGillicuddy pressed. Tell me it was all a mistake. Say I imagined the entire episode. That's what you're thinking now, isn't it? Anyone is capable of error, Miss Marple gently pointed out. Anyone at all, Elspeth, even you. We must keep that possibility in mind, yet I still believe you were most likely not mistaken. You use spectacles for reading, but your long-distance vision is excellent. What you witnessed made a powerful impression. You were quite clearly in a state of shock when you arrived. It is something I shall never forget, said Mrs. McGillicuddy with a shudder. The problem is, I don't see what else I can possibly do about it. I don't believe, Miss Marple said thoughtfully, that there is anything more you can do about it. Had Mrs. McGillicuddy been more attuned to the nuances of her friend's voice, she might have detected a very slight emphasis on that you. You have reported what you saw to the railway authorities and to the police. No, there is truly nothing more required of you. In a way, that's a relief, Mrs. McGillicuddy confessed. As you know, I'm due to travel to Ceylon right after Christmas to stay with Roderick, and I certainly have no wish to postpone that visit. I've been looking forward to it tremendously, though naturally I would delay it if I felt it was my duty, she added with characteristic conscientiousness. I'm certain you would, Elspeth, but as I say, I consider you have done everything possible. Now it's in the hands of the police, said Mrs. McGillicuddy. And if the police choose to be obtuse, Miss Marple gave a decisive shake of her head. Oh no, she said, the police are not obtuse. And that, you see, is what makes it all so very interesting, isn't it? Mrs. McGillicuddy stared at her, uncomprehending, and Miss Marple privately reaffirmed her assessment of her friend as a woman of sterling principle, but utterly devoid of imagination. One wishes to understand, Miss Marple mused, what truly occurred. She was killed. Yes, but by whom, and why, and what became of her body? Where is it now? That is for the police to discover. Precisely, and they have not discovered it. That indicates, does it not, that the man was clever, exceptionally clever? I simply cannot conceive, said Miss Marple, her brow furrowed in concentration, how he managed to dispose of it. You kill a woman in a fit of passion, it must have been unplanned. One would never choose to commit murder under such circumstances with a major station just minutes away. No, it must have been a sudden quarrel, jealousy, something of that sort. You strangle her, and there you are, as I said, with a dead body on your hands and the train about to pull into a station. What could you do except perhaps prop the body in a corner as if asleep, conceal the face, and then leave the train yourself at the earliest opportunity? I don't perceive any other alternative, and yet there must have been one. Miss Marple drifted into deep thought. Mrs. McGillicuddy addressed her twice before receiving a response. You're becoming deaf, Jane? Only a little, perhaps. People don't seem to enunciate as clearly as they once did. But it wasn't that I failed to hear you. I'm afraid my attention was elsewhere. I was merely inquiring about the trains to London tomorrow. Would the afternoon be suitable? I'm visiting Margaret, and she doesn't expect me before tea time. I wonder, Elspeth, if you might consider taking the 12:15 instead? We could have an early lunch, Miss Marple suggested, smoothly continuing before her friend could interject, and I was also wondering if Margaret would mind terribly if you arrived for dinner around 7 instead of coming for tea. Mrs. McGillicuddy studied her friend with keen interest. What exactly are you plotting, Jane? I propose, Miss Marple said, leaning forward, that I accompany you to London today. We would then take the same afternoon train you rode last Friday, traveling down to Brackhampton together. You would return to London from there, and I would complete the journey to St. Mary Mead alone. I will, of course, cover all the fares, Miss Marple added with firm emphasis. Mrs. McGillicuddy waved away the financial detail. But what do you possibly hope to find, Jane? She pressed. Another crime in progress? Goodness, no, Miss Marple replied, genuinely appalled. But I must confess a strong desire to personally survey the geography of the incident, with you as my guide. It's so difficult to find the proper term. And so, the following afternoon, the two friends found themselves seated in opposite corners of a first-class compartment aboard the 4:50 express departing Paddington Station. The pre-Christmas bustle at the terminal was even more intense than on the previous Friday, with only 2 days remaining until the holiday. Thankfully, their rear carriage was relatively peaceful. This time, no parallel train ran alongside theirs, though on several occasions expresses flashed past them in both directions with a thunderous roar. Mrs. McGillicuddy periodically checked her watch with a frown. It's so hard to pinpoint the exact moment now, she murmured. I know we had just passed through a station, They were, in fact, passing through a succession of stations. "We should be arriving in Brackhampton in about 5 minutes," Miss Marple observed. A conductor entered their compartment to check tickets, a different man from the one on the fateful journey. He clipped their tickets and moved on, bracing himself slightly as the train navigated a long, sweeping curve and began to slow. "I think we're approaching the outskirts of the city," Miss Marple noted, watching the lights of buildings and occasional streets flicker past the window. Their speed decreased further as they crossed a series of rail points. "We'll be there any moment," said Mrs. McGillicuddy, sounding deflated. "I can't see that this trip has been the slightest bit useful. Has it given you any new ideas, Jane?" "I'm afraid not," Miss Marple admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. What a perfectly ridiculous waste of money, she thought, though she kept the sentiment to herself, having been so insistent on funding the excursion. Her friend, for her part, seemed less disapproving than she would have been if footing the bill herself. "All the same," Miss Marple mused aloud, "it does help to see the location with one's own eyes. We're running just a few minutes behind schedule? Was your train on time last Friday?" "I believe so, though I wasn't paying close attention then either." The train eased into the bustling, crowded platform at Brackhampton Station. A distorted loudspeaker announcement echoed, doors clattered open and shut, and a small tide of passengers swarmed onto and off the platform. It was a scene of perfect, anonymous chaos. Easy, Miss Marple reflected, for a killer to vanish into such a crowd, to exit the station unnoticed, or even to change carriages and continue on to the train's final destination. Easy to be just one more man among hundreds, but making a human body disappear entirely? That was a different puzzle altogether. That body had to be somewhere. Mrs. McGillicuddy had stepped onto the platform and now spoke through the open window. "Now you take care of yourself, Jane," she said, her tone shifting to one of practical concern. "Don't you dare catch a chill. The weather is utterly treacherous this time of year, and let's be honest, neither of us is getting any younger." "I am perfectly aware," Miss Marple replied with a dry smile, "and perhaps we should put this whole business behind us. We've done all we reasonably can." Miss Marple gave a nod. "Don't you stand about in this cold, Elspeth, or you'll be the one ending up unwell. Safe travels back." Jane watched her friend walk away, a whistle blew, and the train began to pull out of the station. Elspeth was off to Ceylon with a clear conscience, her duty done. Jane Marple, however, did not settle back into her seat. Instead, she sat perfectly straight, her mind shifting into a sharp and focused gear. While her speech was often meandering, her thoughts were precise. She had a problem to solve concerning her own future actions, and it presented itself, much as it had for Elspeth, as a question of obligation. Had she truly done all she could? Perhaps not. It might be a matter of using one's particular talents, though thinking that felt a bit prideful. What could she, an elderly woman, really do? Her friend's words echoed, "You're not so young as you were." With the dispassionate logic of a general reviewing a battle plan, Miss Marple assessed the situation. She carefully tallied the resources at her disposal. On the positive side, she considered her long understanding of human nature. There was Sir Henry Clithering and his godson in the police, who had been so helpful before. Her nephew Raymond's boy, David, worked for the railway, and Griselda's son Leonard knew a great deal about maps. These were valuable assets, but they had to offset the significant weaknesses, chiefly her own physical limitations. She couldn't possibly dash about the country asking questions. She was old, and while her health was fair for her age, her doctor would certainly disapprove of her chasing a murderer. And that was the heart of it this time. She would be seeking out the crime, not having it stumble into her path. Did she even want to? At that moment, weary from the day, she felt a profound reluctance. She longed only for her quiet home, a supper tray by the fire, and a gentle putter in the garden tomorrow. "I'm too old for any more adventures," she told herself, gazing absently at the curving embankment outside the window. A curve. It triggered a faint, distant memory. Something from just after the ticket collector had clipped their tickets. It suggested a new idea, a completely different angle. A little flush of pink came into her cheeks. Suddenly, the fatigue vanished. "I'll write to David tomorrow morning," she decided. And with that, another useful possibility flashed into her mind. "Of course, my dear Florence." Miss Marple approached her strategy with methodical care, accounting for the inevitable delays of the holiday season. She penned a letter to her great-nephew, David West, blending seasonal greetings with a pressing request for specific details. Her annual invitation to the vicarage for Christmas dinner provided the perfect opportunity to consult young Leonard, who was home from university, regarding maps, a subject of fervent passion for him. Her request for a detailed map of a particular region didn't spark his suspicion. Instead, he launched into an enthusiastic lecture on cartography and not only recommended the ideal map, but discovered he possessed it in his own collection, generously offering to lend it to her. Miss Marple assured him she would guard it with her life and return it promptly. "Maps?" said his mother, Griselda, who, despite having a grown son, retained a surprisingly youthful vibrancy that seemed at odds with the worn vicarage. "What on earth does she need a map for? What's her real purpose?" "I'm not entirely sure," Leonard admitted. "She didn't give a precise reason." "Now I'm curious," Griselda mused, a playful glint in her eye. "It all seems rather mysterious. At her age, the dear old thing really ought to be putting her feet up, not embarking on these little investigations." Leonard inquired what she meant by investigations, and Griselda replied with deliberate vagueness, "Oh, you know her habit of looking into matters?" "But why a map?" "That's the question." In time, Miss Marple received a reply from David. His letter was characteristically affectionate and teasing. "Dearest Aunt Jane, what mischief are you brewing now? I've secured the information you wanted. Only 2 train services fit your criteria. The 4:33 local and the 5 o'clock express to Wales. The 4:33 is a slower service, stopping at Hayling Broadway, Barwell Heath, Brackhampton, and onward to Market Basing. The 5 o'clock is the Cardiff Express, continuing to Newport and Swansea. The local could theoretically be passed by the 4:50 you mentioned, though it's scheduled to reach Brackhampton 5 minutes prior. The express would overtake the 4:50 just before Brackhampton. Do I detect the scent of some juicy local scandal? Perhaps you, returning from a day of shopping on the 4:50, witnessed the mayor's wife in a compromising position with the sanitation officer through a passing train window? But why does identifying the train matter so much, planning a discreet weekend getaway? Many thanks for the sweater. It's precisely what I needed. How is the garden faring? Rather dormant this time of year, I expect. Yours ever, David? A faint smile touched Miss Marple's lips before she turned her mind to the practical implications. Mrs. McGillicuddy had been quite certain the carriage was not a corridor type, which ruled out the Swansea Express. The 4:33 local was therefore indicated. This conclusion, unfortunately, necessitated further travel. With a quiet sigh, she formulated her plans. She journeyed to London on the 12:15 as before, but for her return, she bypassed the 4:50 in favor of the 4:33, booking a ticket to Brackhampton. The trip itself was uneventful, yet she noted several key details. Traveling before the evening rush, the train was sparsely populated. Only a single first-class compartment was occupied by an elderly gentleman engrossed in a magazine. Miss Marple had a compartment to herself. At Hayling Broadway and Barwell Heath, she observed the comings and goings from her window. A handful of third-class passengers boarded at the first stop, and a few disembarked at the second. No one entered or left a first-class carriage except the gentleman with his reading material. As the train approached Brackhampton, navigating a sharp curve in the tracks, Miss Marple stood and positioned herself with her back to the window, whose blind she had previously drawn. She confirmed her theory. The sudden curve and reduction in speed would indeed cause a person to lose balance and fall back against the window, easily forcing the blind to snap up. Peering out into the gathering dusk, she noted it was somewhat lighter now than during Mrs. McGillicuddy's fateful journey. McGillicuddy had taken that very trip just as dusk was falling, though there hadn't been much to see. For a proper look, she'd need to travel by daylight. The next morning, she caught an early train, bought 4 linen pillowcases, muttering over the cost, so she could combine her detective work with a bit of practical shopping, and then boarded the 12:15 from Paddington for the return journey. Once again, she found herself alone in a first-class compartment. It's all this dreadful taxation, Miss Marple reflected. Hardly anyone can justify the expense of first class anymore, except perhaps business travelers during peak hours, and even then, they're likely charging it to the company. Roughly 15 minutes before the train was scheduled to reach Brackhampton, Miss Marple unfolded the map Leonard had given her and began studying the landscape outside. She'd pored over the map in advance, and after spotting the name of a station they passed, she quickly pinpointed her location, just as the train began slowing for a long, sweeping curve. It was a remarkably sharp bend. Pressing her nose to the window, Miss Marple examined the ground below with keen interest. The train was riding along a fairly high embankment at that point. She alternated between watching the countryside and checking her map until they finally pulled into Brackhampton station. That evening, she wrote and mailed a letter addressed to Miss Florence Hill at 4 Madison Road in Brackhampton. The following morning, she visited the county library to consult a local directory, a gazetteer, and a regional history. So far, nothing contradicted the faint tentative idea taking shape in her mind. What she imagined was at least possible. She wouldn't go further than that. But the next step would require action, quite a lot of it, and the sort of action she simply wasn't fit for physically. If her theory was to be proven or disproven, she would need assistance from someone else. Now, the question was, who? Miss Marple ran through a list of names and possibilities, rejecting each one with an irritated shake of her head. The clever people she could rely on were all much too busy. Not only did they have important jobs, their free time was usually scheduled weeks in advance. As for the less clever ones who had time to spare, well, Miss Marple decided they were simply useless. She sat pondering, growing more vexed and perplexed by the minute. Then, all at once, her expression cleared. A name escaped her lips. "Of course," Miss Marple exclaimed. "Lucy Eelsborough?" The reputation of Lucy Eelsborough had already spread in certain circles. 32 years old, she had earned a first in mathematics at Oxford and was widely considered brilliant, fully expected to pursue a distinguished academic career. But Lucy Eelsborough possessed something beyond scholarly intellect, a solid core of practical common sense. She couldn't help noticing that a life of academic distinction paid rather poorly. She had no real desire to teach, and she genuinely enjoyed interacting with minds far less brilliant than her own. In short, she had a taste for people, all sorts of people, and not the same ones day in and day out. She also, quite frankly, liked money. To earn it, one had to exploit a shortage. Lucy quickly identified a serious one: the shortage of skilled domestic help. To the astonishment of her friends and fellow scholars, Lucy Eelsborough entered the field of household management. Her success was immediate and total. By now, several years later, she was known across the country. It was common for relieved wives to tell their husbands, "Everything will be fine. I can travel with you to the States. I've secured Lucy Eelsborough." The essential point about Lucy was that once she entered a home, all worry, anxiety, and drudgery seemed to vanish. Lucy Eelsborough did everything, managed everything, arranged everything seamlessly. Lucy Eelsborough was astonishingly capable in every area imaginable. She cared for aging relatives, took on the guardianship of little ones, tended to the unwell, prepared exquisite meals, managed to get along famously with even the most set-in-their-ways household staff, though such staff were a rarity, handled difficult personalities with grace, calmed those with a fondness for the bottle, and had a magical touch with animals. Most remarkably, she never complained about any task, no matter how humble. She would mop floors, tend the vegetable patch, clean up after pets, and haul firewood without a word of protest. One of her firm policies was to avoid long-term commitments. Her standard arrangement was for 2 weeks, extending to a month only in special cases. For that brief period, her fee was substantial, but in return, your home became a sanctuary. You could truly unwind, travel, or simply enjoy your own house, confident that everything was perfectly managed under Lucy's supervision. Unsurprisingly, everyone wanted to hire her. She could have been booked solid for years if she wished, and had been tempted with lavish offers for permanent positions. Yet Lucy had no desire to be tied down indefinitely, and she never accepted bookings more than 6 months in advance. Secretly, she always reserved blocks of free time within that schedule. This allowed her to indulge in a brief, luxurious getaway, since her regular work covered all her expenses and paid handsomely, or to snap up a last-minute job that intrigued her, either because of its unusual nature or simply because she took a liking to the people involved. Being in such high demand meant she could be selective, and she absolutely was. Wealth alone could not secure Lucy Islesborough's services. Personal appeal was the true currency. She found immense enjoyment in this lifestyle, which provided her with a constant stream of interesting encounters. After receiving a letter from Miss Marple, Lucy read it over thoughtfully. She had met the elderly lady 2 years prior, when the novelist Raymond West hired her to care for his aunt during her recovery from a serious bout of pneumonia. Lucy had taken the job in St. Mary Mead and had grown quite fond of Miss Marple. For her part, Miss Marple had been instantly reassured after watching from her bedroom window as Lucy expertly prepared a garden bed for sweet peas. She rested comfortably, enjoyed the delicious meals Lucy prepared, and listened with quiet amusement as her own rather cross maid boasted about teaching that Miss Islesborough a crochet pattern she'd never known. She was properly grateful. She was, the maid would say. Miss Marple's recovery had, in fact, surprised her doctor with its speed. Now, Miss Marple's letter proposed a rather peculiar task and requested a meeting to discuss it. Lucy frowned briefly, considering her packed schedule. But the word unusual and her fond memories of Miss Marple's character decided the matter. She telephoned Miss Marple directly, explaining that her current assignment prevented a trip to St. Mary Mead, but she was free the following afternoon between 2 and 4 and could meet anywhere in London. She proposed her own club, a quiet place with several dimly lit writing rooms that were typically unoccupied. Miss Marple agreed, and the meeting was set. The next day, after exchanging pleasantries, Lucy guided her guest to the most shadowy of the writing rooms. "My calendar is quite full at the moment," she began, "but please tell me what you have in mind." "It's really quite straightforward," Miss Marple replied. "Unusual, but simple." Lucy needed a moment to process the request. The idea that Miss Marple might be losing her grip flickered briefly, but she dismissed it. The older woman was far too sharp for that. She meant precisely what she said. "What sort of body are we talking about?" Lucy asked, her voice steady. "A woman's," Miss Marple replied. "Murdered. Strangled, in fact, on a train." Lucy's eyebrows lifted. "That's certainly not an everyday errand. Tell me the story." Miss Marple laid out the details, and Lucy listened without a single interruption. When the tale was finished, Lucy said, "It all hinges on what your friend believes she witnessed, doesn't it? Elspeth McGillicuddy does not have an imaginative bone in her body," Miss Marple stated firmly. "If it had been someone like Dorothy Cartwright, well, that would be a different matter entirely. Dorothy can spin a tale so convincingly she often believes it herself, though there's usually a grain of truth buried in there somewhere. But Elspeth? She's like granite? The last person to accept anything out of the ordinary." "That's precisely why I trust her account." "I understand," Lucy said thoughtfully. "So let's assume it's all true. What is my role in this?" "I was quite impressed by you," Miss Marple admitted, "and frankly, I no longer have the stamina to go poking around myself. The police haven't been lazy, mind you. They've done their work. But I have a theory about that body. It has to be somewhere. If it wasn't discovered on the train, it must have been disposed of from the train. Yet it hasn't turned up along the tracks. So, I took the same journey to see for myself. There's a spot where the train curves on a high embankment just before reaching Brackhampton. If a body were thrown from a carriage leaning on that curve, it could easily be pitched clear down the slope. But it would still be found there eventually, wouldn't it?" Lucy questioned. "Oh, undoubtedly. It would have to be removed, which brings us to the next point. Look here, on this map." Lucy leaned in as Miss Marple indicated a location. "This is Rutherford Hall, an old estate now surrounded by suburbs. It was built by a wealthy industrialist named Crackenthorpe back in the 1880s. An elderly son of the original owner still lives there with a daughter, I believe. The railway line curves around a significant portion of the grounds." "And you want me to?" "Secure a position there," Miss Marple said promptly. "Good domestic help is in desperately short supply. It shouldn't be difficult. I'm told the current Mr. Crackenthorpe has a reputation for being rather frugal. If you accept a lower wage, I will supplement it to the proper rate, which should, I think, be higher than usual given the circumstances." "Because of the difficulty of the task?" "Not just the difficulty. There could be genuine danger involved. I feel I must warn you." A faint, almost challenging smile touched Lucy's lips. "I don't believe the prospect of danger would deter me. I didn't think it would, Miss Marple said, a note of approval in her voice. You don't strike me as that type. Though I suspected the idea might even hold a certain appeal, one encounters so little genuine excitement in daily life. But do you truly think it could be dangerous? Someone, Miss Marple pointed out, her tone turning dry and pointed, has gotten away with a rather brilliant crime. There's been no public outcry, no real suspicion. They've been clever enough to make a body vanish from a moving train without a trace. That doesn't suggest a bumbling amateur, does it? It suggests someone resourceful, calm under pressure, and undoubtedly motivated to protect their secret. Anyone poking around where they shouldn't might become an inconvenience. And people have a way of dealing with inconveniences. Two elderly women shared a rather unlikely tale, and the police looked into it without finding anything of substance. So the matter has been laid to rest. I doubt the person involved, whoever that might be, would be troubled if it were revisited, especially if you managed to uncover something useful. What exactly am I searching for? Anything unusual along the riverbank, a piece of fabric caught on a branch, disturbed undergrowth, that sort of detail. Lucy gave a slow nod. And after that? I'll be nearby, Miss Marple explained. A former maid of mine, Florence, lives in Brackhampton. She cared for her elderly parents for many years, and now that they've passed, she takes in very respectable lodgers. She has arranged rooms for me, and I would prefer to stay close. You might mention you have an elderly aunt in the area and are seeking a position within easy visiting distance. Also, be sure to ask for reasonable time off so you can see her regularly. Lucy nodded again. I was supposed to leave for Taormina in 2 days, she said. The trip can wait, but I can only commit to 3 weeks after that. I have other arrangements. 3 weeks should be more than enough, Miss Marple replied. If we haven't found anything by then, we may as well consider the whole affair a wild goose chase. After Miss Marple left, Lucy thought for a moment, then telephoned to Brackhampton Employment Agency, whose manager she knew well. She explained she was looking for work near her aunt. After politely declining several more appealing positions, Rutherford Hall was suggested. That sounds perfect, Lucy said firmly. The agency contacted Miss Crackenthorpe, who then called Lucy. 2 days later, Lucy set out from London toward Rutherford Hall in her own small car. Passing through a pair of imposing iron gates, she noticed a small, dilapidated lodge just inside. Whether damaged by the war or simply neglected, it was hard to tell. The long, winding drive was lined with gloomy thickets of rhododendrons leading up to the house. When the building came into view, Lucy caught her breath. It resembled a scaled-down version of Windsor Castle. The stone steps leading to the front door needed attention, and the gravel drive was overgrown with weeds. She tugged an old-fashioned wrought iron bell pull, and its clamor echoed through the interior. A rather untidy woman, wiping her hands on her apron, opened the door and eyed her with suspicion. "You're expected, aren't you?" she said. "Miss something Barrow, she told me." "That's right," Lucy replied. Inside, the house felt bitterly cold. Her guide led her down a dim hallway and opened a door to the right. To Lucy's surprise, it was a quite pleasant sitting room, furnished with books and chairs covered in floral chintz. "I'll let her know," the woman said, closing the door behind her after giving Lucy a look of clear disapproval. A few minutes later, the door opened again. From that first moment, Lucy felt she would like Emma Crackenthorpe. She was a middle-aged woman without striking features, neither particularly plain nor especially pretty, dressed sensibly in tweeds and a pullover. Her dark hair was swept back from her forehead, and she had steady hazel eyes and a warm, pleasant voice. "Miss Eelsbarrow?" she said, extending her hand. Then she hesitated. "I wonder if this position is really what you're looking for. I don't need a housekeeper to supervise. I need someone to do the actual work." Lucy assured her that was what most households required. Emma Crackenthorpe added apologetically, "So many people seem to think a little light dusting will suffice, but I can manage the light dusting myself." "I understand completely," Lucy said. "You'll find there's cooking, washing up, general housekeeping, and tending to the boiler. That's all perfectly fine. I'm not afraid of hard work. It's a rather large house and, honestly, a bit awkward. My father and I only use part of it. He's in poor health, so we live very quietly. We have an Aga stove. I have brothers, but they're seldom here. 2 women help. A Mrs. Kidder comes mornings, and a Mrs. Hart does the brasses and such 3 days a week. Do you have your own car? Yes. It can stay outside if there's no garage. It's used to the weather? Oh, there are plenty of old stables. That won't be a problem. She paused, frowning slightly. Eelsborough, that's an unusual name. Some friends of mine, the Kennedys, mentioned a Lucy Eelsborough. That's right. I was with them in North Devon when Mrs. Kennedy was expecting. Emma Crackenthorpe smiled. They said they'd never had such a smooth time as when you were managing everything. But I had the impression your rates were quite high. The amount I mentioned. That's perfectly acceptable, Lucy assured her. You see, I particularly need to be near Brackhampton. I have an elderly aunt in very poor health, and I want to be close by. So the salary is a secondary concern. I just can't afford to be idle. If I could be sure of having most afternoons free. Oh, absolutely, you could have every afternoon until 6 if you like. That sounds ideal. Miss Crackenthorpe hesitated. My father is getting on in years and can be a little trying at times. He's very focused on economy and sometimes says things that upset people. I wouldn't want, Lucy interrupted gently. I'm quite accustomed to all sorts of elderly people. I always manage to get along with them. Emma Crackenthorpe looked relieved. Trouble with father, Lucy thought to herself. I bet he's a real old tyrant. She was given a large, somber bedroom where a small electric heater struggled against the chill and was shown around the vast, uncomfortable mansion. As they passed a door in the hall, a voice bellowed out, "Is that you, Emma? Have you got the new girl? Bring her in. I want to see her." Emma flushed, glancing apologetically at Lucy. The two women entered the room. It was opulently furnished with dark velvet. The narrow windows admitted little light, and it was crowded with heavy Victorian mahogany pieces. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe was reclined in an invalid chair, a silver-headed walking stick beside him. He was a large, gaunt man with loose, sagging flesh. His face was bulldog-like with a pugnacious chin. He had thick, dark hair streaked with gray and small, suspicious eyes. Let's have a look at you, young lady. Lucy stepped forward, calm and smiling. There's one thing you'd better understand right away. Just because we live in a big house doesn't mean we're wealthy. We're not. We live simply, you hear me? Simply. Don't come here with any fancy ideas. Cod is just as good as turbot any day, and don't you forget it, I won't tolerate waste. I live here because my father built this place, and I like it. After I'm gone, they can sell it if they want, and I expect they will. No sense of family these days. This house is well built, it's solid, and we've got our own land around us. It keeps us private. It would fetch a pretty penny as building plots, but not while I'm drawing breath. You won't get me out of here until they carry me out feet first. He glared at Lucy. A man's home is his castle, she said pleasantly. Laughing at me, are you? Not at all. I think it's rather marvelous to have a genuine country estate right in the middle of town. Exactly, so. Can't see another house from here, can you? Fields with cows, right in the heart of Brackhampton. You might hear a bit of traffic when the wind's right, but otherwise it's pure countryside. Without pausing or changing his tone, he then snapped at his daughter. Ring up that blasted doctor. Lucy and Emma left the room, but his voice followed them. And keep that woman who's always sneezing dust out of my study. She's mixed up all my books. Once in the hall, Lucy turned to Emma. Has your father been unwell for a long time? For quite a few years now. Emma replied, her tone carefully neutral. She gestured ahead. This is the kitchen. The kitchen was cavernous, dominated by a massive cold range. A modern Aga sat quietly beside it. Lucy inquired about meal schedules and examined the pantry. With a confident smile, she told Emma, I've got it all sorted. Please, don't worry about a thing. Just leave it to me. That night, as she climbed into bed, Emma Crackenthorpe breathed a sigh of relief. The Kennedys had been absolutely correct in their recommendation. This new helper was nothing short of miraculous. By 6 the next morning, Lucy was already at work. She cleaned the main rooms, prepared vegetables, and cooked and served a full breakfast. Later, she and Mrs. Kidder made the beds together. By 11, they were settled in the kitchen with a pot of strong, sweet tea and some biscuits. Mrs. Kidder, disarmed by Lucy's lack of pretension and the quality of the tea, began to chat freely. She was a wiry woman with a keen gaze and thin lips. "He's a miserly old thing, he is," she confided. "What she endures. But don't mistake her for a pushover. She knows how to stand her ground when it counts. When the gentlemen visit, she makes sure the table is properly set." "Which gentlemen are those?" Lucy asked, pouring more tea. It was a big family. The oldest, Mr. Edmund, died in the war. Then there's Mr. Cedric. He lives abroad somewhere, isn't married. Paints pictures in all those foreign places. Mr. Harold works in the city, lives in London, married a lady from a titled family. Mr. Alfred has a charming manner, but he's been a bit of a troublemaker in a spot of difficulty more than once. Then there was Miss Edith's husband, Mr. Bryan, such a pleasant man. She passed some years back, but he's always remained part of the family. And Master Alexander, Miss Edith's boy. He's away at school, but spends his holidays here. Miss Emma dotes on him. Lucy absorbed this stream of information, steadily refilling Mrs. Kidder's cup. Finally, with some reluctance, the older woman stood up. "My, we've had a proper chat this morning," she remarked, almost surprised. "Shall I give you a hand with the potatoes, dear?" "Already finished them," Lucy said cheerfully. "Well, you are a quick one. I suppose I might as well be on my way, since there's nothing left needing doing." After Mrs. Kidder left, Lucy, with time to spare, finally scrubbed the kitchen table, a task she'd been itching to do but had delayed to avoid stepping on the other woman's toes. She polished the silver until it gleamed, prepared and served lunch, cleaned up, and by 2:30 she was free to explore. She had arranged the tea things on a tray beforehand, with sandwiches and buttered bread kept fresh under a damp cloth. A stroll around the garden seemed the natural first step. The kitchen garden was only half-heartedly tended. The greenhouses were crumbling, and weeds choked most of the paths. Only a herbaceous border near the house looked well-kept and weed-free, which Lucy guessed was Emma's doing. The gardener was an elderly, somewhat deaf man who seemed to be going through the motions of work. Lucy exchanged a few pleasant words with him. He lived in a cottage near the large stable-yard. A back drive led from the stable-yard through a fenced section of the park, passing under a railway arch and into a narrow lane. Every few minutes, a train roared along the main line overhead. Lucy watched them slow for the sharp curve that wrapped around the Crackenthorpe land. She walked under the arch and into the lane. It was a quiet, seldom-used track. On one side rose the railway embankment. On the other, a high wall enclosed the looming structures of some factory buildings. The air here carried a faint, metallic scent, a stark contrast to the faded grandeur of the house she had just left. Lucy made her way along the lane until it opened onto a quiet street lined with modest homes. The distant, steady rumble of traffic from a main road reached her ears. Checking her watch, she noticed a woman stepping out from a nearby house and approached her. "Pardon me? Is there a public telephone around here?" "There's one at the post office right on the corner," the woman replied. Thanking her, Lucy continued until she reached the combined shop and post office, spotting the telephone booth to one side. Inside, she placed a call and asked for Miss Marple. A brusque female voice answered. "She's resting, and I won't disturb her. She needs her sleep. She's elderly. May I ask who's calling?" "Lucy Ellisborough. Please don't wake her. Just let her know I've arrived. Everything is proceeding smoothly, and I'll report when there's news." Hanging up, Lucy headed back toward Rutherford Hall. Later, Lucy inquired, "Would it be all right if I practiced some iron shots in the park?" "Of course," came the reply. "Do you play often?" "I'm only average, but I like to stay in practice. It beats just walking for exercise." "Nothing to walk to around here," Mr. Crackenthorpe grumbled. "Nothing but sidewalks and those cramped little houses. They're all waiting to snatch my land for more of them." "Well, they'll have to wait until I'm gone, and I'm not dying to please a soul, let me tell you that." Emma Crackenthorpe gently interjected. "Now, Father, I know what they're thinking, what they're all waiting for. Cedric and that cunning Harold with his superior air. As for Alfred, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to finish me off himself. Wouldn't put it past him, especially after that strange spell I had around Christmas. Even old Quimper was puzzled. He asked all sorts of careful questions." "Digestive troubles happen to everyone now and then, Father. Go on, say it, I overate. That's what you mean. And why did I overeat? Because there was far too much food on the table, wasteful extravagance. And that reminds me, you, young lady, you sent in 5 potatoes for lunch, and big ones at that. 2 are plenty for anyone. Don't send in more than 4 from now on. The extra one today was just waste. It wasn't wasted, Mr. Crackenthorpe. I'm using it in a Spanish omelet tonight. As Lucy left with the coffee tray, she overheard him mutter, quick with an answer. That one. Still, she cooks well, and she's a good-looking girl, too. Taking a light iron from the golf club she had wisely brought along, Lucy strolled into the park, hopping over a low fence. She began hitting a series of practice shots. After a short while, a ball, apparently sliced, landed near the railway embankment. Lucy walked over and pretended to search for it. Glancing back, the house was distant, and no one showed any interest in her activities. She kept up the pretense, occasionally hitting shots from the embankment down into the grass. By the afternoon, she had covered about a third of the embankment area without finding anything. The following day, however, she discovered something telling. A thorn bush about halfway up the slope had been broken, with fragments scattered around. Examining the bush closely, Lucy noticed a small torn piece of pale brownish fur snagged on one of the thorns, nearly blending into the wood. She studied it a moment, then took a pair of scissors from her pocket and carefully cut the fragment in half, placing one portion into an envelope she carried. Moving down the steep slope, she scanned the rough grass of the field thoroughly, her search now more focused and intent. She believed she could make out a faint trail through the tall grass as if someone had passed that way. It was far less distinct than her own footprints, however, suggesting it was made some time ago. The path was so vague she couldn't be certain it wasn't just her imagination. She began a careful search at the base of the embankment, right beneath the damaged thorn bush. Her persistence soon paid off. There, nestled in the grass, was a small, inexpensive enamel powder compact. She carefully wrapped it in her handkerchief and tucked it into her pocket. A further search yielded nothing more. The next afternoon, she drove to visit her ailing aunt. Emma Crackenthorpe offered a kind dismissal. "There's no need to rush back, my dear. We won't require you until dinner." "Thank you, but I'll be back by 6 at the latest," Lucy replied. Number 4 Madison Road was an unremarkable house on an equally unremarkable street, notable only for its pristine Nottingham lace curtains, a gleaming white doorstep, and a brilliantly polished brass door handle. The door was opened by a stern, tall woman dressed in black, her iron-gray hair pulled into a severe knot. She regarded Lucy with a look of deep suspicion before showing her into the back sitting room where Miss Marple resided. The room overlooked a small, meticulously tidy garden. It was a space of aggressive cleanliness, filled with an assortment of mats and doilies, a crowded collection of china ornaments, a rather oversized Jacobean-style suite, and 2 potted ferns. Miss Marple sat in a large chair by the fireplace, her hands busily engaged in crochet. Lucy entered, closed the door, and took the chair opposite. "Well," Lucy began, a note of reluctant admiration in her voice, "it appears you were correct." She produced her discoveries and detailed how she found them. A faint, pleased flush colored Miss Marple's cheeks. One perhaps shouldn't feel such satisfaction, Miss Marple admitted, her needles never pausing, but it is rather gratifying to form a theory and then obtain proof that it holds water. She picked up the small tuft of fur, examining it. Elspeth mentioned the woman wore a light-colored fur coat. I expect the compact was in a pocket and tumbled out as the body rolled down the slope. The compact itself seems quite ordinary, but it may prove helpful. You didn't take all the fur, I hope? No, I left half of it on the thorn bush, Lucy confirmed. Miss Marple nodded her approval. Quite right. You are a very intelligent young woman. The police will want to verify the location for themselves. You intend to go to the police with these items, then? Well, not immediately, Miss Marple mused, her expression thoughtful. It would be better, I believe, to locate the body first. Don't you agree? Lucy sighed. In theory, yes. But isn't that asking rather a lot? Assuming your estimation is right, the murderer pushed the body from the train, then presumably got off himself at Brackhampton. Later, likely that same night, he returned to collect it. But what then? He could have taken it absolutely anywhere. Not anywhere, Miss Marple corrected gently, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I don't think you followed the logic to its inevitable conclusion, my dear Lucy. Why not anywhere? Because if that were the case, he could have far more easily killed the girl in some isolated location and simply driven the body away from there. You haven't fully appreciated the implications. Lucy leaned forward, her eyes widening. Are you suggesting? Do you mean this was planned from the start? I must confess, I didn't think so initially, Miss Marple said, setting her crochet aside. One wouldn't, naturally. It presented as a crime of passion, a quarrel, a man losing his temper, and then a frantic scramble to dispose of the evidence within a matter of minutes. But the coincidence is simply too great. To kill in a sudden rage, then glance out a train window and discover it is, at that precise moment, rounding a curve at a spot perfectly suited for discarding a body, a spot he could later reliably find to retrieve it. It strains credulity. If he had acted on impulse and merely thrown her out, he would have left her there. The body would have been discovered long before now. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. Lucy could only stare, the casual domesticity of the room now feeling at odds with the chilling calculation they were discussing. You know, Miss Marple reflected, it's a rather ingenious method for planning a crime, and I believe it was meticulously arranged. There's something so impersonal about a train. Had he killed her where she lived or was visiting, someone might have observed his comings and goings. If he had taken her out into the countryside by car, the vehicle's make or license plate could have been noted. But a train is simply a stream of strangers moving to and fro. In a compartment without a corridor, alone with her, it became quite straightforward, particularly when you consider he knew precisely what steps to take next. He understood. He must have understood. All about Rutherford Hall, its geographical situation, that peculiar seclusion, like an island surrounded by railway tracks. Exactly so, Lucy agreed. It's a relic from another time. Busy city life swirls all around it, yet never quite reaches in. The delivery people come in the mornings, and that's the extent of it. So we suppose, as you mentioned, that the murderer arrives at Rutherford Hall that evening. It's already dark when the body falls, and it's unlikely anyone would come across it before the following day. Certainly not. How would the murderer approach? By car? Which route? Lucy pondered. There's an unpaved lane that runs beside a factory wall. He'd likely come that way, turn under the railway arch, and continue along the rear drive. Then he could scale the fence, move along the base of the embankment, locate the body, and carry it back to his vehicle. And then, Miss Marple continued, he transported it to a location he had selected in advance. This was all premeditated, you understand, and I don't believe, as I said, that he would take it far from Rutherford Hall if he moved it at all. The obvious choice, I suppose, would be to bury it somewhere? She glanced inquiringly at Lucy. I imagine so, Lucy said thoughtfully, though it wouldn't be quite as simple as it sounds. Miss Marple concurred. He couldn't bury it on the grounds. Too laborious and far too conspicuous. Somewhere the earth was already disturbed. Perhaps the kitchen garden, but that's rather near the gardener's cottage. He's elderly and hard of hearing still. It might be too risky. Is there a dog? No. Then perhaps in a shed or an outbuilding. That would be easier and quicker. There are numerous old unused structures, dilapidated pigsties, harness rooms, workshops no one goes near. Or he might simply push it into a thicket of rhododendrons or some shrubs. Miss Marple nodded. Yes, I think that is far more likely. A knock sounded at the door, and the stern-faced Florence entered with a tray. Nice for you to have company, she said to Miss Marple. I've made those special scones you always liked. Florence used to make the most delightful tea cakes, Miss Marple remarked. Florence, pleased, allowed her features to relax into a surprisingly warm smile before leaving the room. I think, my dear, said Miss Marple, we shall refrain from discussing murder over tea. Such a disagreeable topic. After tea, Lucy stood. I should be getting back, she said. As I've told you, there isn't anyone actually residing at Rutherford Hall who could be our man. There's only an elderly gentleman, a middle-aged woman, and that old deaf gardener. I didn't say he was living there, Miss Marple clarified. I only mean he is someone intimately familiar with Rutherford Hall. But we can delve into that after you've located the body. You seem remarkably confident that I will find it, Lucy observed. I'm not feeling nearly so hopeful. I'm certain you will succeed, my dear Lucy. You are such a capable person. In some matters, perhaps, but I've no experience whatsoever in searching for corpses. I'm sure it only requires a bit of common sense, Miss Marple said encouragingly. Lucy looked at her, then laughed. Miss Marple smiled back. The following afternoon, Lucy began her search in a methodical manner, her determination sharpened by an unexpected memory of a childhood game of hide-and-seek in similar overgrown gardens, a fleeting, ironic contrast to her grim present task. She wandered around the outbuildings, poking at the overgrown brambles that tangled around the abandoned pig pens. As she leaned into the boiler room beneath the greenhouse, a dry cough made her turn. Old Hillman, the gardener, stood watching her with clear disapproval. "Best watch your step, miss," he cautioned. "Those stairs aren't reliable, and you were just up in the loft. That floor isn't much better." Lucy made sure not to show any discomfort. "I imagine you think I'm terribly curious?" she replied brightly. "I was only considering if this area couldn't be put to some use. Cultivating mushrooms for sale, perhaps? It all seems to have been rather neglected. That's the master for you. Won't part with a cent. Should have 2 men and a lad helping me, I should, to keep things decent, but he refuses to hear of it. Took all my effort just to get him to buy a motor mower. Expected me to cut all that front lawn by hand, he did. But if the property could turn a profit after some fixing up. Never get a place like this to pay, it's too far gone, and he wouldn't care about that anyhow. Only cares about pinching pennies. Knows perfectly well what'll happen once he's gone. The young gents will sell it off quick as they can. Just waiting for him to pass on, they are. I hear they'll come into a tidy sum when he dies." "I gather he's quite wealthy?" Lucy asked. "Crackenthorpe's fancies. That's the business. The old gentleman, Mr. Crackenthorpe's father, started it. By all accounts, he was a shrewd one. Made his fortune and built this estate. Hard as nails, they say, and never forgave a slight. But for all that, he was generous. No miserly streak in him. Story goes he was disappointed in both his sons, gave them an education, raised them to be gentlemen, Oxford and all, but they were too much the gentlemen to bother with the family trade. The younger one married an actress and then wrecked himself in a car crash after he'd been drinking. The elder one, our Mr. Crackenthorpe here, his father never thought much of. Spent years abroad, he did, shipping home all sorts of pagan statues. Wasn't so tight with his money when he was younger. Got worse in middle age. No, they never got on, him and his father, so I've heard." Lucy absorbed this with a politely interested expression. The old man leaned against the wall, ready to continue his tale. He far preferred talking to actually working. "The old gentleman died before the war, he did. Had a fierce temper. Didn't do to give him any back talk. He wouldn't tolerate it. And after he died, this Mr. Crackenthorpe moved here. Him and his family, yes. Nearly grown up they were by then. But surely, oh, I understand, you mean the First World War." "No, I don't. Died in 1928. That's what I mean." Lucy supposed 1928 could count as before the war, though she wouldn't have phrased it that way herself. She said, "Well, I expect you'll want to get back to your tasks. I mustn't keep you." "Ah," old Hillman said without zeal, "not much you can do this time of day. Light's gone poor." Lucy headed back toward the house, detouring to examine a promising cluster of birch trees and azaleas along the path. She found Emma Crackenthorpe in the hall, reading a letter from the afternoon post. "My nephew will be here tomorrow with a school friend. Alexander's room is above the porch. The one beside it will do for James Stoddart West. They can use the bathroom directly across." "Of course, Miss Crackenthorpe. I'll see the rooms are ready. They'll arrive tomorrow morning before lunch." She paused. "I expect they'll be hungry." "I'm sure they will," said Lucy. "Roast beef, do you think? And maybe treacle tart?" Alexander is particularly fond of treacle tart. The 2 boys showed up the next morning. Their hair was neatly combed, their faces deceptively angelic, and their manners impeccable. Alexander Eastley had fair hair and blue eyes, while Stoddart West was dark-haired and wore glasses. The conversation over lunch was a serious affair, centered on athletic competitions and sprinkled with mentions of the newest intergalactic novels. They spoke with the ponderous air of academics debating ancient tools. Next to them, Lucy felt positively youthful. The roast beef disappeared swiftly, and not a morsel of the treacle tart remained. Mr. Crackenthorpe complained, "You two are going to devour my entire pantry." Alexander fixed him with a look of innocent disapproval. "We're perfectly happy with bread and cheese if the budget is tight, Grandfather." "Tight? The budget isn't tight. I simply despise extravagance." "We haven't been extravagant, sir," Stoddart West observed, glancing meaningfully at his own spotless plate. "You boys each eat twice what I do. We're in a critical phase of physical development," Alexander explained with grave authority. "It requires a substantial protein intake." The old man merely grumbled as the boys departed. Lucy overheard Alexander's confidential tone to his friend. "Pay no mind to my grandfather. He's on some restrictive diet, and it puts him in a strange mood. He's also incredibly frugal. I suspect it's some sort of psychological complex." Stoddart West nodded in understanding. "I had an aunt who was perpetually convinced she was penniless. In reality, she was loaded. The doctors called it a pathological condition." "Did you grab that football, Alex?" Once the lunch dishes were cleared and washed, Lucy stepped outside. The distant shouts of the boys playing on the lawn faded as she walked in the opposite direction, down the front drive before veering off toward a series of dense rhododendron bushes. She began a meticulous search, parting the waxy leaves and peering into the shadows beneath. Moving methodically from one cluster to the next, she was using a golf club to rake through the interior when Alexander Eastley's polite voice startled her. "Are you searching for something, Miss Islesbarrow?" "Golf balls," Lucy replied without hesitation. "Quite a few, actually. I've been practicing my swing most afternoons, and I've managed to lose a small fortune in balls. I decided today was the day to recover some of them." "We'd be glad to help," Alexander offered obligingly. "That's very kind. I thought you were occupied with football." "One can only play so much before overheating becomes a factor," Stoddart West explained sagely. "Do you play golf often?" "I enjoy it, but I rarely get the chance." "I suppose not. You handle the cooking here, don't you?" "Yes." "Did you prepare today's lunch?" "I did. Was it satisfactory?" "Absolutely, wizard," Alexander declared. "School serves the most dreadful desiccated meat. I adore beef that's still pink and succulent inside, and that treacle tart was pretty smashing, too. You must let me know your favorite dishes. Could we possibly have apple meringue one day? It's my absolute favorite." "Certainly." Alexander sighed with contentment. "There's a clock golf set stored under the stairs," he mentioned. "We could set it up on the lawn and practice putting. What do you think, Stoddars?" "Good-o," said Stoddart West. "He isn't actually Australian," Alexander clarified politely. "He's just practicing the vernacular in case his family takes him to see the test match next year." With Lucy's encouragement, they went to fetch the set. Later, as she returned to the house, she found them arranging it on the lawn, engaged in a debate over the placement of the numbers. "We shouldn't set it up in a proper clock formation," Stoddart West argued. "That's for children. We should design a proper course with long and short holes. It's a shame the numbers are so rusted, you can barely see them." "They need a fresh coat of white paint," Lucy suggested. "Perhaps you could get some tomorrow and paint them." "Brilliant idea." Alexander's face brightened. "You know, I believe there are some old paint cans in the long barn, left behind by the decorators last holiday. Shall we go and look?" "What is the long barn?" Lucy asked. Alexander pointed toward a lengthy stone building situated a short distance from the house, near the back drive. "It's rather old," he said. "Grandfather insists on calling it a leek barn and claims it's Elizabethan, but that's mostly just showing off. It originally belonged to the farm that was here. My great-grandfather tore the old place down and put up this dreadful house in its place," he explained. "A good portion of his collection is stored out in the barn. Items he shipped back from his travels as a young man. Honestly, most of it is just as ghastly. We call it the Long Barn, and it gets used occasionally for whist tournaments and that sort of thing. Women's Institute meetings, Conservative Association fundraisers. Would you like to take a look?" Lucy was happy to join them. The barn entrance was a heavy oak door studded with nails. Reaching up, Alexander retrieved a key hanging from a nail concealed by ivy on the right side of the doorframe. He unlocked it, pushed the door inward, and they stepped into the dim interior. Lucy's first impression was of a particularly unsuccessful museum. Two marble busts of Roman emperors stared at her with protruding eyes. A massive sarcophagus from a late Greco-Roman period dominated one wall, and a simpering Venus stood on a pedestal, clutching at her slipping draperies. Mixed in with these artistic treasures were a few folding tables, stacks of chairs, and an assortment of junk. A rusted lawnmower, a couple of buckets, some moth-eaten car seats, and a three-legged garden bench painted a peeling green. "I believe the paint is over here somewhere," Alexander said vaguely, moving to a corner concealed by a tattered curtain. Behind it, they found a few cans of paint and some brushes, stiff and dry. "You'll need some turpentine," Lucy pointed out. A search revealed none. The boys suggested biking to the village to fetch some, and Lucy encouraged them to go. Painting the numbers for the clock golf would keep them occupied for a good while, she thought. After they left, she remained in the barn, surveying the clutter. "This place could certainly use a proper tidying," she murmured. "I wouldn't bother," Alexander advised. "It gets a quick sweep if there's an event, but hardly anyone uses it this time of year. Shall I hang the key back outside? Is that where it's usually kept?" "Exactly. There's nothing worth stealing here, you see. No one would want those hideous marble pieces, and besides, they weigh an absolute ton." Lucy had to agree. Old Mr. Crackenthorpe's artistic taste seemed unerringly bad, a flawless instinct for choosing the very worst example from any era. She stood alone, letting her gaze travel slowly around the shadowy space. Her eyes settled on the sarcophagus and lingered there. That sarcophagus. The air in the barn was stale and faintly dusty, as if it hadn't been properly aired in ages. She walked over to the large stone coffin. It had a heavy, snug-fitting lid. Lucy studied it thoughtfully for a moment. Then she left the barn, went to the kitchen, found a substantial crowbar, and returned. It was hard work, but Lucy persisted stubbornly. Gradually, the lid began to lift, forced up by the leverage of the crowbar. It rose just enough for Lucy to see what was inside. A few minutes later, Lucy emerged from the barn looking rather pale. She locked the door, replaced the key on its nail, and walked quickly to the stables. Getting into her car, she drove down the back lane. She stopped at the post office at the end of the road, entered the telephone box, inserted her coins, and dialed. "I need to speak with Miss Marple, please." "She's resting, miss." "Is that Miss Islesborough?" "Yes, it is. Well, I'm not disturbing her, and that's final. She's an elderly lady, and she needs her rest. You must disturb her. It's extremely urgent." "I really don't think." "Please do as I say." Immediately, when necessary, Lucy's voice could take on a steely, commanding edge. Florence recognized authority when she heard it. A moment later, Miss Marple's voice came on the line. "Yes, Lucy?" Lucy took a deep breath. "You were absolutely right," she said. "I've found it. A woman's body?" "Yes, a woman in a fur coat. It's inside a stone sarcophagus in a sort of barn museum near the house. What should I do? I suppose I ought to call the police?" "Yes. You must inform the police at once. But what about everything else? About you? The first thing they'll ask is why I was prying up a lid that weighs a ton for no apparent reason. Should I make up a story?" "I can." "No," Miss Marple replied, her tone gentle yet firm. "I believe the only proper course is to tell the exact truth." "About you?" "About everything." A sudden wry smile broke across Lucy's pale face. "That will be quite straightforward for me," she said, "but I suspect they'll find it rather difficult to accept." She ended the call, waited a moment, then dialed the police station. "I've just found a dead body inside a sarcophagus in the long barn at Rutherford Hall." "Say that again?" Lucy repeated her statement and, anticipating the next question, gave her name. She drove back, put the car away, and entered the house. Pausing in the hall, she took a deep breath, then gave a quick, decisive nod. She went to the library, where Miss Crackenthorpe was assisting her father with the crossword puzzle. "May I speak with you for a moment, Miss Crackenthorpe?" Emma looked up, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes, the kind, Lucy thought, that usually preceded a household employee announcing their resignation. "Well, out with it, girl, out with it, old mister." Crackenthorpe grumbled irritably. Lucy addressed Emma directly. "I'd prefer to speak with you alone, please." "Nonsense," Mr. Crackenthorpe snapped. "Whatever it is, say it right here. Just a moment, Father. Emma rose and moved toward the door. It can certainly wait, the old man retorted angrily. I'm afraid it cannot wait, said Lucy. Mr. Crackenthorpe huffed. What impertinence. Emma stepped out into the hall. Lucy followed, closing the door behind them. Yes, said Emma. What is it? If you feel overwhelmed with the boys here, I can certainly help.
It's not that at all, Lucy interrupted.
I didn't wish to speak in front of your father because I understand his health is delicate and the news might distress him. You see, I've just discovered the body of a murdered woman in that large sarcophagus in the long barn. Emma Crackenthorpe stared at her, disbelief plain on her face. In the sarcophagus? A murdered woman?
That's impossible.
I'm afraid it's quite true. I've already notified the police. They should be here any moment. A faint flush colored Emma's cheeks. You should have told me first before calling the authorities. I apologize, said Lucy. You didn't hear me telephone. Emma's eyes drifted to the hall table where the phone sat. I called from the post office down the road. How odd. Why not from here? Lucy thought quickly. I was concerned the boys might overhear if I called from the hall. I see. Yes, I understand. Are they coming? The police, I mean? They're here now, said Lucy, as the squeal of brakes announced a car pulling up outside, followed immediately by the sharp peal of the front doorbell.